There's one thing I have learned in my many years on this earth, and that's generally when I say something and I'm pretty confident about it, the world will find a way to prove me wrong. And I'm kind of happy that they did in this case because last week I told you we weren't going to get any more updates on the Myatt case and to just hang it up, stop asking, go on with your life. And then the DNA results came back, and they're fighting over them. So, buckle up. Let's do it again, but right this time. For those of you who do not want to watch the entire thing, look in the comments in the description, and I put the timestamps for each hearing as well as the update. You can go wash a car, hang out, go bowling, and then come back when you're ready for the update. I apologize sincerely for putting out incorrect information, and I hope you enjoy the show. Now let's get into it. Not exciting as the battle over baby Kathy. They are over farm equipment, and they do get kind of heated and show the fractures have been in the family for quite a while.
I am here on behalf of Sam Myatt. We had filed an objection to the inventory that had been submitted.
Judge, my inventory was filed February 27th. My position is that it's a complete and thorough inventory. I think if Your Honor looks at it, I have received an email from Mr. Vandervoort that asks certain questions about certain property, the majority of which, just simply wasn't on the property when I was appointed. Within a week, probably, of me being appointed, I hired someone to go out and change the locks on the house.
Interrupt. Are we talking about what's been marked as been filed as the beginning inventory and interim accounting?
Yes, Your Honor.
Judge, if I may, I hate to interrupt you. It's my objection that was filed. I don't know who the court wants to hear from first.
I want to hear from the person that's the moving party. Mr. Odell has filed his inventory, and now it becomes your motion, your objection to it. So let me hear from Mr.
Judge, as Mr. Odell was saying, he filed it on February 27th after we had requested that inventory be filed. It did some time period. Judge, the objection comes, I did forward to Mr. Odell prior to filing the motion asking for clarification on some of the items. Some of the items have been clarified. However, the dispute comes in as much as on page 9, there is a reference to farm equipment and approximately 16 to 18 head of cattle. And that the document is filed under his letter of February the 27th, 2023, beginning inventory and interim accounting, page 9. There is an asterisk, or if you will, a number 1 that's out beside the farming equipment. It says administrator believes, based on investigation to date, that the decedent owned 1/2 interest in farm equipment. And then, as I understand, on which I've been informed, there hasn't been an amended inventory filed. There are approximately 16 to 18 head of cattle that there has been some assertion that there's a 1/2 interest by one of the siblings of the decedent, Richard Myatt. My understanding, Eugene Myatt, who is a sibling, has asserted a 1/2 interest in the cattle. Judge, I filed this objection to at least put a marker down to say we object to the inventory in as much as the farming equipment is supposedly owned half by someone. We don't know. We believe it to be asserted by Eugene Myatt. We dispute that. And then that the cattle is owned by 1/2 Eugene Myatt. So, Judge, I was informed by the administrator that there would be a amended inventory submitted for clarification. I have not received that on behalf of Sam Myatt, who is a beneficiary of the estate. And so, again, Judge, we're trying to. There was an auction, and all of this personal property has been sold. As I understand it, the cattle is still being maintained. And so that's an issue. We would like for the cattle to be sold, but and of course the proceeds paid in to the court or held by Mr. Odell. I'm fine with that on behalf of Mr. Myatt. But Judge, the essence of the dispute is over about 6 pieces of equipment that has been asserted that Eugene Myatt has an ownership interest in, and as I understand it, 1/2 of the cattle. That is not denoted in Mr. Odell's, the administrator's inventory, but that is the nature of the dispute.
Judge, from the beginning of this, there's been a dispute, presumably amongst the family members related to this farm equipment. I went and looked at.
You were the actual administrator, correct?
Yes, Your Honor had appointed me to be the administrator of the estate. And I obtained tax returns, previous tax returns. Those do not reflect any farming operations. I have spoken with Mr. Eugene Myatt, Paul Myatt. Mr. Eugene Myatt has a guardian ad litem, Ms. Franklin. But from day one, it's been my understanding that Richard Eugene Myatt, Myatt, the decedent, and his brother Eugene owned certain of this farm equipment and that cattle together. So that's the essence of the dispute. I don't know if there's anything in particular that Mr. Vandervoort and his client is asserting was left off of this inventory, which if you look at it, it's pretty thorough. What was out there when I went out there is reflected on the inventory. Went out there with Mr. Trice, went through the farm equipment with Paul Myatt. I think Ms. Franklin was there as well, and tried to make sure that we had an understanding of that farm equipment that's footnoted as being 1/2 owned by the decedent and his surviving brother, Eugene. As far as the cattle goes, I believe during the course of this estate, there may have been a couple of calves that were born, but 16 to 18 cattle out there is what I understand there to be. But
You haven't gone out and physically rounded them up and counted them?
No, Judge, I've gone out to the fence. I've seen them out there, and we had a court order entered to move them across the street for the auction, prior to the auction that Mr. Regent was before the court on. So one issue that was missing from the initial inventory was that in the tax returns that I had put in a banker's box, Mr. Myatt's billfold, I had taken to my office. It had $240 in it. So I've prepared an addendum, which I'm filing with the court today. It just states that cash in wallet, $246.
Mr. Vandervoort's complaint appears to be mainly, and I don't mean to speak for him, but what I gathered from it was that there was some dispute about ownership of farm equipment, 5 or 6 pieces of that. How are we able to determine the ownership of farm equipment? But it's solely owned by Mr. Myatt or jointly owned by Mr. Myatt?
There was no paperwork that I located in his house that reflected, bills of sale or anything like that that would reflect one person's ownership versus another. There has been received in the mail, like the United States 2022 Census of Agriculture from the USDA. It was forwarded to my office. It is addressed to Richard and Eugene Myatt. Like I said, the tax returns that I've looked at don't reflect farming operation, but the one person who has asserted a 1/2 ownership would be Eugene Myatt, and he's not asserting that he owns all of it. It's my understanding that Mr. Vandervoort's client is asserting that the estate owns all of the farm equipment, and Mr. Eugene Myatt doesn't own half of it. But from my discussions with Mr. Paul Myatt, Eugene Myatt, and other people involved, it's always been my understanding from those discussions, with the exception of Sam Myatt, that equipment was half owned by Richard Myatt and half owned by Eugene Myatt. But I don't have any paperwork that I've found to support that.
Okay.
So, I mean, I don't know how that dilemma is solved, Judge. That this was a.
Well, I can tell you how it's gonna have to be solved. If there's an issue about it, it's gonna have to be solved in a hearing where people come into court and testify about that. And then, like every other issue that's disputed, the court has to make some sort of a decision regarding who is actually the ownership of, or who is the actual owner, or how is it owned. Sorry, my voice is fading on me. The difference is, not the difference, but the manner is that those parties who are contending that the ownership of this farm equipment is different than what you've identified are going to have to come into court, and they're going to have to testify. You'll have to bring in whoever you want to testify, and at that point, the judge will make a decision as to, what is the ownership of that farm equipment. Like any other dispute about whether something is or is not part of, should be or should not be included in an estate, it is going to have an evidentiary hearing for us to solve that issue.
And I don't know if the issue is limited to the farm equipment or not. There have been 2 occasions when I went to the farm and the house, the door was unlocked. It had not been unlocked by me. I hired a third party who went out and put 3 trail cameras, fairly expensive trail cameras, around the house. We have a photograph of an individual stealing one of those cameras. And so, again, if we're talking about any other personal property that maybe have been missing, it's certainly someone had access to that house after the locks were changed.
Let's hear from Ms. Franklin.
Yes, Your Honor.
Who do you represent?
I'm the guardian ad litem for Mr. Henry Eugene Myatt, who is asserting the 1/2 interest, and I believe it's 5 or 6 pieces of farm equipment that have been identified, and that list was provided to Mr. Vandervoort, as well as the 1/2 interest in the cattle. It's my understanding that these 2 brothers, they lived across the street from each other the majority of their lives. They had their farming operation. Mr. Paul Myatt, Mr. Henry Eugene's son, is here to testify. I believe Mr. Vandervoort issued a subpoena for him to appear to testify about his father's ongoing farming operations with the decedent. It's my understanding that they each split the cost of maintenance on these pieces of farm equipment, split the cost of purchasing the farm equipment, et cetera, throughout the years. With regards to the cattle, it's my client's position he would like to keep all of the cattle and just offset his distribution from the estate by the value of the 1/2 cattle that the decedent possessed at that point in time. The cattle have been appraised, so we know what they're worth, or at least what they were worth about a month ago.
All right, so Mr. Vandervoort, are we prepared then to go forward with the evidentiary hearing about the?
Your Honor, if I
Ms.
could
Roberts
just
is
if I
involved as
could
well.
briefly,
Right.
before we tag back out with Mr. Vandervoort, as Your Honor may recall, I filed a petition to open this estate and to ask for an administrator, CTA, to come in to administer this estate. I was retained and came in by two of the living siblings of the decedent, Mr. Henry Eugene Myatt and Mrs. Janie Myatt. And we opened up the petition, and I've continued to represent their interest in this matter, except at a point in time when Mr. Myatt, Henry Eugene, we felt it necessary to get a guardian ad litem. So Miss Sidney now is, Miss Franklin is now advocating his interest. And so what we have to, again, start out with the proposition is, and I believe the testimony when Mr. Sam Myatt, the other living sibling of Mr. Richard Myatt, filed a petition or motion to get his fees, some fees that he paid back. His testimony under oath is that the minute that his brother, Mr. Richard Homer Myatt, died, that he took total control and possession of the property, changing the locks and taking control of the property and denying access to the other heirs. That's what precipitated the other two living siblings coming in and asking that the estate be administered, because Mr. Richard Eugene Myatt had a long-term live-in companion that was living in the house. He was not married to the woman, and he had no children, but we had to deal with somebody occupying the home that did not have any possessory interest in it. Mr. Sam Myatt took it upon himself to take control of the decedent's assets with no authority to do so, and kept those sequestered away from the other heirs. So that raises a question of Mr. Sam Myatt's possession of it and coming in and alleging that certain things were missing when he was in total dominion and control of the property. Once I came to court and the court authorized the issuance of letters on the administration of Mr. Myatt's estate, Mr. Odell and I went to the property and with Mrs. Janey and did a search of, looked to see if we could locate a will. No diligent search, we did do a diligent search, no will was found. And at that point in time, Mr. Odell felt it necessary, and certainly I agreed at that point in time, that he put trail cameras out to secure the property. We have that footage, and Mr. Sam Myatt's children appear on that. I personally found one of his daughters, doesn't amount to anything, but she's out there digging up flowers and things off the property, and she established a market at the farmer's market where she was selling them. So those things were taken from the property, and then we saw, then again, the photograph on the trail cam shows that that individual stole one of the cameras. So there's other small issues that have come up, but it's my client's position, Your Honor, that again, this trying to get to a resolution, there's not a dispute that Mr. Henry Eugene Myatt and Mr. Richard Myatt actually did this farming operation together, but to know who invested what money into how it was done is a virtual impossibility to determine over 16 head of cattle. And of course, as lawyers, we can get in here and litigate this at $350, $400, and $500 an hour to talk about these cattle. But again, it was a point in time.
How much per hour?
Well, I know mine, and I'm assuming that there's other people who charge more than I do at the table right now. So again, those are the issues that it's my client's position that just to expedite the matter, that having the cattle appraised and 1/2 of those values being offset against her brother, Mr. Henry Eugene Myatt's portion of the estate would have been the most advantageous direct route to go to avoid incurring excess fees that we hope the court in making this determination will determine that be assessed against the party who's making these bogus claims.
So what are you proposing then, to have me go ahead and order that appraisal of the cattle? What do you have to say about the?
We appraised the cattle.
You have appraised.
We did that before the auction. Again, looking at it from a standpoint is that we could have gone to the expense of loading these cattle up, carrying them to the auction barn and selling all of them, put the money in the court, and then have everybody come in and decide whether that's all or portion of the estate. That's option number one. We can do that. Or have the appraisal, and then if it's deemed that Mr. Henry Eugene does own 1/2 of them, then half the value is offset against his. If Mr. Henry Eugene doesn't own any of them, he still wants the cattle. And so the total value of the cattle are offset against his portion. That's our position. Yes, I agree that we're going to have to do an evidentiary hearing to determine who the owner of the property, who the owner of this chattel is, the cattle chattel, if you would, So we're gonna have that hearing. But again, from a standpoint, as my understanding is Mr. Henry Eugene wants the cattle. And so the only issue is out of his portion of this estate, is it going to be half that's gonna be offset or all that's gonna be offset? It is absolutely not cost effective to go load them up and to sell them and to pay the commission.
And then the other issue too is with these, I believe, 6 items that have been identified of farm equipment. Those were sold at the auction, and it's our position that Mr. Henry Eugene Myatt is entitled to half of the proceeds from the sale, in addition to his 1/9 interest in the estate from the other 50%.
So what we are going to have to determine in some sort of a hearing is the ownership of the cattle and the ownership of those pieces of farm equipment. Then once that is determined, then we'll know how the money is to be allotted. Are we ready to do that this morning?
Judge, if I may, for rebuttal. Mr. Odell has referenced a USDA report. I had requested that report. I haven't seen that report. Moreover, Judge, as there are, the disputed items are about 6 items of farming equipment. And Judge, those have been sold, and certainly we're ready to put on proof regarding that. As to the cattle, Judge again, my client's position is, just like everything else that comes before the court, oftentimes it has to be auctioned and at the highest and best price. These cattle have been now maintained for 1 year plus. Certainly, the court can get distracted by some issue regarding a trail cam. I would assert, Judge, Mr. Eugene Myatt has never filed a claim against the estate, never asserted a claim against the estate. If he's claiming to be a 1/2 owner, it's our position that he should have asserted a claim. He's had an opportunity to do that, and he hasn't. And certainly, I understand the court needs to discern what the status is, but that is one issue that I would request the court look at and consider. Moreover, Judge, we are prepared to go forward and have a hearing.
All right. In view of that, I'm trying to determine who is the moving party. I guess it would be Mr. Vandervoort would be the moving party. So Mr. Vandervoort, you may call your first witness.
Judge, I would ask for the rule.
The rule has been requested if there are any parties, any witnesses who are going to testify outside of the actual parties. You must go outside of the courtroom and remain outside of the courtroom until you have testified. You're not to discuss the testimony of any other witness prior to you coming in to testify.
Judge, I would call Sam Myatt.
Make sure who we've got as witnesses.
State your name.
My name is Willie Sam Myatt.
Mr. Myatt, you are the brother to the decedent Richard Omar Myatt.
Yes, sir.
And how old was Mr. Richard when he died?
87.
87.
Would have been 8 in December.
Okay. And how old are you?
I'm 80. I'll be 86 next month.
Okay. And so did you and Richard Myatt have a good relationship?
Real good.
Okay. Did you, over the course of, especially the last 15 to 20 years, did you see him regularly?
All the time.
Okay. When you say all the time, how often?
Every day, every week.
Okay.
And after we retired, every day.
Okay. How so?
Coffee in the morning, dinner at lunch.
Okay. I'm going to just jump right to it. Did Richard Myatt and your brother Eugene Myatt, did they have a farming operation together?
Well, you call it yes and no.
Okay. Tell me what you know about the farming operation that they
Well,
had.
For years, they moved the cattle back and forth across the road.
Okay. What
all
road?
Of them is a group.
What road is that?
Called Myatt Loop now.
Okay. And did your brother Richard own property on Myatt Loop?
Yes, sir.
And did your brother Eugene own
Yes.
property?
My daddy's place.
Okay. And so they ran cattle back and forth between the farms?
Yep.
How long had that been going on?
From 65 until 2000, roughly 13.
Okay. Well, what happened in 2013?
Richard told Eugene, I cannot keep up all the fences. We're gonna have to separate the cows and get rid of part of them.
Okay. So in 2013, they separated the cattle out.
That's right.
Did they have farming equipment that was between the two of them, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge. Now, my brother had farm equipment with another one of my brother-in-laws I know of.
Okay, when you say your brother, which brother?
Richard was my brother.
Yes, sir.
Eugene, I've got no proof he helped Richard buy anything.
Okay.
And
So,
I had a hay teller I gave Richard, and Eugene later on said I ain't on part of that.
well, let's talk about the cattle. So in 2013, what is your understanding of what happened?
They sold off part of the cattle, and Richard kept his on his side of the road, and they wasn't moved back no more.
Okay. So how do you recall that it was around 2013?
Well, I know it was that 2013. It had to be, my wife passed away in 2010, and it was shortly after she passed away.
Okay. From 2013, what your recollection is up until your brother's passing, did he operate a separate cattle operation from Eugene?
Yes,
How so?
he fed them. He took care of all of them. They was on his side of the road.
Okay.
And we was at the coffee shop. Eugene drank coffee with us, and this is well known between me and Richard and Eugene.
Okay. Was Eugene a participant in the farming operation from 2013 on?
No,
Did Mr. Richard Myatt, did he take his own cattle back and forth to the market?
yes,
Okay. And did he keep the proceeds to your knowledge?
yes,
Did you ever assist him in doing that?
no,
Okay. Did you have conversations with him about it?
yes,
Okay. And is that what he did?
yeah.
I'm sorry? Is that what he did?
Yeah.
He was taking the cattle back and forth. Did any, go ahead.
He didn't take them back and forth across the road. He
Right.
took them to the market.
Yes, sir. To your knowledge, did any cattle of Richard Myatt ever go over on the property of Eugene Myatt after 2013?
Yes,
It did?
yes.
Cattle did go over
When they
on?
were surveying the place, they moved them all across the road.
Okay, but that has been this year in 2023.
Yes,
Up until 2023, after 2013, did any cattle go back over to Eugene Myatt's property?
no,
What condition was the property of Eugene Myatt to keep cattle?
all the fences tore up down. That's the reason they quit doing it, because Richard told them, I can't keep all the fences up.
Okay. Did Eugene Myatt, did he come over and assist in the farming operation after 2013?
He might raked a little bit of hay for Richard at different time when it may be going to rain or something.
Okay. To your knowledge, did Eugene Myatt own any cattle after 2013?
No,
Oh, the cattle over on Richard Myatt's property?
no, not as I know of.
Now, it has been presented to us by Eugene Myatt's attorney, certain pieces of equipment, and I'm going to ask you about those, what
Okay.
your knowledge is.
The last inventory, the first inventory.
Well, Judge, may I approach?
You may.
I'm referring to the inventory.
They kept on reducing what he was claiming.
Take a look at that front page. Is that the document that you received as the beginning inventory of your brother's estate, Richard Myatt?
It looks the same.
Yes, sir.
I don't see no date on it. So I received 2 or 3 of them.
Yes, sir. On page 9, can you turn to page 9? Judge, may I approach?
You may.
Are you on page 9?
Yeah, I'm on page 9.
So at the bottom of the page there, it says farm equipment, and it has a number 1 out beside that. You see that? And at the bottom, it says administrator believes, based upon investigation to date, that the decedent owned 1/2 interest in farm equipment. You see that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Has it ever been provided to you who the asserted other one-half interest owner is?
No, I've asked and asked and asked.
Or otherwise?
Yeah.
Okay. Has it come to your knowledge that Eugene Myatt is asserting an interest in certain pieces of equipment?
This morning.
Okay, but you're through his attorney, it's been asserted other times, correct?
Yeah, well, yes.
Okay, and you have, in fact, we were provided an email, and I want to ask you about some items, okay, that have been sold. And I don't know that they're on that list, okay? You can drop that just for a second, okay? There's an antique hay bind. Did you know that your brother to be in possession of an antique hay bind?
Yes.
And I say your brother, Richard Myatt. Tell the court what you know about Richard being in possession of a antique hay bind.
Well, it antique hay bind with hay conditioner on the back of it. And he probably bought it somewhere back in the 70s
Okay,
when he quit using his sickle mower.
okay,
And it'd been sitting there all the time when he quit using it. After my other brother-in-law, Lloyd Byrum, passed away, that Lloyd Byrum helped Richard buy the disc mower. Richard bought it down to the house and he quit using the hay bind, so it's been sitting there for several years, not being used.
okay. Whose property was it on at the time of the passing of Richard Myatt?
Richard's.
Did you ever know from 2013 until 2022 or 21, at the time of his death, Richard's death, did Eugene Myatt ever use that hay bind?
The only time being used, my great niece borrowed it and took it up his house and used it one time.
Otherwise, who has used that?
It just sitting there
Well, but it's sitting there where?
with Richard
With Richard Myatt's
in the
property?
shed.
Okay. Then there's an Allison Chambers 180 with Freeman 4000 loader. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
That tractor, that's a tractor
Yes,
and with a front end loader.
yes.
Where was that tractor?
It was always maintained on Richard's property.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was he the owner of it?
Yes.
To your knowledge, did Eugene Myatt have any ownership in
As far
it?
as I know, he didn't.
Was it ever maintained over at Eugene Myatt's property?
I've never even seen Eugene own a tractor.
You've never seen him own a
I've never seen
tractor?
him use a tractor, own a tractor.
Okay, you've never seen him use a tractor?
That's right, never seen him.
Okay. Then there was an antique loose hay roller. Tell the court what you know about that. An antique loose hay roller. Did Richard Myatt, at the time of his passing, have that on his property?
It ain't on my list of loose hay loader.
No, sir, it is not on the inventory. That's why
It's on the next page.
on the next page, on that next page. Tell the court what you know about that. The antique loose hay roller.
A round hay baler's on here. I don't see no loose hay roller on mine.
Yes, sir, but it was part of it and it's been sold, okay?
Well, there was loose hay loader on there pulled behind a wagon.
Yes, sir.
It scooted up on the wagon.
Yes, sir. Who owned that?
My brother, Lloyd Byrum and Richard owned the hay roller, the big roller rolled around bales.
Okay. And in fact, this was an antique loose hay roller.
When antique, he was still using it every year. He used it the year he passed away.
Okay. Since 2013, who had possession of that antique hay roller?
Richard kept in Richard side the road in his shed.
Was it ever over, to your knowledge, at Eugene Myatt's property?
Not until Richard passed away, then Paul took it over to roll some hay with.
Okay. Prior to that, did you ever see Mr. Myatt, Eugene Myatt, using the hay roller?
No,
Okay. Did you ever know him to have an interest in the hay roller?
no.
There's a Rhino SE 10A bush hog. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah.
Tell the court what you know about the Rhino bush hog.
Well, I know the same thing was maintained on Richard's side of the road, and he used it. If he used on the opposite side of the road, he was pulling it behind his tractor. Richard was.
were you around when Mr. Richard Myatt acquired that bush hog?
Yes, it was.
Okay, did you talk with Richard about that?
Yep.
What was your analysis of why?
I tried to talk about buying it because a 10-foot of that wing does a whole lot better than a 10-foot. And the 10-foot rides in the ground, digs in the ground, but he bought the 10-foot.
Okay, and from whom do you know that he bought that?
He told me he did.
Well, but from whom did he buy it?
I believe it's Lehman Dunnigan.
Okay. And Mr. Dunnigan, does he sell
Farm equipment.
farm equipment out on Rock Church Road?
Yes.
Okay. Then there's did you ever know that bush hog to be in the possession of Eugene Myatt?
No.
There's a 12-foot horse trailer. Do you know about a 12-foot horse trailer?
Yes, I do.
Tell the court what you know about a 12-foot horse
I
trailer.
know the one co-op used to rent out, and they got through renting it. Wayne Myatt, a distant cousin, bought it. And I was with Richard when he bought it, but Wayne gave him $500 for it. That was back in early 1993 or 94, somewhere around there.
Okay.
Had the bottom tore out of it, and we put a new bottom in it.
So you were present when Richard bought the 12-foot horse trailer?
I wasn't with him the day he went and got it. I was with him when he made the deal with Wayne Myatt.
Yes, sir. And in fact, was that ever used by Eugene Myatt?
Not that I know of. Never seen Richard used it.
In 2013 to 2023, where did that, was it stored on whose property?
On Richard's.
To your knowledge, was it ever stored on Eugene?
Not until Richard passed away.
Okay. And then there is a New Holland Model 56 bar rake. Are you familiar with the bar rake?
Yeah, I know. He had a bar rake, yeah.
When you say he, who is he?
Richard. I don't have no bar rake listed on mine, I have a wheel rake.
Okay. How long had he owned the bar rake?
Let me think. He had an old one, a bar rake, and he had a new one. So probably in the 90s,
Okay.
1990s.
So where was that piece of equipment stored?
By Richard on his side of the road.
And at the time of his passing, where was it?
It was on Richard's property.
Okay. To your knowledge, did Eugene Myatt have an ownership interest?
Or I know.
Okay. Was that something that they had used in the farming business prior to 2013?
Yeah.
In 2013, as to these 6 pieces of farming equipment that have been asserted, what is your understanding of how they separated the cattle and how they separated the farming equipment?
Well, I could explain it, might be not the way you want it heard. I had to give Richard, I didn't give it to him, a subsoiler and a turning plow. And my daughter moved back up there once the land broke up. And I asked Richard, could I have the subsoiler and the turning plow back? He said, they on Eugene's side of the road, you'll have to go ask him. Everything over here belongs to me, everything over there belongs to Eugene.
And when was that?
In roughly 2017.
2017. Okay. Did you have a conversation with your brother Eugene and get those items back?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Mr. Myatt, as far as the cattle, what are you asking the court to do as far as the 16 to 18 head of cattle, or if there are calves?
Well, there should be more. He should have had 12 or 13 cows when he passed away, and surely they had calves.
What are you asking the court to do with them?
Take them to the stockyard and sell them, and then somebody prove there's iron on out, do whatever right. But they should be sold at the stockyard.
And as far as the ownership of these 6 items, who is your understanding own the 6 items that have been referenced, the 6 pieces of farm equipment?
Well, according to what I hear, my brother Eugene claimed he owns half of it.
Yes, sir, but what is your knowledge of it?
As far as my knowledge, he didn't own none of it.
Okay.
He was claiming the disc mower and the hay tedder and more stuff that he don't claim no more, because I finally convinced them, hey, I gave Richard the hay tedder and it was sold at auction, because I felt like I gave it to him to roll my hay all them years. It was his. I didn't go get it. And I know my brother-in-law, I was with my brother and my other brother-in-law, Lloyd Byrum, when they bought the disc mower.
Okay.
And it never was brought down to Richard's property but one time the first year, and they used it. Then it stayed up Lloyd Byram's until he passed, before he didn't use it no more.
Is there anything else you want to relay to the court about these items?
You what?
Is there anything else you want to relay to the court about these items, the pieces of farm equipment?
Not that I know of.
Thank you. Judge, I would like to make that inventory and exhibit to his testimony.
Mark is Exhibit 1. Odell, you wish to question first?
So, Mr. Myatt, the basis of your belief that the estate owns the entirety of that farm equipment to the exclusion of Eugene, correct?
That's right.
And you're basing that on primarily where that farm equipment was located, correct?
No, not all of it. I'm basing on what Richard told me. It made me go ask Eugene to get my subsoiler that Paul had come over and got, and didn't ask Richard or nothing. I had to go and ask him to get back off their side of the road.
Okay. And is it your testimony that all the cattle out there belonged to Richard at the time he died?
That's not based on yes.
Okay. Is it because of the location of the cattle? Were the cattle not being run back and forth between Eugene's property and Richard's property?
If they're maintained by Richard, and they sold in a stockyard, how did Eugene verify getting his money after that? I mean, common judge to me, Richard had all kind of records. I don't know what happened to him. I could have found it for you, the days he sold it and everything. You went to the bank. Did he put the money in the bank? Did he get cash to keep out half of it?
So, Mr. Myatt, right after Richard died, you went into that house, correct?
I was over there.
And you changed all the locks?
Do what?
You changed the locks?
I didn't change them. He had a living at the time. I didn't know who all had a key. I wanted to protect her safety. Yes, we changed the locks.
Okay, so you had exclusive possession of everything in the house for some period
No,
of
I
time?
didn't take possession of it.
No, you had possession though. You had access. You pretty much had sole access to the house until I changed the locks.
Well, everybody had access after you changed the locks. Didn't I tell you the window over the seat didn't have no lock on it? And I know that they go in and out?
Well, do you know who was breaking into the house after I put new locks on there?
Well, but it had to break in.
Well,
Wasn't no lock on the window.
Okay,
Richard had it that way so if he misplaced his key, he could get in and out.
Mr. Myatt, I'm gonna represent to you that I changed the locks on the doors to the house, okay?
Okay?
After that, I went to the house on 2 occasions and those doors were unlocked. Do you know how they became unlocked?
Well, after I had changed the locks onto myself, Joanne Reynolds, the girl living with him, locked herself out of the house. They called me when we let her. I don't have no key. So she called Tammy, Eugene's daughter, and one of the grandsons or live-in or whatever it was, came down and crawled through the window and let her in. So, everybody knew that. If you didn't,
Was that after I changed the locks on the house?
no, after I changed them.
Okay, so what I'm trying to understand, Mr. Myatt, is after I changed the locks in the house, someone continued to gain entry into that house.
Well-
And I'm asking you, do you know who that person was?
No, I don't know who carried off all the ratchets, the sinks, and the vices, and the chainsaws. I don't know who carried off all that stuff.
Do you know when that stuff was carried off?
About it.
Okay, when do you believe that stuff was carried off?
I was told by Paul Myatt, Eugene's son, the day he seen you and Jennifer Roberts and Janie over at the house, that's the next day or two when they started disappearing. And I talked to you about it. You said, yes, she mentioned about who's gonna get this stuff. And you told me, you told her to be better to leave it alone.
And you're talking about the sockets and the wrenches?
And wrenches and ratchets and vices and chainsaw sharpener and all.
And where was this property located at?
It's an old house from the house they're living in.
Okay, it's completely open. There's not a door on that
No,
place.
you could have had some security cameras put up.
I did.
You did.
I did.
Well,
And
you
that's what
should've-
got stolen. And I have a picture of one of the persons who stole one of them.
Okay.
Do you know who that might be?
I don't know. I don't know why it took you a year and 3 months to get an inventory done
Well,
without going out and taking pictures of everything.
Mr. Mott, I'm asking the questions, okay?
Okay?
You would agree with me that from the time this estate was opened, there's been a dispute between you and pretty much everyone else as to the ownership of the farm equipment and the cattle.
Not that I know of. I know a bunch of nieces and nephews don't, they ain't had no dispute.
What about Paul Myatt?
He never told me he disputed it neither, really.
So is it your understanding that
He-
Paul Myatt's opinion on this is that all the property that you've tested about being owned by Richard is 100% owned by Richard?
Well, I could tell you this way, he knows less about what I do because he can tell you he never discussed it with his daddy and my brother about who owns what.
Well, Paul was out there every day tending.
Well, I know it, but I'm with them every day.
Well, prior to Richard's death, Paul was out there tending to
Paul
things.
can tell you approximately the last time the cows run across the road.
I'm sure he might be able to. And I talked to Paul. And if Paul told me that Eugene and Richard owned one half of that farm equipment and the cattle, do you disagree with that?
Have they got any proof?
Would you disagree with that?
I got proof that Richard maintained it at his death. Have you any proof that anybody else owned it but him?
What is your proof?
My proof that Richard maintained it at the day he died.
So the only proof you have
I
is
went
just
down there and killed a cow for Richard 2 days before he passed away because she was down. Nobody take care of her.
So the basis of your opinion that the estate owns all of this property is its location
If my
primarily.
understanding, if you got possession of something, your death, somebody else got to furnish proof they own it.
You referenced proof that you believe exists in the way of documentation that Richard owned.
I could have had it if all hadn't disappeared out of the house.
Okay, so let's talk about that. You've already testified that after Richard died and before I changed the locks on that house, you went and changed the locks on that
I
house.
told you.
Okay.
I didn't have no key.
So you had complete access to it.
No, I didn't. I never went in the house after he passed away and we buried. I never did go back over because I didn't give him no key. I didn't want no key.
But you changed the locks.
Well, for the live-in girl protection.
So you're trying to protect the girlfriend
Her
who lived in that
girlfriend.
house from who?
Anybody want to walk in, who had a key to it?
Well, it was Richard's house. Presumably, she and Richard had been living there.
Well,
so
that's what I'm
and
saying. So
Richard
she
were
had
living.
possession of it, yes.
And then I asked her to vacate the residence. You agree with that?
Don't like,
I asked her to vacate the residence.
I know that.
And after she did that, the locks were changed again.
Yeah, but the window wasn't locked.
The window had never been locked. Is that true? The window that had never been locked?
That's right.
Okay. After I changed the locks, do you have any knowledge of who was going into that house, picking the locks and gaining access to that house?
Only knowledge I have of what Paul told me about the day you had Janie and went everything through the house, spent roughly half a day, all day.
And you're referring to a day when Miss Janey, myself, and Miss Roberts sitting here were over at the house. And are you alleging that some property went missing at that time?
Well, why wasn't I welcome to go away? If my sister gone, why couldn't I have been there?
Maybe your attorney can ask some questions later on your behalf, but
Well,
I'm
I've
asking.
changed attorney since then.
I was speaking of Mr. Vanderbilt. So do you have knowledge of any paperwork that evidences ownership by the estate of the property that's at issue here today?
I told you several times about the cattle book Richard maintained, laying over by the window, should have every cow listed when they gave calves, how many it was, when everything done. And that book disappeared too. I went over the day of sale trying to look at it because I was gonna buy it, and I never.
What about documentation evidencing Richard's purchase of this farm equipment?
Well, Lloyd Byrum children produced the a book, all the thing on the disc mower. Now, and they produced a check that I told them it had to be for the roller when they bought it, that Lloyd gave my brother, I think it $400 or $500, $1,000 for the roller.
Where's that check?
Huh?
Where is that check?
I ain't got it. I got a copy of it on my phone, I think. And all the literature on the disc mower, it was maintained at my other brother-in-law's house.
It wasn't at Richard's house, right?
No, up Lloyd Byrum. We lived probably half a mile from him. Looked like to me, if somebody got to furnish proof, the one that's claiming, they should have to furnish the proof too. Where's his income tax at? Did he file how many cattle money turned in?
Do you believe that Richard, his tax returns reflect farming operations?
Not until probably the same time I quit, because our attorney at the Farm Bureau told us, you ain't making enough money and you're 70-year-old, you don't have to file none no more.
So if I were to have looked at Richard Myatt's tax returns going back several years and there was no indication of any farming operation, that wouldn't surprise you?
Well, how about you, Janey? Has he got it on his?
I was asking you about Richard's.
You trying to make somebody passed away prove that they didn't own nothing. They own something that they're not here. How about the ones claiming it? Where's their proof?
No more questions, Judge.
Franklin, you got questions?
Mr. Myatt, I'm the attorney for your brother, Henry Eugene Myatt. I'm going to talk to you about a little bit of these pieces of equipment and ask you if you have any personal knowledge at all on who has maintained the equipment. For example, the front loader tractor.
The what?
With the front load tractor that we were discussing earlier, who pays to maintain that tractor? It's old, isn't it?
Yeah, it's old.
Okay, who pays to fix that tractor when it breaks?
Richard worked on it, fixed it himself.
Who paid for that?
He bought the parts and fixed the tractor.
How do you know that?
He told me.
You never went with him.
No, I helped him work on it time too.
Did you ever know if Henry Eugene gave him money to fix those
No,
items?
I can't say I did. I never seen no money change hands.
But just because you didn't see it didn't mean it didn't happen,
No,
correct?
I can't see everything.
Okay, and you didn't live across the street. These were,
I live about a mile and a half from him.
so you didn't see everything that they did or were privy to all of their conversations?
No, I was not.
Okay.
But y'all claiming you're his attorney. You need to ask Paul how many times he's seen money change hands. His son.
We'll get there. Paul's here.
That's what I'm saying.
We will get there. You talked about in 2013 that they ceased cattle operations together.
Yeah.
Who's taken care of the cattle since 2013?
Paul Myatt, first I know that there's no agreement. He just said, I told him I'd take care of it.
Okay, so not since Richard's death, but since 2013, who all is taking care of these cattle?
Richard,
Paul never helped.
no.
Never fixed any broken fence.
Never done what?
Fixed any fencing, fed the cattle, did anything with the cattle?
No.
But you don't live next door, correct?
Do what?
You don't live next door.
No, I don't live next door neither.
So do you know every time anybody goes on to Richard's property?
No, whenever they wanted to. Like I said, that's where my subsoiler was on the other side of the road. They come and didn't ask for it. They just took it over.
Where was the Freeman front loader tractor stored?
It was stored at Richard's. all had been, ever since he
Where,
owned it.
where at
In the
Richards?
shed.
Which shed?
The old house, it had a shed built on it back then.
The big tractor was stored there.
It was about a 100 horsepower tractor.
Okay. After he died, where was it stored?
Well, there until about a month or 2 or 3 days, and Paul moved it across the road.
Did it ever stay across the road before he died?
No. Paul had to move it up and put in half the soil to get in the barn, because the hallway wasn't, he had moved dirt to get it in the dry
Okay, let's talk about the bush hog. Where was the bush hog stored?
on Richard's property.
Where was it before the auction after his death?
Well, they finally brought it back over and auctioned it off
But where was it at the time of his death?
at Richard's property,
How do you know that?
because I was there.
So you went and did you inspect all of the items?
I took pictures of them. That's true. We got pictures on Richard's side of the road. Because Mark Odell told me, hey, they not there. I don't know what happened to them.
Did you move any of them from one side of the road to
No,
the
I
other?
didn't go move my hay teller that I gave him, because I figured I gave it to him. It belonged to Richard and it sold it.
Okay, let's talk about the 12-foot horse trailer. You said that Richard purchased that for
Yeah,
$500.
from Wayne Mike.
How do you know
Because
that?
I was with him.
Did you see him give him money?
Yes.
Did you see whether Henry Eugene ever gave him money?
No.
You don't know if Henry ever gave him any money for that trailer.
I told you I did.
Who used the trailer?
Richard.
When did he
Give me
buy
a time or two.
When did he buy it?
In 93, 94, so in the early 90s. When the co-op had used to rent out.
Mm-hmm. Was
And
it
when-
ever used to move the cattle between the two properties?
No,
No? Did
no, they just run across the road.
they use that trailer to take cattle to be sold?
Yes.
Okay, both of them, right?
Well, until they split up, yes, Richard carried the cattle off.
And Henry Eugene,
Well, it
correct?
might have been a truck time too.
I have no further questions.
Baldwin?
Yes, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Mike, you live down on Loggins Road, if I'm
Yes, I
correct,
do.
is that right?
Probably a mile and 3/4.
And you live there with your wife who's since deceased.
I didn't hear you.
You and your wife live down there.
She
And
did,
your
she
wife is
passed away.
deceased. And that property wasn't part of the original, as we go back to your ancestors, part of the Myatt property, was it? You
No,
bought that separate,
no.
correct?
I live on logging, what you,
Right, and it's not part of this
No.
Myatt property that was your mom and daddy's?
no,
The property that was your mom and daddy's got divided, correct, after their death?
no. They got divided for the death.
Before their death, excuse me. And Richard got,
What's
How
on
many
one
acres?
side of the road, and Eugene took on the other side of the road.
Other
They
side of the
didn't have it surveyed out, that's what they agreed to.
they just, you taking one side and I'm taking the other. And that's out there on Myatt Loop off of Buddy Road?
Yes,
Okay. And so those two brothers lived out there on what we would call the Myatt family farm.
yes.
You didn't live over there, you're down the road, and Miss Janey didn't live down there either.
Well, she did while Richard bought her a trailer and put down there for 4 or 5 years. She lived down there
For
for
a
a
period
while.
of time.
Yes,
Okay. But y'all didn't own any of the property from your mom and daddy.
no,
But Richard and Eugene did, and they both farmed to some
Well-
degree, didn't they?
if I can tell, Eugene couldn't sweat. Eugene had a disease, so he never did do much farming. If he sweat, he got raw all over.
Right.
He couldn't work in the hay much, he couldn't do nothing, because that's the reason he spent 20 years in the Air Force, because he couldn't sweat much.
And you had to farm, you've got a farm, and you did a little bit of farming,
Well, yep,
hobby farming. It wasn't you
I got 5 acres left.
Right. And so Richard, did he have a job outside of being a farmer?
Oh, yeah, he run a printing press, five color printing press for a long time.
So both, any endeavors that you or your two brothers, Richard or Eugene, y'all just had it was just kind of a hobby for y'all?
Well, that's the only thing anybody does farming unless they got a great big operation.
Right, and neither one of them had a real big operation. Neither one of them or you had a great big
No.
operation. And in establishing a farm, where you have cows like that, you have to acquire this equipment that we're talking about.
All right,
Okay? People will typically get get tractors and bush hogs and post hole diggers and tedders and all of that stuff necessary so you can raise hay and feed your cows off the land that you own, right? And that's what these two brothers, as well as yourself and when you had cattle, that's what y'all did, didn't you?
Well, yeah, he come up and roll my hay. We never take no money for it, nothing.
Right,
He
and so,
come
I
get
mean,
my hay tedder, take it down and use it and bring it back.
right, but he would bring his tractor down there and do work for you, or cut you hay, or tether it, rake it, do whatever. And if you had a piece of equipment that your brother needed, he'd come borrow it from you, or you'd let him use it to do his.
Well,
Because
yeah.
that's what family did, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you know what you and Richard talked about, but you weren't privy to what Eugene and Richard talked about.
Well, he was in on the conversation a lot of time, because we wouldn't drink coffee the last 20 years together, every morning, me and Richard and Eugene.
Where'd y'all go drink coffee?
Well, we drank to Buddy, to Claude, and went to Hog Heaven, and they closed, and went to Houston, it sold.
Yeah, all these places where all these people used to meet and
Do I
solve the
blame
problems.
you, do I blame you for shutting down all the breakfast places?
I think we might be on to something, Judge, but again, y'all would just sit around and I know it's not, when a bunch of men sit around and drink coffee, it's not called gossiping, but y'all would just sit around and talk about the day's events and what was going on. Is that right?
Well, yeah, everything else.
And so if it came up about a fact about a hay tedder or a rake or a tractor, it was just common conversation.
Yeah.
There wasn't fussing and fighting going on. I mean, you weren't privy to any argument that was going on between Richard and Eugene about
Hey.
who owns what or
Look,
using what.
As far as I'm concerned, there wasn't no argument between them. Even when they separated, wasn't no argument, hurt feeling. Richard just told him, I ain't able to keep the fences up.
Right.
We're gonna have to reduce the herd, and I'll take mine. You can fix your fences, keep yours.
And that was when?
By 2013, roughly.
2013. So 10 years ago.
They had last time they run across the road, they had a lot of problems. It took them higher, and Richard would give out. They had cattle going up and down the road, and they ain't able to run after them. And then Paul tell you the same thing, I think.
So do you know, in 2013, do you know how many they had a joint venture?
Yeah, they was running 20-something cows.
20-something
Yeah,
cows.
probably up 28, 29, 30. And
So
they
in
really-
2013, when Richard just got to the point and says, this is too much work, can't keep it up, not enjoyable anymore. We need to divide it out. Did they actually physically go out there and have 20, 30 head of cow and say, you take 15, I take 15?
I went in on that conversation.
You weren't. You don't know what they did.
Nope.
And were you privy to the fact that they carried some of their cattle off to sell to lessen their herd?
Yeah, I wasn't involved, but I know what the conversation was. We had to reduce them because Richard didn't have up a pasture neither
Right,
to run that many.
right. And so you weren't privy to how, the context of what they agreed to,
Nope.
how they sold it, what they did with the money, how they divided it. You weren't privy to that. You weren't privy. You didn't know what their agreement was. You just heard talking from Richard saying, I can't do this anymore. We got to.
The best evidence I can give you on dividing up and what on one side of the road belonged to Eugene, what's on my side, Richard's side belonged to him, is my turning plow and subsoiler. Richard would not tell me I could get them back. I had to go ask other brother for them.
Okay, but the fact on that subsoiler, let's talk about that. When you were talking to your attorney, Mr. Vandervoort, you said you didn't give it to Richard, he bought it from you.
No, he didn't buy it. The hay teller, I gave it to him.
You gave it, I
The
did.
subsoiler, I told Richard, take it and keep it. If I need it, I can come and get it. I know where it's at.
Okay.
That's the reason I thought it's still mine. And I asked Richard, could he have it back? He said it's on the Eugene's side of the road. You let go ask him. Even though it belonged to you, you got to ask him. We decided everything is over there.
So that subsoiler, again, just in my mind, in the little bit of farming operation that I've done in my life, I try to take tax advantage of everything I can, because I.
Well, I wrote it off.
So that subsoiler would be on your tax records.
I might go back and look at it. Yep.
Well, is it or is it not?
Hey, my wife got.
No, sir, no, sir, no,
okay,
sir,
I'm gonna-
no, sir, I get that. Answer my question
I
first.
cannot know if it's there or not. My wife went through stuff and threw away stuff, and I didn't question her because she knows she's going to pass away.
And I'm not
So
trying
I'd
to,
have to
I'm
go
not,
back and
I'm
dig
not
through everything
insinuating
to
you're
see.
trying to be dishonest. I'm asking, do you know, did you depreciate that and take it off?
Yeah, if I bought it and I took it off, just like the hay tether, I took it off.
You think you did?
I know I did.
Okay. Did you do it after you gave it to Richard or put it up at his place?
The hay tether
Yeah,
or the
no, not the
subsoil.
hay tedder. You gave him the hay tedder. You
I
gave
gave
him
it
the
to
hay
him
tedder.
because he rolled my hay for years for nothing.
Okay,
I gave it to him.
okay. So
He was
got
borrowing it up until I quit. Then I gave it to him.
But the subsoiler,
He wanted it because you can take a cedar tree and go around a subsoiler and it don't take nothing to push it over. And it's good for subsoil, it makes land good.
and so you just let him use that?
Yeah, but it'd been over there for probably 30 years or longer.
Okay. So he'd been using it and insuring it and,
Well, but you don't take insurance out on nothing like that.
okay, well,
You just roll up against a tree and leave it.
and just leave it.
Yeah.
How much is that worth?
Well, it depends on what you need it not. The sale, it might not bring $100, it might bring $500.
Okay. Do you know did it sell at the auction?
No, I got it home.
You took it?
Well, I took it in 2017.
You took it home in 2017?
Yeah, because I had to go ask Eugene Paul for it, because I asked Paul, did Richard give this to you, or did you buy it from him? He said, no, it was old, and I went and got it, and I ain't never took it back.
So this whole subsoiler thing we're talking about is something that you lent to your brother to use. Your other brother borrowed it from him. And then when you
We
wanted
didn't
it
borrow
back,
it, we got it.
when you wanted it, you took
Paul-
it back.
Paul went and got it.
Let's just one of us talk at a time because our court reporter down here has a hard enough
Okay.
job. So if Ms. Roberts is asking you a question, just wait till she finishes before you start answering it.
Okay, thank you.
And make sure I'm understanding you correctly. Is it the hay tedder that you said you went and got?
No, hay tether I left over, it was sold.
What did you go and get? You said-
Subsoiler.
What?
Subsoiler.
Subsoil.
Yeah, what's a subsoiler?
Subsoil is the thing you pull by a tractor and it'll go in the ground 3 foot deep. If you got a
Like a
tractor
plow.
big enough to pull it.
Like a plow. Plows up the ground.
It's got
doesn't it?
little bits upon it and it goes in the ground and just lift the ground up.
Right. Okay. So the history of yours and your brother's dealings is you owned a subsoiler.
Yes,
You quit using it and you let Richard have it because he
Yes.
was still operating stuff. Some point in time, Richard let Eugene use it.
no, he didn't let him. They didn't ask him. Paul said he just came over and got it. He didn't ask Richard nothing. He just came and got it.
To use?
Huh?
To use?
Yeah,
Okay, so Paul needed it to do some work on his daddy's property.
yes.
So he goes over there and gets it and does it, and then when you want it back, you go get it back from Paul, which is Henry Eugene's, one of his sons. Okay. And that somehow is some indication of who owns cattle.
Well, somehow Richard telling me in furnished proof that everything on that side of the road Richard owned, and everything on the other side of the road my brother owned.
But you own the subsoiler.
But I got that in 2017, 3 years before Richard passed away.
So nobody, you're the one that owned it.
Yeah,
So when you put it someplace, whether it was on Richard's property or on Eugene's property, you went and got it.
after I got permission to get it.
And somehow that indicates who owns, that Eugene doesn't own the cattle.
Well, they tell you I had to go ask him for it. I just didn't go get it. Richard didn't go get it. We had to go ask Eugene for it.
Because it was on his property.
Yes,
After 2013, you said that Richard, was it 2013, was that when what was the date when you say Richard said that Henry and him separated the cattle?
that was right 2013.
At the same time. Did you ever, in your endeavors of going over there and meeting with your brother, did you ever see cattle on Richard's and cattle on Eugene's?
Not on Eugene's side, no. Didn't have no fences over there.
Okay. In 2013, after 2013, it's your testimony that cattle have never been located on Eugene's property ever.
Until they went out to survey them.
That's the only time they've ever been over
That's
there.
right.
Now, you have stated in a previous testimony, you remember when you filed a claim against the estate and wanting money back from the estate?
I won't pay for flyer and funeral arrangement. no.
Yeah. And you testified then about you going over there and you changing the locks on Richard's place.
I told you that the other day. I didn't change them. I didn't do it.
Well, you testified that you did do it
I
I
paid
marked it down about 6 times in this testimony, and you did it just as many. I can get the transcript where you said you changed them. You went and bought them, you changed the locks.
I did not change them. I bought the locks, but I did
Who
not.
changed them?
I can't think of it. Josh, Peggy, Joanne Reynolds, one living with her son-in-law.
But Miss Joanne was a longtime live-in of Richard's.
Yes, and
And she had keys to the house because she went, how long did she live out there?
well, they've off and on a good while, probably constant for 3 or 4 years.
Okay. And she lived out there and had keys to the house, just like Richard had keys to the
Yes.
house, didn't she? So she didn't need new locks.
Hey,
Miss
We did-
Joanne had locks to her door where she was living the day before Richard took his last breath and the day after Richard took his
we
last
didn't know
breath.
who
didn't you?
Richard gave her the keys to.
Well,
I
they
didn't know
had them
what-
before.
I didn't want my brother across the road, or what my sister had keys, or
And
some.
that's exactly it, because you didn't want your brother Eugene or your sister Janie getting access to that property, did you?
And they could have got in, all they had to do, Joanne would let any of them in at any time. They was all friends with her at the time.
Well, you can't speak for what Joanne would have done, but you didn't want, you're the one that changed the locks. You didn't want Janie and you didn't want Eugene going into Richard's
I
property.
didn't want them
did you?
going in unless Joanne knew it. Because people carry off stuff and they blame it on Joanne.
Who blamed carrying stuff off on Joanne?
You said me and Joanne were liquidating Richard's wealth.
Well,
And you filed the suit to get him appointed. And the one that filed it wasn't even an heir. My sister was an heir. Her son filed the claim to get over here and get all this started.
because you were harassing and intimidating and yelling and scaring her, weren't you?
Scaring who?
Your sister, Janie,
Not that I know of. I never spoke to her no more.
because you didn't let her participate in the funeral of your brother. You
She was
decided.
well participated. She could pay for it and done all of it if they wanted to. It was well discussed. It took us 17 days to starve that man to death.
Judge, I would object to relevance of the line of testimony.
Hey, let him go ahead. They said I wanted to feed him mice.
I'm talking while there's an objection.
I'm sorry, there's an objection as to relevance.
I didn't go down this. I mean, I'm asking about
Saying the
changing
objection
locks.
is not relevant.
You changed the locks. You took control of the property. Did you take Richard's will and tear it up?
He didn't have a will.
Your testimony here under oath that Richard
He
didn't have a
told me he
will.
did not have a will. He said, let him try to work it out the best way he can. And if they can't work it out, we don't care. I don't care.
He doesn't care.
That's right.
He didn't tell you what he owned and what he didn't own when he was getting sick and talking about. Did you talk to him about his will?
Yeah, I talked to him every day about trying to get him right one out.
What did you try to get him to write one out about?
So we wouldn't have this hassle going on.
What did you ask him to give to you?
Nothing. Do whatever. I didn't care what I even knew about it, not.
You didn't care.
No. He told me, well, he said, if you're still in good health, you make sure it's done right. That's what he told me every time I asked him something about it.
So what do you have against your brother Eugene or your sister Janie?
Do what?
What do you have against your brother Eugene or your sister
I have
Janie?
nothing against my brother Eugene. I have nothing against my sister.
Did you give one of your daughters permission to take things from that property?
To do what?
Did you give either of your daughters permission to take things from that property?
I
To
didn't
take things from Richard's property?
vacate it.
No, to take things.
I didn't tell them they wanted anything. I said, y'all are 49-year-old, Paul taking care of it. Go ask Paul, can you
Can
throw
you
in
what?
his flowers?
Okay. Did you know, may I approach?
No.
Did you know that there was video surveillance cameras out there? Did you know that there was video surveillance cameras out there?
What somebody told me just a while ago. Mark
On
told me.
you're on a map approacher, can we show the wit? I want you to look at 2 photographs and ask you if you recognize the people in there.
Well, that looks like one of my daughter, for being able to tell you, I don't see her face, so I don't know.
Well, who does it look like?
Well, it could be any one of 3 of them. I don't know.
Who,
It could be Trina or Tanya or Treva.
okay, look at that next one where you can see somebody, I would purport, holding a video camera that they've taken down in their car.
I can't recognize that at all. I don't. Looks
You
like
talked to
somebody
him
got
about
earrings
stealing a
in.
camera?
Your Honor, I'm objecting to this line of questioning. I don't know how this is relevant to who owns cattle and who.
Judge, it goes to the issue I'm again ask him about. He said, my next question is gonna go, who had access to the house? Who got access to the house? Because this man has testified that Mr. Richard Myatt had a lot of paperwork. He testified that on direct examination to Mr. Vandervoort, that Richard had a lot of paperwork that dealt with this stuff. That was his direct quote. So my question is, who's out there getting this paperwork that would substantiate? Who owns this property? He says there's paperwork to justify it. None has been produced.
Paperwork justify what?
Sir, you need to be quiet. I'm gonna overrule the objection. I'm gonna let you get into this, but I'm gonna take a recess for 15 minutes.
All rise.
There's just a couple other follow-up questions for him. Mr. Myatt, I just want to ask, did you take anything from your brother Richard Myatt's property?
No.
After his death, did you take any paperwork, personal property things? Did you take anything away from the property?
No.
Now, are you alleging that myself, Mr. Odell, and Miss Janey took things from the property?
I disappeared. There's a notebook, should have been, I got pictures of it laying there by the dining room table with the cattle record in it. And I went over early the day of the sale, because I wanted to buy it, and I didn't see it. I looked in some.
So it's a what?
It was
A 3-ring binder notebook, a spiral
yeah,
notebook?
where you open, fold it up.
Okay. And it was where?
It was, again, on the other side of the dining room table, the table in front of the window there. I looked at him, well, before he passed away, I know it was there. But I don't know what happened to it. And he had the days the cow give calves, how many he had, when he getting rid of and everything.
So you had been through this book?
Yeah, I had looked at it when he was over.
When did you look at it?
I don't remember, 1 day or 2 days. It's after we brought him home to the hospital until he passed away, one of them days in there.
So you were there before he died and you were going through his personal
Well,
financial records?
it was laying there, everybody looked at one do.
Well, was it a closed notebook?
No, it opened up.
Opened up? And you
The
just helped
pictures of it
yourself?
opened up.
So you just helped yourself looking at your brother's?
Well, yeah, every time I went over, I looked at stuff. I went and visited him pretty regular.
Just to nose around his house?
Hmm?
Just to be nosy?
No, with him there.
Okay, but you took time, instead of sitting with your dying brother, you went and started looking through financial records?
I didn't look through no financial record. I
that's what-
got some out of the mailbox keeping them.
You did what?
I got some, I didn't get them out of the mailbox. They piled up on the table and I made them secure. I kept them, yes.
You kept his mail?
I didn't open none of it, but I kept it.
Well, where is it?
I gave it to Miss Logan.
Okay.
But can I ask you one question?
No, sir, you can't.
Okay.
You're alleging that ratchet sets and other things started missing after myself, Mr. Odell, and Miss Janey were over at the house. That's what you testified to.
That's what Paul told me, when stuff was disappearing out of the old house, the tools and all. I don't know. I didn't know y'all was over there. Paul won't tell me about it. You know, and I was one there as much as my sister looked like I should have been there as much as anybody.
Are you alleging that myself, Mr. Odell, or Miss Janey Myatt have taken anything from that? I want, yes or no,
I said
sir?
and told you, I have no knowledge of it. I have no knowledge either way.
It's like I have no knowledge that you didn't take his will, take his personal documentation. I don't have any knowledge of that either.
Objection to argument.
It is.
And his argument is sustained. Mr. Vandervoort, you have the address?
I'll try to be brief. Mr. Myatt, you had mentioned photos, Judge, may I? You had provided me photos, isn't that right?
Do what?
You had provided me photos of certain property items, correct?
I know, yeah,
Okay. And in fact, those were of Richard Myatt's property,
yes,
and you took them, or someone took them on your behalf, and you got them, correct?
yes.
Okay. You're in possession of them?
The subsolar and attorney plan.
No, sir. Well, we'll, once they get through looking at the
Well, I
pictures.
don't know.
Once they get through looking at the pictures, we'll go there. The documents, to follow up on what Ms. Roberts said or asked you about regarding the notebook, what was your understanding of what the notebook contained?
The cattle and how, when they gave birth, the cattle, when they bred, and how many they sold and everything.
Whose writing was that in?
My brother,
And was that for, did you notice there were years on it?
yes, he had years on.
What year did it go up to, the best of your recollection?
I didn't go back and look, I didn't probably look at 2 or 3 pages of it. I didn't go back and look at all of it.
It's just, you were standing around and saw that?
Well, I was standing around, walking around, and I just opened it up.
Yes, sir.
Well, I think it was already open.
Okay. And, you were asked about changing the locks, and it's your understanding someone changed the locks on your behalf,
Yes,
but you didn't change the locks anymore after that?
no,
And you didn't try to get into the property after that?
No.
And as a matter of fact, Ms. Reynolds vacated the property once she was asked to leave.
yes, quick as you get up.
And you said she had been living there for how long?
4 years, I'd say roughly 4 years.
She
In and
roughly,
out longer than that, but
roughly the same age as Mr. Myatt, Richard Myatt?
7 years younger, because she'd have been 82 this year.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Right.
Well, I'm going to hand you some photos. You recognize those photos?
Yeah, that's a check Richard wrote. There, $2,000.
Okay, you know, can you relate what that check was for?
I can't swear to it,
Okay.
but best of my knowledge, it was with the hay roller,
Okay.
the old hay roller.
That we're talking about here
Yeah,
today?
rolled up, big rolled hay, 6 by 6.
He bought that from who?
Well, I probably from,
Well, what does the check say on it?
well, it got a bunch of numbers on it, it don't say, but Richard wrote it to Lloyd Barn, Richard wrote it to Lloyd Barn.
Thank you, sir. So the next set of photos on the bottom, what is that?
That's the disc mower that Richard and Lloyd Barn bought together.
Okay,
And it stayed at Lloyd's house for years.
okay. And we'll hand you another photo. May I come around to the witness?
Right.
Yes, sir. So,
That's a hay roller I'm talking about.
and that's the hay runner to which you're referring. And then this next photo on the bottom, what does it show? More in the middle.
It shows a four-wheeler and an old trailer and a chicken house, it used to be.
Are all of these photos that you have of Richard Myatt's property?
Yes,
And then top, the middle one here, what is that of?
that's the big tractor sitting in the shed on the old house.
And that's where it was kept?
Yes,
This photo, we go back to, what's in the barn? What is sticking out of the barn?
cow.
Okay, all right.
A bull one, I don't know which.
Okay, and then these pieces of equipment here, are those your brothers?
Yes, cook tractor and a lawnmower.
Is that where those items were kept
Yes,
at the time of his death?
yes.
And were they, to your knowledge, ever kept after the separation of the property in 2013? Was it ever kept over at Eugene Myatt's property?
No,
Your statement earlier, just so I'm clear and the court is clear, you had indicated you went to recover some of your property, and what were you told by Richard, your brother?
now repeat that, let me get it straight.
Yes, sir. So you went to recover some of your
Okay, yes,
property.
yes.
And what did your brother Richard tell you?
He told me it's on Eugene side of the road, you'll have to get permission from him to get it.
Okay, what did he say about the items on his side of the road, Richard's side?
Rich said they all belong to me.
I'm gonna hand you another picture.
Can I say something right now?
Well, I'm gonna ask you questions about these pictures. We're trying to get through the pictures, okay? So this top left picture,
That's his bush hog.
is that the bush hog to which we've been referring?
Yes,
And whose property is that on?
Richards,
And how long has it been on the property?
years.
And then there is this grouping of picture, all of these are on Richard Myatt's property. And this, what is this here at the bottom?
That's the old horse trailer.
And that's the horse trailer that you worked on with your brother?
Yes,
Okay. And if he had possession of that since he purchased it?
yes.
And you said he purchased it from who?
Wayne Mott.
And in the middle here, what is that a picture of?
No, this here, that's a bush hog here.
Okay, same picture, same bush hog.
That's the same bush hog.
This where all the equipment was stored.
Yes,
Okay. I'll show you another picture. I'm gonna show you a couple of pictures. Is that tell me Ford what that's the inside of?
that's the inside of the old house with a lot of equipment.
Okay. And none of those items there are in dispute, correct?
No, they was all sold.
Yes, sir.
Now, some of them were missing the day of the sale.
Okay.
The grinder and the vices and,
To be clear, some of the items that Ms. Roberts asked you about, you don't know where they went.
no, I have no
To
knowledge.
your knowledge, you don't know who took them?
No.
Okay,
But can I say something to the court?
sure.
They keep on saying they didn't enjoy an item. There's an old horse-drawn sickle mower that my daddy bought, 100-year-old, well-kept. It was on Eugene side. We didn't sell it. There was an old wheel rake, the wheel was something. We didn't sell it. There was an old cultivator. We didn't sell it. Eugene got 2 little tractors. They wasn't sold. If they was in partnership, why didn't they offer to sell that?
Judge, I'd like to make these exhibit his testimony if I may.
All right.
Are those all the questions I had?
Anybody have any further cross-examination for this witness? Step down, Mr. Myatt. Van Wert, you may call your next witness.
May I have just a brief moment with Mr. Myatt? Trying to call Paul Myatt.
Paul Myatt.
Yes, Your Honor. Just for exhibit purposes, I have the inventory of one. I don't know if any, is the next one, these photos that were admitted?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
Yes, sir. Judge, as far as exhibits, I have the inventory as number 1. What's the second?
Your photographs of the
one.
property.
Yes, I just want to make sure. Mr. Myatt, you're ready.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Is that your name, sir?
Paul Myatt.
Mr. Myatt, you're the son of Eugene Myatt,
Yes.
and I'll just jump right into it. So you had brought some documents up with you, looks like there. What are those?
That show where Eugene sold cattle a couple of years. Lot barn.
Okay, when was that?
16 and 17, I believe.
16 and 17. So let me ask you, did your dad and Eugene and Richard Myatt, did they at one point operate a cattle kind of business together?
They just split everything they had over there as far as my understanding.
Okay.
Myatt, pull that microphone a little closer to you to make sure we can hear what you're saying, okay? Go ahead.
They moved everything back and forth across the road at least once a year. Used equipment on both sides of the road.
Did they stop doing that at some point?
At some point, I'm not
Okay.
sure what year it was.
Was that around 2013, 2014 time period, 2013? Testimony has
Well,
been?
shows they sold cattle 17, so it was at least to that point.
You say, can you show me what you judge me out, Pro?
You may.
You were saying they sold, your father had sold cattle in
Yes.
2017?
Yes,
Okay, all right. And did he have fencing to maintain cattle?
yes.
Okay. At some point, at some point, did they separate their joint operation?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that you're aware of. That never happened.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So they maintained, your testimony is that up until Mr. Richard Myatt's death, they were still maintaining a cattle operation together.
As far as I know, they still split it all, yes. They didn't have the cows over on one side there for a few years, but
Well, which side was that?
on Eugene's side,
Okay, so, and you're saying that ended, so going back and forth with the cattle ended at some point, you just don't recall when?
right. I'm not saying that ended any kind of partnership they had.
Okay, so you've never made a statement to anyone that their partners, that they hadn't been operating a cattle operation for some time period?
Not that I know of, no.
You didn't say
I
that?
didn't say that.
Okay.
I know they hadn't moved the cattle on one side of the road in a few years. They still used equipment over there as far as bush hogging and stuff.
Okay, and the equipment that was over on Richard's side of the property, how often would it come over and be stored or kept at your father's side of the property, Eugene?
Sometimes every year, I mean, it'd be stay over at some point.
You're saying every year, some of these items would come over to your dad's side of the property and he'd keep them on his side of the property.
If we've used them over there, yeah, and didn't get through with them.
Tell me what you know about the antique hay barn.
I don't know a whole lot about that.
You don't know a whole lot about it. You don't know who owns it or not.
Not really.
Okay.
As far as the antique stuff, I don't know if they split all that or not.
You don't have an idea.
Nope,
Never were told one way or the other.
I wasn't, that I remember.
There's an Allison Chamber 180 with Freeman 4000 loader. Where was that piece of property kept at the time of Richard Myatt's death?
It was over at the old house,
And whose property was that?
Richards.
Okay. And had it been maintained over there?
Yeah,
Your father, Eugene, did he tell you who owned that piece of equipment? Ever have a conversation with him about that piece of equipment?
he just said they owned half of it, yeah. They split that.
They split that. Okay. Was it ever kept over on your father's piece of property?
Occasionally, yes.
When's the most recent time that you can recall that it was kept over on your father's piece of property? Eugene.
Before I moved it over to work with it, or until I moved it to do work over there this past year.
Okay.
As far as
Prior
cutting
to
and
that,
mowing.
prior to,
Prior to that, I'm not sure when the last time was.
so you can't recall?
It was after probably 2017 because Richard was over our bush hogging with it one time. And I think it was after 17, but I don't remember what year it was.
So the majority of the time, it was kept at Richard's property.
Yeah, majority of it.
And you don't know the last time you had seen it over at Eugene's property?
It was after 17, I know.
After
I don't
17.
know what year it was.
Okay. And there's an antique loose hay roller. Do you know anything about the antique loose hay roller?
I'm not sure what piece of equipment that was.
You don't know anything about it?
I've heard somebody talk about it, but I don't know if that was the old piece down where the old car was, or
You don't know about it at all?
I may know what you're talking about, but I don't know who it belonged to or anything like that, no.
Okay. The Rhino bush hog.
Yeah,
You know anything about that piece of equipment?
yeah,
Okay, what do you know about that piece of equipment?
that was used on both sides of the road.
When's the last time that it was used over on Eugene's
After
property?
17, when Richard was bush hogging over there,
Richard would bush hog over on
Eugene's
Eugene's side of the property. Eugene,
sometime.
yes, sir. Eugene did not bush hog.
Yeah, he used to.
When?
He's not able to now.
Okay, but prior, when's the last time
I
that you
don't
can
know
recall?
what year it was.
Okay.
I didn't keep up with it.
Has it been more than 10 years?
Since he's bush hogged, yes. Now, I'm not a bush hog,
But Richard was doing the bush hogging,
or me,
Or
or
you.
two.
one of the two of you. But you just know that it was being used and you don't know who the owner was.
Well, my understanding, it was between Eugene and Richard.
Okay. But that's your understanding, you don't know that.
That's my
for certain.
understanding. That's what I was told.
Okay. Judge, I would ask that be struck.
What be struck, I'm sorry.
He said that's what he was told.
What he was told.
Yes, sir.
You're asking to strike the answer.
Yes, sir. I didn't ask him what he was told. I asked him what his understanding was.
Robert, you have some response?
Well, I just didn't know what he was asking to be, I didn't know what he was asking to be
Janie, you
stricken. The
can't
whole-
testify about what somebody told you, although that's happened quite a bit today. We've talked about what people told each other all morning. So.
Well, yeah, there is a hearsay exception, but I don't know that that applies in this one. But
Sustained it at this point.
The 12-foot horse trailer. Mr. Myatt, where was that being stored at the time of Richard Myatt's passing?
Over on his side,
So you're saying his side, it was his side of it was his property.
yes.
And in fact, Mr. Myatt, Richard Myatt's the one who used the horse trailer.
Yes.
You don't have anything that would dispute what Mr. Myatt's saying of how that was acquired, that Mr. Richard Myatt purchased that. Do you? You have any other information regarding that?
No, I don't know that he did purchase it.
Okay. But you don't know that any other, one way or the other?
I don't have any proof saying it one way or the other, no. It was just my understanding it was split.
Okay. The New Holland Model 56 bar rake, you have, where was it at the time of Mr. Myatt's passing, Richard Myatt?
Richards,
Okay. And had that been used by Eugene Myatt previously, prior to his death?
yes.
When's the last time that Eugene Myatt would have used that rake?
Might have been six years ago, maybe 7, I don't know.
Don't know when?
Somewhere around there, I'm not sure when.
Would he have used it at that point? What he had it used for?
Probably I would have used it,
Okay.
me or Richard one.
And you would
Would
have
have
got,
used it on Eugene's side,
okay. And then it was taken back to Richard's side?
sometimes,
Yes, sir.
not always.
Not always. Refresh my memory again, in 2017, that's the last time you're saying cattle was, your recollection, understanding when cattle was sold by Eugene?
That's the last they had at the stock barn, yes, of Eugene selling cattle down there.
When's the last time the cattle was maintained on Eugene's property?
Probably around 18 or so.
So it had been,
Shortly after the last one was sold in his name.
so at least it had been some 2 to 3 years prior to, is your recollection, from Richard Myatt's passing.
Yes.
Had the fences been removed? Or from from Eugene Myatt's property?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Were they in disrepair?
Somewhere.
Mr. Myatt, there has been testimony about a set of trail cams. Are you familiar with the trail cams?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know, did those trail cams exist, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, yes.
And do you know if they were removed?
2 of them were, yes.
By whom?
The realty guys.
Okay. And
They had the sale.
okay. Is there a third one?
It's still over there, yeah.
Okay. So, to your knowledge, the trail cam is still there?
Yeah.
You didn't remove it?
Nope.
To your knowledge, no one else has removed it, except those 2 by the realtor?
I'm not, it's not in the same place it was the first time I've seen it, so I don't know if
Understood.
somebody removed it or not.
Sir, as we sit here today, your understanding is that the last time your father sold cattle was in 2017,
Yes.
and he sold those cattle individually himself.
They were in his name.
Yes, sir.
They're the same cattle that Richard and them own, is my understanding, yes.
Your understanding.
Yes.
You don't recall that there was a cattle separation in 2013? You didn't participate in that?
As far as the cattle separation, no, I don't know what you're referring to.
Okay. Well, let me ask it
You're
this way.
saying they wasn't on my side of the road or Eugene's side of the road.
Yes, sir. Well, let me ask it this way. When's the last time that you recall that cattle was taken back and forth between Richard Myatt's property and Eugene Myatt's property?
I thought we answered that a while ago. It was like 3 or 4 years prior to Richard's death. I thought that's what you said.
Well, that's what I'm asking you, so I've got clarity. So you're saying back in it would have been 16?
No, I thought we said 18 a while ago.
Okay, so you're saying 18. And that's what I'm trying to get clarity for. So you're saying in 18 is when the going back and forth between the properties occurred.
Yes, that's when it stopped.
And you're basing that on what?
Well, he sold cattle in 17, so they was still sharing at that point. I don't know.
That's your understanding.
Well, I've got papers showing they sold in 17, so yeah. My understanding, they were still sharing everything then.
Okay. Judge, may I approach the witness?
Good night.
I'll hand this back to you. Judge, right now, those are all the questions I have.
Mr. Odell, you have a question?
Mr. Myatt, since I was appointed administrator, you and I have had several conversations. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And I've asked you about the farm equipment. And we've had some pretty frank discussions about that. Would you agree?
Yeah.
And you've always maintained that Richard and Eugene split that property, the farm equipment.
That's what I understood, yes.
That's always been your understanding.
Right.
And the cattle right now, today, is actually on Eugene's property, is it not?
Yes.
And the fencing on Eugene's property has always been well-maintained, has it not?
Parts of it.
Okay. Well, when you move the cattle back over, I think the cattle had caused some issues with the survey stakes that were down, and so a court order was entered
Right.
permitting the movement of the cattle, and you were in support of that.
Right.
And here today, you believe that Eugene has a half interest in the cattle, and the estate has a half interest in the cattle, correct?
Yes.
it never really mattered where the cattle were, whether it be on Mr. Eugene's property or Mr. Richard's property, right? I mean, they could be moved back and forth, and that wouldn't necessarily determine ownership, to your
Right.
mind, right?
Right.
The hay, there's some hay out there that was not auctioned off. Hay bales?
Yes.
What's your opinion on who owns those?
I don't know. If I keep the cattle, I wouldn't mind having a few bales of them, but I'm not saying I'm the owner of them.
No, sir, I'm
I
not
might
suggesting you are.
be
I was
half.
just asking your opinion. The estate owns half the cattle. Your dad
Right.
owns half the cattle. There was a decision made not to sell the hay rolls at the auction because the cattle was still out there.
Right.
And I just want to know if you had an opinion on who owned the hay as we sit here today.
But I'd say it might go with the cattle as far as being half and half.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Franklin?
Morning, Mr. Myatt. Is it your understanding that a lot of this farm equipment, how old is this farm equipment? Is anything brand new?
No.
How old do you think the tractor is? The front-loaded tractor?
I don't remember.
More than 10 years old?
I would say so, but I'm not for sure.
Okay. Who purchased that tractor?
I'm not for sure.
Who,
I would understand that Eugene Richard
and
purchased it.
does your father contribute financially to any maintenance or repairs of any of this farm equipment?
It was my understanding when they sold cattle, whoever name it was in, they split the money. And whatever was bought pertaining to the equipment or cattle, they both paid part of it, yes.
Vandervoort, you have an objection?
Which I do as the hearsay.
Yeah, it's the
Well,
deceased, and
basically,
everybody's been allowed to testify about the decedent's
Everybody's
statements.
talked about what their understanding was. Certainly, Mr. Sam Myatt testified at length about what he understood and what he believed and what he was told. So we'll rule the objection. Sometimes that's about the only way we can try to get to these issues.
Okay. Mr. Myatt, did your father and your uncle Richard, did they ever apply for any type of governmental support through the USDA? You know, the Department of Agriculture? Or a grant?
They was in the green belt thing. That's the only thing I'm aware of.
Okay, you're not aware if they ever applied for a grant together for farming operations?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Who repairs, if the tractor broke within the last few years of Richard's life, who repaired the tractor?
Richard most of the time.
Okay.
Sometimes I'll be over there working on
And did you or your father ever pay for any parts for any of this farm equipment that ever had to be replaced?
From my understanding, yes, it was split.
And your father and your uncle Richard, they lived across the street. How long had they lived across the street from each other? More than 50 years?
Yeah, 56 maybe,
56 years approximately. How old is your father?
97
97. And is he the oldest of the Myatt children?
that's living, yes.
Yes. And did your father at one point in time also own the property across the street, which we're referring to as Richard's property? Was he a co-owner of that
He was
property?
co-owner, yes.
When did he sign a deed conveying his interest in that property to Richard?
72, I think it was.
Okay. But at one point in time, for a number of years, they also operated the farm on both sides of the street together and co-owned that property, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Vandervoort asked you a few questions about specific equipment. I'm gonna just follow up on that. With the horse trailer, do you know who purchased that 12-foot horse trailer?
I don't know who went and bought it, but my understanding it was half and half.
And that's for the farming equipment that we've discussed today. So would that be for the antique hay bind?
I don't know about that.
You don't know about
As far as
that?
the antique stuff,
Okay, what about the tractor with a front loader?
tractors,
Yes. The bush hog.
yes,
Did you use the bush hog whenever Richard was still alive?
yes.
Did your father use the bush hog?
He probably didn't.
Because your
I
father,
used it on his side, but-
on his side, because he's 97.
right.
Okay. Do you know how old that bush hog is? You had to guess how many years?
I'm not sure.
More than 5?
Yes,
More than 10?
probably close.
Probably close to that. Do you know who purchased that property, that bush hog?
I don't know. It's my understanding it was both.
Okay.
I'm sure Richard's one went and got it, but I'm sure it was paid for by both.
Is that typically what would happen, is Richard would go pick up the farm equipment and your father would pay him for half of it?
Judge, I know we're
Yes.
saying what people are saying, but this is hearsay and speculation.
So if that was his understanding, that they picked, based on the testimony that was also presented earlier, that Richard often went and picked up these items.
Yes,
Do you have any knowledge of your father ever paying Richard? Did you ever witness him pay Richard for any piece of farm equipment?
I don't remember him ever actually paying him for it, no.
You never actually witnessed him cut a check or hand cash over to him?
No, I just know they split whose name they put it in,
Tell me a little bit about that,
back and forth.
with whose name they put it in. Are you saying every other year when they sold cattle, they would sell it individually? Meaning one year your father would sell the cattle in his name, and the year before Richard would sell the cattle in his name?
I might not go year by year, but it would just go back and forth.
So they would never, or your understanding is it was always sold individually and they would just split the money?
Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Just a few to follow up. Mr. Myatt, your dad, Mr. Eugene, and had how many brothers and sisters do you remember? 9 of them, or?
10 maybe, I'm not
10,
sure, 9 or
okay.
10, I'd have to count.
So he had 9 brothers, he had, including him. His parents had 10 kids, you think? And your grandparents, were they, Ed Myatt and Martha Elizabeth Myatt?
Yes.
I want to, the deed, Mr. Van Gordon, you'll see the deed. I'm gonna pass you a deed, if I could, hand it to you if I may, Judge. A deed from, I think, 1965, where your grandmother and grandfather deeded over approximately 144 acres to your father and his wife and Mr. Richard Myatt. Mr. Richard Myatt never married and never had any children, is that correct?
Yes.
And that deed reflects that Ed and his wife kept a life estate on approximately 144 acres out there. I think that's what it was. And he deeded it to Eugene and to Richard and Eugene and your mother.
Yes.
You were born in 1968.
6.
What?
66.
66, that's close, okay. 1966, so you were a young child. Did you grow up on that property out there?
Yes.
So on that property, there was a house that your grandparents lived in, is that correct? And at some point in time, were you aware that your mother and father built a house on that property? The
Which
property that was
side?
deeded to, it was a total 144 acres deeded to them, correct? In
Yes.
1965.
Yes.
You weren't born yet. Do you know whether, was the property split at the time? Did Manley Loop divide the property then?
Yeah, the road kind of divided one side from the other.
But Richard and Eugene got it together.
Yes.
They owned it together,
Yes.
along with your mom.
Yes.
Now, and Richard ended up in 1972. Were you familiar with the fact that Richard and Eugene and your mother split the property?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to show you that deed. Your Honor, if I may approach. 1972 indicates where they entered a deed where Richard got about 65, give or take, acres. And there's a picture attached to the deed. When I say a picture, a hand drawing, I should say, that just basically memorializes, it looks like Richard's getting one side of Manley Loop and Eugene's getting the other. Is that right?
Yes.
In your growing up out there, did Richard always, the house that Richard on the 65 acres, was that your grandparents' house?
Yes.
So that's where your grandparents lived, and Richard ended up getting that side with the house.
Yes.
Because your father had built a house on the other side, hadn't he? Or around the,
72 is when they was gonna build a house. They had lived in a trailer before then.
on that side.
Yes.
I don't know, was that the
On Eugene's side.
on Eugene's side? Is that
That'll be
the
the south side.
south? That's what I thought. The south side of Myatt Loop. Your daddy had put a trailer, and that's where you lived your entire life up until they built the house, right? But at one point in time, that was a whole farming operation together. Did your grandmom and your granddaddy farm?
Yes.
Okay. So then Richard and Eugene just kind of followed suit with them, is that right?
My understanding, yes.
Okay. Your daddy had a public job, he was in the military, right?
Yes.
And then Richard had a public job, and they
Yes.
just had some farming endeavors, we'll say, out there, is that right? And when they owned the property together, as you were growing up, was there his and his stuff going on, or did they do it together?
It was his and his, or they both had one. There's a few items where both of them had one, and when it was split, it was theirs.
No, they both had different types of equipment, and they both had cattle.
Together.
Did
And
they
one of them
have,
didn't keep separate on their side and separate on the other, but kept them together on one side or the other.
they just roamed?
Right.
In fact, Your Honor, we would like to move those deeds into the next exhibit. In fact, isn't it true that there's a well that services the south side? There's a well on the north side that was Richard's, what Richard got, that serviced Eugene's property on the south side.
Yes.
And was that used to water the cattle and to do things? And it was actually Eugene's house was on well water that was provided from Richard's.
Yes.
The fencing that was up out there, at some point in time, are you aware, or is it the fact that there was electric fencing put on both the north side and the south side?
Yes.
And the electric fencing was, where did the electricity the source of the electricity that was used to electrify that fence, what side of the street did it come from?
Depends on what year it was.
Well, again, I just recall when I first got involved after Richard's death, that getting everything switched over from Richard after he passed to the other, that there was a period of time that the electricity got cut off out there, and the electric fence was
Right.
not working. And I recalled at that point in time, the cattle may have been on Eugene's side of the property.
No, they were all still over on
Okay.
Richard.
Okay. But again, Richard had the electric fence on his side and Eugene had an electric fence on his side?
Yes,
Okay. And throughout the course of your lifetime, did the cattle go back and forth in between the two?
yes,
And certain equipment go back and forth in between the two?
yes.
And again, as Miss Janey reminded me, kind of like in my family too, when it works, it's everybody's, but when it's broken down, it's mine. Though, was Richard, was that the case that you would have in your family? Would one of the brothers, your daddy or your brother, would they both take care of the property and fix it when it was in disrepair, or was it one person's responsibility to make sure it was maintained and fixed?
We tried to share, I mean, when I would help, we'd help each other on both sides.
Okay. And your help, did it predate Richard's death, or did it only start after Richard's death?
Oh, it was before, I mean, way before.
Way before. At
Yeah.
some point in time, your father, as he advanced in age, was not able to do what he could do as he was younger, correct?
Right.
Did it become difficult to him to go out and to fix fences, to get on and off a tractor, to hook up a bush hog or a post hole digger, to do that? Did you step up and help him and assist that?
Yeah,
And in fact, as Richard advanced in age, did he also have limitations? He was pretty spry.
yeah, he wouldn't admit it, but yeah, he had limitations too.
Did you assist him, maybe not as much as you did your dad, but were there occasions that you would have to go out there and do it?
When he would let me.
When he let you?
I offered many times, but a lot of times he'd say no, but sometimes I'd help him anyway, yeah.
Okay. Was there ever a dispute between Richard and Eugene owning the property that was your family farm, back from your grandparents? Was there ever dispute between them that you recall about, no, this is mine, this is yours, don't touch my stuff, you don't touch your stuff?
Not that I'm aware of.
If somebody needed something, I needed to replace a fence post, would you go get the post hole digger and dig it and put it back when you got done with it? Maybe not as expeditiously as you should, but
Yeah,
other than their custom and practice of what these two brothers did throughout the course of their life, is that what the basis of your opinion is, that the cattle and those few pieces of farm equipment were jointly owned?
yes.
That's all. Thank you, sir.
Anyone else have questions for this witness? None more?
Just wait there just one moment on the clock.
Just ask how much trouble they had to get the house across the road last time they moved.
Mr. Myatt, the last time that you all moved cattle back and forth between the properties, how much trouble was it? Was it a significant amount of trouble or issue?
Or moving them wasn't that much trouble.
And again, when was that?
I think we decided 18, I believe.
You believe it was 18?
I think that's what we decided before, but I can't say for sure, no.
The electric fencing, was that maintained over on Richard Myatt's property that Ms. Roberts was asking you about?
Yes,
In his property alone for a significant period of time, correct?
no, we had it over on Eugene's side too.
When's the last time you had electric fencing over on Eugene's property?
Still up now.
Was it operational in 2018?
As far as I remember, yes.
Did you have cattle in 2018, 2019, or 2020 over on Eugene's side of the property?
Not that I remember.
So there was no cattle at that time over on Eugene's side of the property.
Not that I remember.
You were asked about the bush hog. Again, you don't have any personal knowledge of the bush hog, correct? Of ownership.
far as ownership, no, I just understand that they both owned it.
What your understanding is. You
Yes.
don't have anything to dispute that Richard Myatt bought the piece of equipment, correct?
No, I don't.
Regarding the horse trailer, you don't have anything to dispute if it's been testified to that Richard bought the horse trailer?
Nope.
And it was both of those pieces of equipment were maintained over on his side of the property, correct?
Majority of the time, yeah.
Majority of the time. You don't have any, you mentioned receipts, or excuse me, you mentioned repairs. You don't have any receipts here today evidencing that you all contributed to, your father, excuse me, contributed to repairs.
Other than what I fixed on it this past year.
That's it.
Yeah.
Judge, those are all the questions I have.
Myatt, your uncle died in 2021, right? That's what the
Yes.
paperwork says, all right. And there was some cattle out there at the time of his death. And it's
Yes.
my understanding the cattle are still there.
They're on the
So who's been taking care of those cattle for the last 2 years?
I have.
What? Who was taking care of them before Richard died?
Richard was for the most part.
Okay. And when he died, you started taking care of him. Why did you start taking care of him? Somebody had to.
Nobody else was.
Okay. All right. Anybody else have any questions?
Judge, just in follow-up, Richard Myatt had been taking care of the cattle for the majority of the period of time.
Yes.
And that's been since 2018, correct?
As far as I know.
That's all I have, John.
Thank you, sir. You may stand down. You have additional witnesses on either side?
Judge, I do. We can
Break
take-
for lunch then. Break for lunch until we go for lunch. And you had some additional witnesses.
Judge, I do. I call Larry Byrum.
Larry Byrum.
Yes, sir.
Byrum, if you'll come up, raise your right hand, let the clerk place you on the oath.
You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Sir, state your name.
Larry Byrum,
Mr. Byrum, who was your father?
Lloyd Byrum,
Lloyd Byrum. Did he do work with Richard Myatt?
yes,
Farming?
yes.
Did he and Mr. Myatt, how long ago was that?
They always helped each other, so.
Do you know if Eugene Myatt and your father had transactions regarding farming?
Not that I know of.
And did your father purchase equipment from Mr. Richard Myatt?
Yeah, they were partners on a couple of them, but
Okay. Which ones? Do you know?
on a disc mower and a hay roller.
Okay.
Your Honor, again, I'm just going to object until we lay a foundation as to how he knew this.
I'll sustain it until such time as the foundation is laid.
Were you present for conversations with Richard Myatt regarding his interactions with your father regarding the farm?
I don't think it was him, but Dad always said he bought the mower and the baler, but,
Is that your understanding?
you know,
Okay. And did they in fact farm together?
Your Honor, it's not a party opponent. I'm sorry, I'll let him finish. I interrupted, I apologize.
mostly for cutting the hay and baling, they was together.
And did they own equipment together?
Yes,
Okay, which equipment did they own?
the disc mower and.
Again, I'm going to object until a foundation is laid as to the basis of his knowledge.
Sustain the objection until such time as it's established that he has a verifiable basis for knowledge.
Mr. Myatt, did you privy to a transaction regarding the purchase of any of this equipment? Did you have knowledge of that?
Just what my dad said, that they were half on it, but
Okay. They were half on that equipment?
yeah,
Okay. And did you obtain records regarding that?
my dad still had the owner's manual for the mower
Okay.
and a check that he wrote to Richard for $2,000, but
Judge, may I approach the witness?
and
There's an exhibit that's been admitted into evidence, and it's a check that purports to be your father's handwriting. Would you recognize his signature?
yeah,
And in fact, I'll wait until it's. What is your understanding of what the check was for?
Again, until there's a foundation laid about the knowledge of the check. But to your knowledge, what was the check for was the question, I believe. And unless he knows he was there at the present or has some personal knowledge about when his dad wrote this check, it's a 1984 check.
And I think unless he has some personal firsthand knowledge of that, it would be based on hearsay statement made by his father or some other person. Is there any objection?
So, just for argument, Your Honor, if I'm not sure how else he can establish ownership of this. I mean, this check has been admitted already into evidence. I'd like to present him this check and see if he can identify.
Whose ownership are we establishing?
Exactly.
It's not his.
The check speaks for itself. But to say that check, that he have him interpret the check as meaning ownership of a particular piece of property would be, again, relying on what he was told as to what that was about. The check speaks for itself.
And I understand that elder Mr. Byrum is deceased, and in that his estate there's not been a claim filed for an ownership in a piece of property by his estate or his heirs. So I don't understand what Mr. Byram's relevance of whether he at some point in time purchased something or did not is really relevant.
Judge, it is. If I know there's an argument going back and forth, I'd like to be a participant in it, Your Honor. Certainly, if he can testify as to what the check is for, if he has personal knowledge, or if his father told him, I think that's an exception.
How is that an exception?
I think it's an exception to the dead man's statute. I think he would be allowed to testify, or if Richard.
It would be hearsay. It wouldn't be an exception to the dead man's statute. It'd still be hearsay.
I think I'm not going to argue with the court. It's a court.
I mean, I'm open to being told that I'm wrong about this point, but I'm just simply saying that it seems to me that he would be relying on what his father told him about that check.
And the court's statement is that that's hearsay. I feel like it would fit under the dead man's statute and would allow him to testify about it.
Mr. Byram's not a party to this matter.
Right.
Correct, he isn't.
It's what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said, Mr. Vanderbilt.
Correct, he isn't.
I just wanted to repeat that I was
But he is a
correct.
party to this check.
I'll have him testify about it. I'll consider it.
That's right. May I approach Your Honor? May I approach Your Honor?
You may.
Do you recognize the signature on that check?
yes, that's
Whose signature is that?
my dad's signature, Lloyd Byrum.
And to your knowledge, what was the check written to?
That hay roller.
There's been a halo that's been introduced. Show this to you. Is that the same halo as to your knowledge in the top left hand?
Yeah,
And is to your knowledge, what ownership did your father have in the hay roller? What ownership did Richard Myatt have in the hay roller?
Continuing objection.
continuing objection as to what his understanding is. Again, based on where he gets his information, it's going to be a statement made by someone other than his own personal knowledge, unless he was there when the check was written. But I'm gonna overrule it and allow it, because all throughout this thing, everybody's been talking about what they were told or what they were said, including Mr. Sam Myatt testifying about what Richard told him and everything else, so go ahead.
To your knowledge, the hay roller,
When we talk about a hay roller, which, is there one of these on here that, in the farm equipment that's shown on the inventory that you're talking about in reference to that?
no, I don't know that that's listed on the
I
inventory.
don't see a hay roller.
It's been part of the interaction between the attorneys. There are about 6 pieces of equipment, and the 6 pieces of equipment is what we've been asking questions on, and some of those aren't on inventory, and that's one of the reasons we're here, is to get some discernment about it. But that is, to my knowledge, I'd have to look. It may not be on there. But Judge, that's about what we were.
Hay tedder, and then there's a wheel rake, but I don't see a hay roller.
I don't think it is on the inventory, Judge. It is an antique loose hay roller.
Okay.
That's what's been referenced as a claim is being made, and I think that was, we can all agree, that was an item that was sold as part of the auction.
No, I don't think I can agree, no.
Okay.
There was a hay roller sold, but is it the hay roller? I don't know. I don't agree and stipulate to that. That's the substance of my objection. There's a check that's been tendered, not made an exhibit, from 1984 from another deceased individual claiming of a piece that he's alleging is some piece of property, that a nexus has to be drawn. What piece of property are we talking about, and how did it relate to a 1984 check?
Number 1, the check has already been admitted as an exhibit. 2, we've established what the nexus is. Mr. Byrum has just testified to it, and he's identified the hay roller to which his father had an interest, and to which Richard Byrum Myatt had an interest. So
So your purpose in introducing this is to show that there was a hay roller sold at an auction that should have been included in the Richard Myatt estate?
it was included in the Richard Myatt estate. It was not on the inventory, but it was included in the sale. Yes, sir. This is one of the hay rollers that was sold, or the hay roller that was sold.
So is this I apologize, I guess, again, relevance. It was a part of the estate, it was sold. Is there an ownership issue? Because I do not believe that the matter.
Yes, Your Honor, it is. I hate to interrupt Ms. Roberts. I have been provided by counsel for Eugene Myatt that is an item in dispute. Mr. Eugene Myatt is asserting that he has a half interest in this antique hay roller. That's one of the items. So yes, sir, that's the purpose of it. Is to show that he did not have an ownership interest.
All right.
Mr. This hay roller, your knowledge, is the hay roller that your father had a half interest in.
Yes,
And who was the other?
Richard.
Richard Myatt.
Boy stayed at my dad's house for years and years, and Richard kept the bailers down there in his house, but they worked back and forth whenever they needed.
And all this time, did you ever see Eugene Myatt participating in
Well,
this?
no,
Sorry?
no,
Your father lived how far away from Richard Myatt?
mile and a half, wasn't very far.
Were you attentive to your father during this time period that they were farming?
Yeah,
Were you around
yes,
during the hay cutting and
Yes.
cattle?
yes,
Did you ever see Mr. Eugene Myatt participate?
no, no.
Those are all the questions I have.
So do you have any questions? Your cross?
Mr. Byrum, what is the basis of your knowledge to what you just testified to?
Well, that's, my dad told me about the mower and the baler, so
So it's all hearsay, somebody else. You weren't there, so you don't know.
I never when he bought the mower and baler, either one.
No question.
Good afternoon, Mr. Byrum. I'm going to be brief. Were you present when your father purchased this or sold this hay roller?
I wasn't there when he bought it.
And were you present at the auction?
Yes,
Is it the same hay roller?
yes.
But you weren't present whenever it was purchased, correct?
No, I wasn't there when he bought it.
So you don't have any direct knowledge that it is the same hay roller?
He's used that hay roller for years,
No further
the
questions.
same one.
You use the hay roller?
I didn't personally know, but
I thought that's what you said, I'm sorry.
no, no.
Your dad used the hay roller.
Yeah, him and Richard, one of them was using it.
So Richard had been in partners with your dad was his brother-in-law?
Yes,
So there's a pattern established that Richard was in partners with other equipment with other people, as evidenced by your father, your father, correct?
Which I don't know that he can testify to a pattern. She hadn't laid a foundation of a pattern.
they were in on.
Hold on just a second, Mr. Byrum. Your question to him is that there's a,
I use
I
the
would
word
have to
pattern.
sustain the form of the objection as to the form of the question.
Mr. Byrum, you are here testifying under oath that you know of your personal knowledge that Mr. Richard Myatt co-owned equipment with another family member. Is that correct?
Yes,
And that the custom and practice between your father and his brother-in-law, Mr. Richard Myatt, the decedent, was to purchase equipment together and use it at their particular properties when they needed it.
yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Richard let anybody use anything if they wanted to use it though, but
On this check that you,
Ask that be stricken.
pardon?
Ask his comments after to be stricken.
Judge, he was responding to her question.
No, sir, he didn't. It was not a response to my question.
I don't think it's really relevant one way or the other what he said. So, Mr. Byrum, this check that you testified about written by your father to Richard Myatt, it has it has some numbers. Do you know anything about what those numbers are about?
I couldn't find anything on the numbers.
They don't relate to anything about the hay roller or anything else, do they?
I looked, I couldn't
But
find
they
it.
have some significance, or your dad wouldn't have put them in that column, would he?
No.
Okay. Thank you. You can sit down. Vandervoort, my understanding is that your last client, your last witness rather, is not here.
That's correct, Your Honor. She is not going to be available.
All right. You wish to put on any other kind of proof?
No, Your Honor.
The respondents have proof?
Yes, Your Honor. I call Mr.
Call your witness. Don't raise your right hand and place your oath.
It's embarrassing. I do.
Okay, Mr. Odell, you're the administrator of the estate of Richard Myatt, correct?
I am.
And you filed an inventory in February of this year.
I did.
And in that inventory, you indicated that the decedent only had a half interest in certain pieces of property and cattle.
Correct.
How did you reach that determination?
By speaking with family members, I spoke with Paul Myatt, spoke with Eugene Myatt. I met with Mr. Sam Myatt and his attorney at the time, Michael Mize, and based upon everything that I developed knowledge of, it appeared to me that the estate owned 1.5 interest in that farm equipment.
And the cattle as well?
And the cattle, yes.
Did you recover all of Mr. Richard Myatt's paperwork from his house, his important papers?
I did.
Did you find any type of paperwork that supported his sole ownership of any of these assets?
I didn't find anything that would indicate his sole ownership of those assets.
Did you find anything that indicates any ownership of these assets?
There's some USDA documents that were sent. They were received by my office in the mail. They were addressed to Eugene Myatt and Richard Myatt.
Your Honor, may I approach?
May?
So these are the documents I'm objecting to hearsay, Your Honor. I don't know from where the documents came. I haven't seen the documents. Judge, just so we're clear from the record, I'm understanding that Mr. Odell said he received these documents at the address.
I believe they're addressed to his
My
office.
understanding is he got them from the,
You looked at it.
One of them may have been in Mr. Myatt's house. I know that at least one of them has my office address on there. I went to the post office and did a mail forwarding so that any mail that came to Richard Myatt's home would be forwarded to my office after I was appointed.
Judge Meyer, it's a continuing objection as to hearsay. I'm not sure, there's not a business record attached affidavit to it to establish these records came from USDA. They very well may have, but there's just nothing in there to indicate that, Your Honor.
Your Honor, other than it having the seal and the letterhead of the United States Department of Agriculture, that would be correct. Agriculture, that is correct. However, there is a survey code listed on the top of these barcodes, which if you go onto the USDA's website, you can enter in that survey code and it will pull this document up to be filled out.
well,
They're also,
and so what are you proposing in the face of Mr. Vandervoort's objection? What are you asking, what are you submitting that there is an exception to the hearsay rule?
Your Honor, I do believe that these are business records of the United States government, and the governmental seals and relevant agency seals are on this along with the letterhead of the USDA.
Well, Your Honor, with all due respect, the rule calls for an affidavit from the custodian of records from the entity. And if we don't have that, that's my objection. It's not an exception to the hearsay rule.
Your Honor, if I could add in just a brief on this. I don't know that the documents, the question that was posed, as I understand it, to Mr. Odell was, what led to your conclusion that when you did your inventory that there was a half ownership? And he was simply explaining, saying, I talked to him and I received documents. The documents are being introduced to show that Mr. Odell received them and were part of his thought process in saying what it is. The strength that is for his conclusion that he drew and what the contents of those are really not relevant in the fact that it's just foundational in the respect that Mr. Odell got those and they're addressed both on some agricultural endeavor. And that was just a portion of what was leading him to his conclusion based on the testimony or the statements of the other beneficiaries of this estate and the relatives of Mr. Richard Myatt, that there was some type of endeavor. Now, what that endeavor is left for Your Honor to determine from the testimony that's presented today.
Certainly, that Ms. Roberts is what she's saying is those records don't have relevance then. And that's the basis of my objection as well. They are not relevant, according to what she has just stated. Judge, they're hearsay documents, and they shouldn't be admitted because he's saying he would have relied on them. And I'm assuming if the court's going to let them in just for the purpose of, hey, this is part of what my assessment was, but they're not relevant, why would the court review them?
The same reason why the court saw the check earlier.
Well, there was no objection made to the check.
Yes,
Not
there were photographs of equipment.
So photographs of equipment and a check that was testified to by Mr. Myatt, Sam Myatt, and there was no objection made. Judge Mike,
What is, well, let me ask the proponent of this
Sure.
document, what are you proposing to introduce? What purpose do you have in introducing this document?
Your Honor, we're introducing this document to show that this document was delivered to Mr. Odell's office. Both of these from 2020 and they're both from 2022 were addressed to Mr. Odell's office in the names of Richard and Eugene Myatt.
No, Your Honor.
That both were addressed to in the names of Richard and Eugene Myatt.
So, but I
Delivered.
understand that, so why, so that may be the case, but why are they relevant?
They're relevant to establish that there was some type of joint farming venture, at least in the eyes of the federal government, to send mail addressed to both of them, it seems like on an annual basis.
And is that what you're saying, Mr. Odell relied upon in concluding those things on his inventory?
I believe he testified that that was part of what he relied upon, but he also relied upon statements made by other family members.
Judge Myatt, Judge Myatt. And that is my objection as well, his testimony as to those records, what the content of those records were, plus the records. Because Judge, again, that is hearsay. If it was so significant to demonstrate that in fact they were co-owners, it seemed like it would be significant to get an affidavit that these are the official records.
Well, number one, hearsay is a statement made out of court, as we all know, introduced to prove the truth of the matter asserted therein. Except that if a document's not being offered to prove the truth of the matter in, but for another purpose, or if the statement's not being offered to prove the truth, but for another purpose, then it would not be hearsay because it's not being offered to prove the truth. It's being offered in this case, if I understand, is to show why Mr. Odell made that determination as to the classification of the property. So I'm going to overrule your objection, allow it for the limited purpose of showing why Mr. Odell did what he did about including certain property in it, but I'm not considering it to prove the truth that it was actually proving that there was a jointly owned business.
Mr. Odell, are those documents that were delivered to your office?
They are.
And who are those documents sent from?
They're sent from the United States Department of Agriculture.
And who are they addressed to?
Richard and Eugene Myatt.
Other than that, what can you describe that document?
It's a census of agriculture where the federal government was making inquiry as to the use of certain property presumably owned by both Richard Myatt and Eugene Myatt.
Okay, and that was sent to your office after you forwarded Mr. Richard Myatt's mail to your office?
It was.
And Your Honor, we'll move to make that enter that as the next exhibit.
I note Mr. Vanderworth's objection to these documents, but I allow them for that limited purpose to mark them as the next exhibit.
I believe that we've been discussing roughly 6 pieces of farm equipment throughout the day, as well as the cattle. I'm going to hand you, now all of the items that were on your inventory have been sold at auction, correct?
I believe so, yes.
With the exception of the cattle, which have not been sold.
Correct.
I'm going to Mr. Odell, can you identify the documents that I've handed you?
These are bid slips that I received from Mr. Neil Trice.
Those indicate all of the items of personal property that were sold at the auction?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, and were the items that we've been discussing all day, the bar rake, the 12-foot horse trailer, the bush hog, the hay roller, the tractor with the front loader, and the antique hay bind, were those items all sold at auction?
It appears so, yes.
Okay, and what were the prices that each of those items were sold for?
The tractor sold for $4,750. There's a hay tedder, $350. Bush hog appears to be $3,750. Hay mower, $1,700. Horse trailer, $600. Old tractor, $725. A wagon for $200. A plow for $35. Small trailer, $50. Those are the ones. Hay bond, $200.
Judge, just for the record, we're stipulating as to Mr. Wood, the auctioneer's records. We have no question about the records.
That's fine. We'll go ahead and move to admit those as the next exhibit, just showing what each of these items sold for. Mr. Odell, are those items that you have identified, are those the items that you believe Mr. Henry Eugene Myatt also has a 50% interest in?
Based upon everything that I've seen and what I've been told, yes.
Okay, and is it your opinion that because those items sold at auction, that Mr. Henry Eugene Myatt should be entitled to half the proceeds from those sales in addition to his 1/9 distribution from the estate?
It is. I believe the estate has a 1/2 interest.
And the other half interest belongs to Mr. Henry Eugene Myatt? Okay, I have no further questions.
You want to go first? You go ahead. Go ahead.
Mr. Odell, it's my understanding your testimony regarding the USDA records is that they just sent them to you? Is that
No,
right?
I believe they were sent to the Myatt residence and they were forwarded to me. They reflect my address. So after I was appointed, I went to the post office and I completed the paperwork to have all the Myatt mail forwarded to my address.
Do you recall you and I having a conversation after I was retained and bringing to your attention that there may be some USDA records?
Yes.
You had not obtained the records at that point, correct?
I don't know when my office received them.
Okay. And in fact, do you recall after that making a request for records from the USDA? I provided you the contact for the USDA's office?
I don't recall specifically.
You don't recall me providing you that information?
Not specifically, but I don't doubt it.
Okay. And thereafter, you obtained the records, correct?
The records that have been admitted came to my office by mail. I can't tell you exactly when they were received.
But you had requested records, correct? You had made a
Not that I recall.
You don't recall contacting the contact that I provided you and getting those records?
No.
Okay. Do you recall me requesting the records of you?
I believe you did, yes.
But I never received them.
I don't recall sending them to you.
So you have based your opinion on ownership. You said you're on speaking with Paul,
Correct.
who is a son of Eugene,
Correct.
and you based your conversations on Eugene, or excuse your decisions on Eugene,
I've spoken to Eugene.
who has an attorney ad litem, guardian ad litem appointed for him.
I think I spoke to Mr. Eugene prior to that, but I believe Ms. Franklin and I had discussions about my conversations with Mr. Eugene.
And he's someone that has an interest in these items.
Yes.
He has someone that has a direct interest more than you're saying one ninth. It would be half as what you have determined.
I'm not following your question.
Sure. So I'm trying to you had a conversation with Paul Myatt. You've had a conversation with Eugene Myatt.
I've had multiple conversations with both of them.
And that's partly on what you based your opinion that he has a 1/2 interest.
It's what I base my opinion that the estate of Richard Myatt has a 1/2 interest in the farm equipment.
And you're saying so does Eugene Myatt.
It would appear, based upon what I've seen, that would be my conclusion.
And you said you've talked with other family members, and that was Sam Myatt.
Mr. Sam Myatt and his then attorney, Michael Mize, came to my office, and there was a meeting.
And you haven't really, you haven't named anyone else. Those are the three names with whom you've had conversations. That's who you named.
Well, we also went out to the property, met with Neil Trice out there. Paul was present. I believe Ms. Franklin was present. Ms. Roberts may or may not have been present. I believe she may have been. And we walked around and looked at the farm equipment. And during that period of walking around, there were discussions that I had with Paul, Mr. Trice, everyone that was out there.
Mr. Trice, the auctioneer, he didn't know who owns the property, right?
No.
Right. So it was, again, you spoke with Paul Myatt again.
I did.
Okay. None of them showed you documentation, correct?
No.
And am I clear specifically on the cattle? Did you ever find a notebook that you've heard testimony about?
I don't recall seeing any. The documents that I removed from the house consisted primarily of tax returns. And that was another basis for my decision or my conclusion that the estate at best had a half interest. There was nothing in the tax returns that reflected a farming operation.
And you didn't check Mr. Eugene Myatt, you didn't have his tax records, correct?
No, I did not.
But yet you had conversations with him. That was it. So that's the extent of conversations you've had with Paul, Eugene, and Sam, and you made your decision off that.
And review documents.
The tax returns of of Richard Myatt, but not Eugene Myatt.
Yes, and the
Okay.
absence of documents reflecting ownership by Richard Myatt of any of this property.
And in fact, the property at the time of his death was found on his property, correct?
As far as I know.
And in all actuality, some of the records some of the equipment that you have listed, all of that was on Richard Myatt's property, correct?
I can't say that.
You can't say that?
No.
Okay. In your inventory, you didn't list all of the property, all the farming equipment, correct?
I certainly made an effort to
Yes, sir.
make a thorough inventory.
Yes, sir.
Taking into account the value of this personal property relative to the entire gross estate. I was appointed by the court to be administrator. I think I got a fiduciary duty to maximize what all the beneficiaries of the estate will end up receiving. I believe that the personal property that we're dealing with here today is of pretty nominal value when compared to the $2.2 million that the
Right,
grants
that's
are.
not relevant to here because it's not part of the estate, correct?
I'm explaining to you that the efforts that I undertook
Sure.
were measured against what the value of that personal property was. There was a fairly thorough inventory that was filed with the court. And that inventory took quite a bit of time to subpoena records from the USDA, to take depositions. I did not see that as being cost effective to the estate.
Well,
Because I believe there's about,
but just sending a request for
And I would just ask if the witness be
Sure.
allowed to finish his statement before Mr. Vandervoort so rudely interrupts.
Finish his answer.
Sure, yes, Ron.
if the fair market value of all the property that we are fighting over here today that's at issue here today was established at that auction, then it would be around $11,000 or $12,000. In the cattle, I think testimony's been that it was $15,000, so less than $30,000.
Are you finished? I just want to make sure you're finished.
And I think the attorney fees incurred here so far today are a fairly decent percentage of that number.
So in fact, those three people are with whom you had the conversation to make the decisions that you did, make the determination that you did.
That's my recollection.
Okay.
Recollection.
And I want to be clear about your testimony. I've been submitted 6 pieces of equipment that Mr. Eugene is making a claim on. Are you saying he owns half all the farming equipment? Is that your determination? Or are those 6 pieces? I want to be clear with the court.
My determination is that I believe that the estate has a 1/2 interest in what is listed on the inventory.
What is it listed on the inventory?
And if there's other pieces of property that were not listed by inadvertence and they were sold at the auction, and I was not told that they were owned by any third party, then certainly I believe that would be estate property. Estate would have 1/2 interest.
So what is listed on the inventory is what you believe that Eugene has or the estate has an interest in. Everything else belongs to the estate if it were sold.
That's not what I testified to.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get clarity on. So you have an inventory that's listed. Judge, may I see the inventory? Mr. Arnold, there's a list of inventory here. Some of the items that you were asked about, that were sold are not on the inventory. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And that's my question to you. Those 4 pieces of farming equipment, those belong to the estate.
I don't have any evidence to suggest that the state has more than half interest in any farm equipment out there on that property or on the property across the street.
And your statement is that the state only has a half interest in any farm equipment.
Based upon my investigation, based upon going through the paperwork in Mr. Richard Myatt's house, and there being the absence of any sales documents, bill of sale, anything else.
And you've heard testimony from Mr. Sam Myatt about several pieces of the equipment that he was personally involved in with the transaction. Did you have that conversation with him prior to today?
From the beginning of this administration of the estate, I knew that this farm equipment and the cattle, the ownership of it was an issue.
Yes, sir.
So I've known that from the beginning, and that's why when I prepared the inventory, there's a footnote on there where I give my opinion that there's a half interest owned by the estate.
Judge, I have no more questions.
You have questions for Mr. Odell?
Yes, Your Honor, I do. Mr. Odell, again, offer my apologies, but you were approached by me when Mr. Henry Eugene Myatt and Mrs. Janie Eudora Myatt retained me to open up the estate for their deceased brother, Richard Myatt. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did I request and ask whether or not you would be available to serve if the court deemed it appropriate to put an administrator CTA?
You did.
And in that, you were in court on the day that the petition was heard, and you agreed to accept the appointment. Is that right?
Yes.
At that point in time, Mr. Sam Myatt was represented by attorney Michael Mize. Is that right?
Yes.
And they were present in court when you were appointed.
Yes.
And after your appointment in there, you went and began an inventory. Is that correct?
Among other things, yes.
And doing the financial portion of it, but also the legwork of going out to the property and going and doing that. Is that correct?
Yes.
So Mr. Richard has 3 living siblings, Sam, Janie, and Eugene, correct?
Yes.
Miss Janie expressed to you and to myself that she believed that Richard may have a will.
Yes.
Is that correct? What efforts were made with Miss Janie stating that she believed there was a will? Did you and I go to the property along with her and make a diligent search through the house to determine whether or not there was any hidden places or anything for a will?
We did, and I also, after I was appointed, I went to the property.
Prior to us, before we went,
Yes.
correct? Go ahead.
And I spent probably a couple of hours looking in, places that one would hide a will.
And was Mr. Richards' paramour still living there at the time?
I don't believe that she was living there on that first visit, but she may have been. I can't recall.
It was coordinated between her and at least one or two of her children to give her an opportunity to move out and to remove her personal items. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I went out there.
Did
and-
you work with her, and because she had resided at the house?
Yes,
And she had her personal things there, is that correct?
she did.
And as the representative of the estate, did you go through, while she was living there, and do a checklist of what was hers so that she could know what she could remove from the premises?
Yes, that happened.
And after she was removed, she left. There was testimony when you were appointed that Mr. Sam Myatt, the person objecting to this inventory, had taken dominion and control over the property by changing the locks, or having the locks changed, correct?
Yes, I believe that's what he testified to in a previous hearing.
Okay. And then he gave the live-in a new key, because she had already had the key to the house before.
That was my understanding. from
And
his
he
testimony.
and nobody had access to it. How did you gain access to the property the first time?
First time I went out there, I believe Mr. Myatt's companion was there. And I'd been asked to come out there and look at the property and look at what she said was her personal property that she wanted to take with her when she moved out. It all looked consistent with property that she would own. It was fairly limited, and I believe that was the first time I went to that house. Subsequent to that, after she moved out, I hired someone to replace the locks on all the doors.
And who had possession of those keys, or the key?
There's,
Just you.
I'm the only one that had possession of those keys.
And at some point in time, did I reach out and you and I and Miss Janie make a trip out there to make another search for a will?
We did.
Did you, myself, or Janie take anything from the house?
Absolutely not.
Did Mrs. Myatt actually go through and there was some personal photographs, a memory board, different things that were uniquely personal to family? Was she even allowed to take those things?
No. I think all the photographs were segregated, and I requested that they not be included in the auction.
And why did you take that? Why did you take family memorabilia and ask it not to be sold?
Because as far as photographs go, it would be a very easy thing to go to Walgreens and make duplicates so that all the family members could have family photos.
And memories.
Yes.
And where are those located now?
They are stored with Mr. Trice.
Okay. And you did that for an effort to appeal for any heirs who wanted to take those in order to get that?
Just so that I didn't think it appropriate to sell personal memorabilia that belonged to the Myatt family.
And thereafter, did you start upon the task of preparing an inventory?
Inventory had already been done.
But in that process, you took on the task of started writing out
Yes.
what was there, and that was what you have filed, listing the beginning inventory and interim accounting. Is that correct?
Yes.
In doing that, you've segregated it into the residence and broken it down into the rooms that it was located. And so I want to make sure if we could address the court's attention, if we could go over to page 9 of the inventory. You have a listing farm equipment. Did they take yours away?
Yes.
Okay. If the judge is looking at, can I approach and just let him look at mine, Your Honor? On page 9 of the inventory, you have a paragraph titled farming equipment, and you have a footnote. Is that correct?
I do.
And so the items that I want to make sure that I understand, the items that you have said are farm equipment are a pull-type hay tedder, a wheel rake, an 8-foot Lely Optimo 205 disc mower, a Rhino 10-foot pull-type bush cutter model SE10A, a round hay baler, correct?
Yes.
An Alice Chandler's, again, making sure I pronounce that correctly, 185 tractor with bush hog front end loader, and approximately 16 to 18 head of cattle.
Yes.
Is that what you are telling the court, that you believe is a joint business venture, farming venture with Mr. Henry Eugene Myatt?
Yes.
Not the entirety of the inventory, just those items.
Yes.
And those are the items that you're saying that Richard Myatt's estate owns half of and Henry Eugene Myatt owns the other half.
Based upon the information I've gathered since I was appointed administrator, that would be my conclusion.
And you did your best efforts. Again, Mr. Vandervoort has put in just a series of a few photographs. Can you describe the layout of the property there? As you come up on Myatt Loop, there's the house.
Yes.
And it's a brick house, two-story, two levels, correct?
Yes.
Adjacent, right next to the house is an old, that used to be a residence that had been turned into type of what we would call a shed.
Yes.
Tell me the status of what you found that. Was it locked, key, barricaded, or was it open for access?
First time I went out there, it was completely open. I don't even recall a door that had a lock on it. And I just went up the stairs, I looked, there was nothing there that appeared to me to be of anything but nominal value.
And you did your best to inventory all of the major items and some of the smaller things that were there.
I did.
And if the attention the court would take to looking at the photographs, there's things that are stacked on top of stacked on top of stacked.
Yes.
Did you unstack each and every one of those things?
Not each and every one of them, because I don't believe that the value of the personal property of this estate would justify me doing that.
And at the point in time when you became the administrator of the estate, did you determine that, again, Mr. Richard Myatt was one of how many children?
Yes.
Well, overall, there was, I think either 10 or 11 of them,
Yes,
right?
yeah, okay, yes.
And some of his brothers and sisters had died without issue. Others had been married and had spouses still living, and others had children, grandchildren, and it was a family tree scenario that we've gone out to 20-plus heirs in this estate. Is that
So
correct?
there's currently 20-plus heirs.
Okay. With 3 living siblings.
Yes.
But some of those siblings, some of the deceased siblings died without issue, and their children would take divided child's portion, correct?
Yes,
Did you try to minimize the cost of this estate
I did.
and to maximize, is it your purpose to maximize the amount of money that could be divided between the heirs?
That's been my purpose.
Okay, and in so doing, based on the knowledge that you had through the testimony, through the comments of the different people, the ownership of the property and how it operated throughout Mr. Richard Myatt's life, did you determine the best course of action would be is those few items of property and the cattle to deem that the estate owned a half interest?
Yes, to litigate it and to argue over it was not financially justified, in my opinion.
Cost prohibitive.
Cost prohibitive.
Thank you, nothing further.
So Franklin, you have any questions?
Do not.
Anything further? Thank you, Mr. Odell. You may stand down. Have any other proof? All right. Then I'll hear your argument.
Judge, may we have just a short minute for attorneys to talk?
All right, Mr. Vandervoort, this is your motion.
Judge, if I may, before we get into argument, subject to, if there's some clarity that any of the other attorneys want to add, we are agreeing that the farm equipment items that are in dispute are as follows: the antique haybine, the Allison Chamber 180 with Freeman 4000
These
loader.
are the ones that are listed on the
Yes, sir.
inventory?
Well, no, Your Honor, it's different. And that's why I'm,
All right, we picked the antique hay bind.
yes, Your Honor, antique hay bind, the Allison Chambers 180 with Freeman 4000 loader, the antique loose hay roller, the Rhino SE 10A bush hog, the 12-foot horse trailer, and the New Holland Model 56 bar rake. That's New Holland Model 56 bar rake. Those are the items in dispute, Your Honor. All other items, as we understand, on their farm equipment would be items of the estate.
Just one small addition, that does encompass the farm equipment. The cattle are obviously in dispute as well.
Yes, Your Honor, cattle are in dispute as well.
So with that being the case, do you want to make any argument regarding this?
Judge, I'm just going to waive argument.
Judge, my only issue in this hunt in the beginning is the objection to the inventory and the claim that Mr. Vandervoort and his client have made to the court that somehow Mr. Odell and I are thieves. And I want a ruling from the court on that issue.
Judge, that is
Mr.
not,
Vandervoort never made that statement. You could draw an inference from Mr. Sam Myatt's testimony that someone that he was, I'm very aware of the fact that he made in his statement one thing about something turned up missing after you all had been there. But I don't credit that statement at all to indicate that there's anything inappropriate that was done. Mr. Vandervoort, you stood up. I'll be glad to hear what, if you've got anything you want to say.
Your Honor, that is not Mr. Myatt's point or position, and that is not what the intent of his testimony was.
All right. Anybody on this side want to say anything?
I just want to clarify exactly what it is we're asking for on Mr. Henry Eugene's behalf.
Come up to the podium so we can actually hear you.
I would like a chance to reply if I may.
I'm in agreement with Mr. Vandervoort as to the items that are in dispute, the 6 items, as well as the cattle. I'm just wanting to focus on what Mr. Eugene Myatt is asking for, and that would be, those items have all been sold at auction with the exception of the cattle. He would like that 50% of the proceeds from the sale of those items be given directly to him. In addition, he would get his 1/9 distribution as an heir of this estate.
Is he asking for 1/2, 50% value of all of those items that were identified?
Correct, in addition to what he would have received from being a beneficiary of the estate. Additionally, with respect to the cattle, what he would propose is the cattle were appraised for $15,100. I don't think anybody's in a disagreement as to the value of the cattle.
$15,000.
$15,100. What he would like for this court to do is what we would request is this court determine that he had a 1/2 interest in those cattle and then take a deduction from his distribution from the estate for the remaining 1/2, which I believe is not very good at quick math, but $7,550 deducted from his distribution from the estate. And he'd be allowed to keep the cattle.
Anything else? Vandervoort?
Very, very briefly, with that being said by Ms. Franklin, Judge, there has been specific proof on the horse trailer that my client was present when that was actually purchased and was aware of the transaction, knew the transaction, and had actually assisted on that horse trailer to replace the flooring, and it's his position that that is owned by the estate. Specifically as to the bush hog, knew the condition of the bush hog. Actually, I suggested to his brother to buy a batwing bush hog rather than this bush hog because he knew he was buying it. And he ignored, Mr. Richard Myatt ignored that, went ahead and apparently bought this rhino bush hog. Judge, additionally, there has been proof that this roller was specifically purchased part of it was actually purchased by someone else. But the proof is that it was owned, we would submit, by Richard. He is the one that transacted it. So, and furthermore, Your Honor, the item was on his property at the time of his passing. Judge, there has been proof that in 2013, there was a stoppage, if you will. They stopped transacting. That is Mr. Sam Myatt's position. Judge, if you want to take it, I guess, and give credence to what Paul Myatt said, it definitely stopped around 2018. All the cattle remained on on Richard Myatt's property. Judge, we're just asking, based on the testimony, that these items be found to be the part of the estate, be a part of Richard Myatt's estate. Moreover, on the cattle, Your Honor, we submit that if the court's going to do anything with the cattle, for them to be sold at auction. Let them go and be sold just as other items are, just as the personal property is sold. That'll be to bring the highest and best price.
Well, this is here today because of an objection to the inventory that was filed. And so I'm considering it in that light. I find that the inventory is complete and well done. The only thing that I've heard so far that was omitted from it was an antique hay vine. I think it was some other things that have been listed here, and we'll just accept that as face value. In any event, it is this court's, after listening to it, what this boils down to is that there's no definitive proof that's been offered on to the ownership or acquisition of really any of these properties, with the exception of the horse trailer that Mr. Sam Myatt stated that he was with his brother when he bought it. Everything else is based on something that someone said, or they were told, or they understood based upon something they were told or said, was said to them. So in view of that, when the burden is basically to determine whether or not there is or is not, the administrator of the estate found that those items that were listed on the estate were in fact owned one half by, well, and that was based upon his investigation that those items were owned one half by Eugene and one half by Richard. The parole evidence, or the evidence that's been introduced today, is basically that we had a family, brothers that were across the street from each other, and they operated a business together. They ran cattle together and did everything together. That one of them needed something, they went over and got it. The other one, whatever. So there was no strong or strict definition as to this is my property, this is not my property. It's unfortunate that the brothers of the family has now fallen out to the extent that they're arguing over something that's we've spent most of the day on today that's not really as noteworthy, but I understand principle counts for a lot. I find that the cattle that were there is in fact, are all cattle that was owned and operated by Eugene and Richard together. Therefore, one half of that cattle sale would be attributable to Eugene. And as far as what I would suggest we do is, you've had them appraised. If there's any difference in the appraised value between today's market and that, use today's market. If it's less, that's the amount you use. If it's more, that's the amount you use. But the only reason you'd want to sell them at auction would be to get today's price, which changes. So as of today being the 18th day of May, whatever the price is per pound on the cattle, that will be what the price would be. And half of that will be attributable to Eugene, and it will be deducted from any interest he has in the estate. Therefore, the cattle will remain. And I will make this statement that I think that evidence that Paul, Eugene's son, was the only one who stepped up to take care of these cattle is also representative of the fact that it was a joint operation between him and his father, between his father and Richard. And as a result of that, I credit that testimony. Remaining items of antique hay vine, Allison Chambers, Freeman 3,000, or 300 rather, the antique loose hay roller, and the New Holland 56 bar rake. All of those I find to be jointly owned between Eugene and Richard. And I found the 12-foot horse trailer and the rhino bush hog, based upon the testimony of Sam Myatt, that those are separately owned by Richard. So the price that those brought at sale will be included in the estate, and Mr. Eugene will not have any interest in that. Anyone have any questions? Other than that, the inventory is approved. I need someone to draw my order.
I'll do it.
Judge, the court wants me to, I'll draft the order.
Doesn't matter to me who.
I'll give it a shot and circulate it, Your Honor.
But let's try to get one order instead of competing orders, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, well, that concludes our hearing. We adjourn.
All rise.
Mr. Vandervoort, I think we are on your motion, right?
Yes, Your Honor. I would call Sam Myatt to the stand, Judge.
Sam Myatt?
Yes, sir.
They can sit down and get back up. My knees are gone.
All right. Mr. Myatt's been sworn. We're ready to go.
What's your name?
My name is Willie Sam Myatt.
Mr. Myatt, did you learn that there had been cattle sold after your brother's death?
Yes, I was.
And did you request that I obtain a subpoena and from the Dixon Livestock Center regarding those records?
Yes, I did.
In fact, those records that have been introduced, shown to the court, those are the records that we acquired.
Yes, sir.
And those were records that, to your knowledge, had not been obtained yet to be included in the inventory.
Yeah.
And they are have now been provided.
Yes.
And you're asking that they be a part of the inventory?
Yes.
Okay. And then additionally, did you request that I get in contact with the USDA regarding records of your brother's application to the USDA for coronavirus monies?
Yes.
In fact, did we do that?
Yes, we did.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
And in fact, I'm walking to you, Mr. Myatt. Are those the records that we obtained?
Yes, sir.
Second page back from the records.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Those to you. In fact, does it reflect inventory? Is that your brother's signature?
Yes, yes, it is.
And does it reflect an inventory of 16 cattle?
Yes, it does.
And is that in 2020?
Yes.
Okay, so it's your understanding your brother made an application for that coronavirus money August 6th, 2020?
Yeah.
They're not asked that the exhibit to his testimony is affidavit of custodian records from.
That would be exhibit 2, the first exhibit being the records from the livestock.
Mr. Myatt, you heard Mr. Parchman's testimony? You heard Mr. Parchman's testimony?
Yes, I did.
And do you dispute his testimony as far as his understanding of they were always 50-50?
Well, they did, they resolved it a few years in advance for that.
And up through, in 2020, do you believe that shows that your brother had cattle of his own?
Yes.
Okay. And you're just asking the court to reconsider this, showing that your brother had cattle of his own in
Yes.
2020?
Yes.
And did he have them, to your knowledge, up until he died?
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Roberts?
You understand your brother filed income tax and did not disclose in his income tax any income?
I didn't hear all that.
Do you understand that your brother, do you understand that your brother filed federal income tax?
He hadn't filed none in several years because I hadn't either.
And so he didn't claim any cattle through a cattle operation, did he?
When you reach a certain age, you don't make a certain amount of money, you don't have to file.
Do you know whether he filed or not?
No, he wasn't filing.
Beg pardon?
He wasn't filing several years before he passed away. He wasn't filing, and I wasn't either.
And he never filed anything in
He
his
did.
taxes where he had cattle, did he?
Well, prior to that, he got of age, he did.
You sure
When he
about
was
that?
making more money, had more income coming in.
He filed taxes. Do you know whether he filed that he had cattle?
Yeah, he still filed when he had some cattle.
And you've been,
But
how
I
were you
don't
aware
remember
of
what
his,
year.
how were you aware of his taxes?
Because we talked about it all the time. I wasn't told him he didn't file because the Farm Bureau lady told me I wasn't going to be filing no more.
Okay. And do you know what he did? Did he get any money from the USDA?
Do I know what?
Did he get any COVID money from the USDA?
Yes, he did. He told
How
me.
much did he get?
I don't remember the exact amount of dollars.
What'd he do with it?
He cashed and spent it, put it in the bank or whatever.
You don't know, do you?
Well, I know he got it.
Well, you don't know what he did with it, do you?
No, I don't really know.
You don't know if he split it with his other brother.
No, I know that it didn't happen because he told me.
Well, he did. You never asked him if he split it with Eugene. You're
Yeah,
just
I
making
did.
that up, aren't
Yes,
you?
I did.
When did you ask him?
He said, it's all mine. I own everything on this side of the road.
When did that conversation happen?
Probably after he got the money because he laughed and I didn't get none.
Well, when did he get it?
Well, it was sometime after he signed that piece of paper.
Well, when was that?
Do what? With the date on the paper.
It was August 6th of 2020.
Okay.
And you're telling this court under oath
Yes,
that
ma'am.
you had a conversation sometime after that,
Sure did.
and your brother specifically told you that he didn't split that money with his
He sure
brother
did.
Eugene. You know whether Eugene filed to get it? To get any
He
USDA
didn't
money?
have, he didn't have no cattle. Well,
What's your problem with your brother
according
Eugene?
to my,
What's your problem with your brother Eugene?
well, he didn't have none a couple of years ago. He got Alzheimer's, whatever you want to call it right now. He don't have a good memory.
Okay, so you hold that against him?
No, I don't hold that against him. A lot of people got that trouble.
Well, what is it that you have against the fact that Eugene and Richard were in business or just had a hobby farm out there where they raised a few head of cattle?
Sometime about 2013 or 2014, they had trouble running the cows across the road. And they had a lot of trouble running up and down the road. And Richard told Eugene, he said, we can't do this more. We're too old to do it. You need to sell your half. It was somewhere around 13 or 14, I know.
But you weren't privy to their conversations or their dealings.
Hey, we went to the coffee shop every Saturday and Sunday morning together. Spent an hour and a half.
All
talked-
three of you?
Yes.
Okay.
Until Eugene started getting about, it was probably 19 somewhere. He stopped going with it. He quit driving. Richard picked him up and go, and he finally just quit.
But Richard and Eugene had conversations, you're aware that they had conversations between themselves, didn't they, without you?
Yeah, I was at that coffee shop and talked about it.
I don't have anything further.
Mr. Myatt, we've met previously. My name is Sydney Franklin. I'm appointed to represent your brother Eugene. I have a few questions. Do you remember when we were previously here in May arguing about these cattle?
Do I have what now?
Do you remember when we were here in May of this year arguing about these cattle?
Yeah.
Okay, do you remember Mr. Paul Myatt testifying that he and his father continued to have a cattle operation with your brother, Richard?
He said he don't remember when they quit or what.
Who
He didn't
took,
remember a lot of stuff.
who took care of the cattle?
I did. Hey, before Richard passed away, before he even had the stroke, he had a cow down sick.
And who took care of it?
I did, and I went and killed it.
And
They
Paul wasn't involved.
Paul wasn't in, but his son rode me down there on an ATV or whatever you want to call him, and I carried the shotgun down there and shot the cow. Paul was sitting right there and heard us talking about it. He was not helping Richard with the cows until,
After your brother Richard passed away, who took care of the cattle?
first I know Mr. Odell told Paul to take care of them. I don't know. I wasn't in on none of that.
But who
I wanted
actually took care of the cattle after your brother Richard
I
passed
wanted
away?
them sold immediately after Richard passed away, and they wouldn't do it.
Who actually took care of the cattle after Richard passed away?
According to Paul, he did.
Who went out and fed the cattle?
Well, for the first month or so, I helped the lady that's living with Richard feed them. Or one of my daughters went over and helped.
You remember back in May, you didn't testify about you taking care of any cattle back in May, did you?
Hey, I went down there in the field and shot the cows
No,
down.
I'm just asking, back in May, you never testified that you took
Well,
care of the cattle, correct?
I done. Paul didn't until he was signed by Mr. Odell to take care of them.
And you're just basing that on a conversation you had with someone that Mr. Odell told Paul Myatt to take care of the cattle?
Paul told me, I don't know what he told him. Paul told me Odell asked him, was he taking care of the cows?
Do you agree that Paul is taking care of the cattle for at least a
After
year?
Richard passed away, after December, not now, he wasn't taking care of them up until Mr. Odell took over.
Okay, so Paul took care of the cattle,
After Mr. Odell was signed.
and you acknowledge that at some point in time, your brother Richard and your brother Henry Eugene ran cattle together, correct?
Yes, some point back in the past.
All right, no further questions.
All right, any redirect? Hello, Mr. Odell, do you have an involvement in this?
Judge, I'm the administrator of the estate.
And you are represented by Ms. Roberts? Ms. Roberts, do you represent the estate?
Well,
Just trying to figure out who
I
all the players are.
I represent Janey Myatt, one of the heirs of the estate. She, on behalf, her son retained me to open the estate, and then Mr. Odell was appointed as
Who's on
the
first?
administrator. So he's acting as attorney and administrator for the
What's on
estate.
second?
That's twice.
Sorry.
Yeah, Judge, I testified at the last
He-
hearing, so I don't know.
Your Honor, I don't know why the cattle wasn't sold and the money put in the state and argued over the money.
I know
We've
that.
been paying somebody more to take care of what the cattle's worth.
All right, unless you have any other questions.
Very briefly, Judge, and I'll make it very brief. Mr. Myatt, the conversations you were having, Ms. Roberts asked you about at the coffee shop with your brothers, Richard, all three of you were there?
Yes,
And what I'm understanding you to say, I want the court to be clear, how long had those breakfast conversations been going on? How many years?
hey, all our lives.
Well, I know, but in the last leading up to Richard's death, how long prior?
Prior to that, 30, 40 years.
Okay. And Ms. Roberts had asked you about those conversations. Was the general understanding between the three of you, okay, she asked you about, that cattle operation between the two of them had ceased?
Yeah, it had, yep.
Okay. And you're saying that had gone on for 5 years, 10 years?
Yep. We always went out together to drink coffee on the weekend.
I get it, but that understanding that there no longer was a joint cattle operation,
No, there wasn't.
okay, that had gone on.
Your Honor, again, I'm going to have to enter an objection to all of this hearsay about this man is deceased and everything.
Something called a dead man statute, isn't it?
Well, Judge,
It is.
she opened the door, but I had that limited question. That was all I was going to ask him.
Say any objection.
Other
And
questions?
Mr. Odell, do you have any questions since you're the administrator?
I don't, Judge.
Anybody else have any questions for this witness?
No.
Mike, you may step down, you can have a seat with your lawyer. Mr. Vandervoort, you have another witness?
Oh, Your Honor, that's our proof.
All right. Are we considering the issue regarding this alleged heir to the estate as well?
Judge, that motion, we have all talked, Judge, and I believe what we want to do is reset that motion for January, either the 8th or the 9th. And just for the purpose of ensuring that she has proper notice, Judge, I had sent a certified copy of that notice of resetting. She has signed for it. I've submitted that to the court. She signed for it on December the 5th. We're asking the court to set it out on February the 8th.
It's fine, it's fine. It's just, as I said, Judge, not to interrupt, but on that, if you'll recall, my client had initially, when we did a list of heirs, had added her in because she thought she was the daughter. We have found a birth certificate that I filed with the court. And Your Honor, previously on my motion, I think it gave her 60 days to come in and make a claim. She has not done that. So the 60 days has lapsed, but we've all discussed in a situation, we don't want this coming back and for lack of
notice or whatever. So Mr. Vandervoort sent a certified letter to her that she accepted on the 10th.
Judge, I had filed the motion. I sent a notice of setting of the motion and the motion itself. She signed for it on December the 5th.
Yeah.
So we just think it's appropriate. We set it out at least 30 days. I would send another notice and do another certificate, return receipt.
I think that's probably the wise thing to do, make sure there's no issue. So we'll go ahead and just pick a day. I don't care what day.
And we just didn't, and again, we apologize, but since you've already plowed this field once, we don't want to have somebody else replow it. So we're just gonna, if you would, just let us set it on one of your dates. So we don't have to re-argue all this in front of somebody who hasn't heard it all. Not
It's
that-
like, once I lay my hands on the file, it's like mine forever, right?
It's got your fingerprints, Judge.
Well, it's just, sometimes it's, like I said, it's easy,
I
but this
understand.
is kind of a rocky field
Simpler
you've
to
already
have the same
plowed.
person hear the case, and I don't disagree. All right, then we'll let you set that on February the 8th. Is that
February the
right?
8th, if that's okay.
We'll just do it quick before our,
Yes. And it should,
For our
we
hearing.
assume there's not going to be a response, but
Well, since you two are in the contested case that day, I'll assume that you'll take care of your other clients by making that a brief.
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, then are we ready? Any rebuttal proof on this issue from anyone involved in this case? Then do you want to argue it?
Judge, on the one portion, the portion where Paul Myatt had sold cattle after the death, we're just asking that be added into, those dollars be accounted for and added into the inventory. That's, Mr. Odell just didn't know about it. He didn't, Mr. Myatt, Paul Myatt did not relay that. Now we got the information.
That's the 5,934.13.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And Judge, as the other portion, Judge, we just feel like this supports, that this is clearly noticed. It wasn't he and his brother submitting these records to the USDA. It was just Richard Myatt. And Judge, we feel like that helps to establish that he had ownership. It just so happens to be 16 head of cattle. And I think that's what we're dealing, 16 head of cattle. And so we're just asking the court reconsider that. The information was not available at the time, and establish that, in fact, Richard, by the time of his death, owns 100% of the cattle.
Franklin?
Judge, I would just, I assume that Mr. Vandervoort, on behalf of Mr. Sam, is just asking you to reconsider your last ruling.
That's what the motion says.
that the cattle is there. And again, everything that has come in there, he had it in 2020. He passed away in late 2021. Again, I don't know that the court can take judicial notice of what people filed with COVID relief money. And where it went to, we have no proof in the record to show whether that money was split between him and Eugene, whether he even got any money. He made application for money, but there is nothing in the record to show that he actually received payment of any type of money and how he disposed of it. There's no proof in the record to say in 2020 how many head of cows that he actually had out there on his place. He signed a statement with USD that he had those. But again, if there was 20 or 30 head of cattle out there at that point in time, who knows? Was just 16 of them his? Again, it's just not enough proof to reopen and reconsider your ruling, and we would just ask that it stand. And it's our position that Your Honor has ruled that Eugene Myatt, one of the living heirs who's going to be entitled to 1/7 of this estate, is going to be credited against that $5,000. In addition, he has the right to buy the other cattle at a per pound rate as of May. And then that will be credited against his disbursement. There's $200,000 in this estate that's going to be divided 7 ways. And then each of the 1/7 of each is going to be the 3 surviving children, Janie, Eugene, and Sam. And then there's a whole slew, 20 some odd other heirs that's going to take the other portion. So again, it's a drop in the bucket of this. And again, I think Your Honor's ruled. I think your ruling was valid based on the testimony. And I don't think the new evidence is anything that would stand to change your ruling.
To be brief, Judge, when we were here in May, there was there were hours of testimony about the ownership of these cattle. And Mr. Paul Myatt testified that he and his father and the decedent here ran this cattle operation as joint partners with a 50-50 interest for a number of years. Mr. Parchman testified earlier today that whenever they sold cattle through the livestock, that it was always his impression that it was a joint venture. It's our position that your prior order should stand. And as was previously stated in that order, that Mr. Eugene Myatt had the opportunity to elect against his share for the value of those cattle, which this court wanted us to determine a per pound weight as of May 18th. So that's our position, Judge.
Judge, just briefly, after I was appointed, in my due diligence, I talked to Eugene Myatt, talked to Paul Myatt. I talked and understood that Mr. Sam Myatt had a position that was different than theirs, that Richard owned 100% of the cattle. I, of course, went through his house. I didn't find any evidence of that. So, from very early on after my appointment, there was clearly a dispute over the ownership of the cattle. But everything I've seen, at least, would indicate the preponderance of the evidence that I've seen suggests that Richard Myatt had a 1/2. That's from the administrator's point of view. That's what I see.
Well, court has already conducted a hearing, and we had a lengthy hearing back in May with the order being entered in June or July. I can't read the stamp. Sometime after that, and after that hearing, the court found that there was no dispute in this court's mind that based on the proof, the cattle were owned together by Eugene Myatt and Richard Omer Myatt due to their historical cattle operation, for which the court gave credit to the testimony of Paul Myatt. And he testified at length about the fact that it was a joint cattle operation. And considering the motion to amend that order and to find that the cattle in question may have been specifically owned by Richard, the court is of the opinion that the evidence from the Dixon Livestock Center more or less corresponds with and substantiates the testimony of Paul Myatt that historically the cattle operation that they had was in fact a 50-50 cattle operation, and that the testimony of Mr. Sam Myatt, well, I understand he had his opinion about what he understood the situation was, that I don't find that the testimony at this hearing rises to the level that would allow the court to find that the prior testimony should be disregarded. So therefore, the motion to amend as to the ownership of the cattle is respectfully denied. I do grant the inclusion of that 5,100 and whatever it was, 5,934.13 will be included in the estate, and then the remaining portion of that motion is denied. All right.
Fair and order, and just circulate it, and then resetting, I'll do a notice of resetting as to the other motion. Thank you.
For those of you that have watched the Holderman case, this is the Tennessee version. A little different, a lot the same.
All right, we are now ready on Michael Andrew Betts versus Janie Eudora Myatt et al. In the estate of Richard Omar Myatt. Anyone want to tell me who's the moving party in this case?
I think we all are. Ms. Roberts had filed the initial motion. I think I filed the second motion.
I just want to know who's going to get to go first. So.
I think probably the appropriate matter would be is Mr. Knowles is now representing the potential heir of the estate. And I think probably from that standpoint, she's here to make as I understand your Honor's ruling, is she had a certain time limit to come forward to establish her claim. She did not do that within the time frame. And so then we had a concern about service and whether or not proper notice was done. So we resent it, and then she is here making a claim now. So I think
my motion and everybody else's motions were predicated on whether she was going to come forward. She has now come forward. And so I think appropriately, Mr. Knowles and as her representative would go first to establish her claim, and then we would refute that or substantiate it, depending on each of our clients' positions.
This is the claim of Kathy Rundle, is that correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor. We filed an answer and counter motion.
Ms. Rundle is on Zoom with us, and she is in this hearing. She has not yet turned her video on, but is she going to be testifying, obviously?
She will. There should also be Miss Janey Myatt.
I have a Stephanie Lowe is the only other person that's in.
That's correct, Judge.
She's at Mr. Odell's office meeting with assistant. She's my client.
Okay. So do I need to admit Ms. Lowe as well?
Please.
Yes, Judge.
All right. So do you wish to make an opening statement? The issue that's before the court is whether or not Ms. Kathy Rundle, who is the person seeking to establish herself as an heir, is or is not a legitimate heir of this estate. Is that correct?
That's correct, and I would ask for the rule as well.
Rule has been requested. That means that I need to put Ms., you say Ms. Lowe is a party?
Well, Ms. Lowe is an attorney in Mr. Odell's office.
Oh.
Janie Myatt, my client, who is an heir, is actually there to testify.
All right, so that doesn't matter.
So
And Ms. Rundle is a party, so I just didn't know if I need to put any of those people back in the waiting area, so.
Well, and in calling for the rule, I just want some clarification too, because many of the people who are here are heirs.
Anyone who's an heir is a party.
So I know Mr. Vandervoort just sent some of them out. Some are just
I think all are heirs.
relatives of heirs, but we need to announce and put them on there and have their genealogies, verify who their common ancestor was.
Let me have these folks step back in and they can verify it.
Right. I just didn't want anybody to be excluded who is actually technically a
Right.
party.
It's no problem. I've got a headache already.
You're welcome.
While they're doing that, let me try and break this down for you. So, Mama and Daddy are gone. And by the way, this is in Tennessee, which is the South, so it's Mama and Daddy. Before Holderman, we were in the Midwest, which was Kansas, and it was Ma and Pa. So, Mama and Daddy are gone. Baby Ruby, unfortunately, didn't survive. You know, Ma was in her 40s. The sibling in question that we're talking about their estate is Brother Richard. He's in red. Now, Brother Charlie, he passed way back in 2009, but apparently back in the 60s, he hooked up with Beatrice, had a daughter. Things went sideways. She took off. He never got to see her. Sister Janie, she knew about it. She's one of only 3 living siblings. Now, Brother Sam, one of the other living siblings, thinks that wasn't really Charlie's kid and she has no right to any of the estate from Brother Richard. Sister Janie says, I held this baby when she was little. I know her. She's part of the family. She needs to come in. So they're on opposite sides of this lawsuit. Now, these are children of several of the deceased siblings. They're representing their interest. I haven't seen the will. I don't know what it looks like. There's 2 different ways a will can be written. Either Brother Richard left everything to the siblings, and if a sibling is deceased, then it just goes to the surviving siblings. Or he can say, if the sibling is deceased, then it passes down to their heirs. That's likely what happened here, and that's why they're here representing their parents' interest, which is now their interest.
Yeah.
Judge, if I may have the witnesses that we have here step up, and that I'll ask, and that way it can be on the record. If everybody will step up, then that's going to be testifying, or let's see.
If you would, just state your name.
Philip Estes.
And Mr. Estes? Okay, got it. Okay.
So, Mr. Estes, tell your Philip Estes, who is your parent that was a relative to either Richard and/or Charlie?
Kate Myatt Estes,
And that-
sister.
Sister, okay, you can step
And
back.
she's deceased.
Yes.
Deceased. State your name,
James Buchanan,
and who is your parent?
Edith Myatt Buchanan.
And she's deceased.
Right.
Okay.
Maurice Estes,
And who's your parent?
Kate Myatt Estes,
And she's deceased?
deceased.
Sister of Richard Omar and Charlie?
Yes, sir.
Myatt. You have a seat. State your name,
Sheila Woodard,
and who's your parent?
Edith Myatt Buchanan.
And she is a sibling of Richard and/or Charlie Myatt.
Yes.
And she's deceased.
She's deceased.
Larry Byrum. My mother's, Martha Elizabeth Myatt, sister of Richard.
And she was deceased? Yes.
So all of these people are potential heirs of the estate and therefore parties to the action, so none of them should be excluded from the courtroom.
That's correct, Your Honor.
That's correct.
All right. Then we are ready. Now, would you like to, Mr. Knowles, make an opening statement?
Briefly, Your Honor, I would. This matter is before the court upon the request for Miss Kathy Rundle.
Going up to the podium.
For Miss Kathy Rundle to come and establish her right as an heir of her father, who was Charlie Myatt, who was the brother of Richard Myatt. The issue in this case is Miss Rundle is the child of Charlie Myatt, as shown on her birth certificate, which is recorded with the state of Tennessee, which creates a finding of parentage. So, beginning with, it's our position that this parentage is already established. She should not even be here today, as she is the legal child. That legal parentage could only be set aside after 5 years by showing fraud, undue influence, or duress, which was never filed by Charlie Myatt prior to his death, nor has it been filed now. Judge, I would submit there's been no other parties that have had to file any form of birth certificates or establish any kind of parental marriage at the time of birth. The proof that we're going to put on will show that Mr. Charlie Myatt held Miss Rundle out to be his daughter. They lived together, her mother and him, at the time of birth, and she is a rightful heir under this estate.
All right. Any of the other parties, counsel, wish to make an opening statement?
Judge, I would. Judge, we would submit that this is controlled by 31-2-105, and the court looks at that. This was a child that was born out of wedlock. The parties never married prior to this, according to the statute, the parties were never married. It was not established prior to the father's death. The child was born in 1960, April, I think it was April 24th, 1960, and I think the court has to look at that time period and look at the statute and look what was going on prior to that. There was no requirement of voluntary acknowledgement of parentage. And at that time, the proof that would have been required is clear and convincing evidence. And Judge, we would submit there is not clear and convincing evidence, but she does have a burden of coming forward and establishing that she is the child. She's had that burden, and first off, she has not met that. There's a specific part of that statute says it's according to the creditor's notice, or a year. And certainly he's been deceased longer than a year. She has never come forth and asserted. Moreover, I think proof's going to show that no one in this family had any idea, ever heard of this person until these proceedings. So Judge, we think that the burden she has, one, she has failed to meet the time frame. The case law is all clear on that. Two, I don't think that she can clear the hurdle of clear and convincing proof. And so, Judge, we believe that's what the proof will show, is that, in fact, she is not the child. She's never been held out to be the child. Charlie Myatt, brother of Richard Omar, never held her out to be a child. None of the family members who had close ties to her, to Charlie, never heard of this person. So we believe that's what's going to, the proof's going to show.
Ms. Roberts, you have anything?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Region?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Franklin?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Odell?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Holly, I know you're sitting back there. Surely you're not involved in this case too.
I'm not, sir, no, or the Gilchrist. I think we've got the Gilchrist worked out, please the court. If we leave, can we just send the court an agreed order?
That's fine. All right. Mr. Knowles, it is your burden. You may call your first witness.
I would call Janie Myatt.
Janey Myatt.
Yes, sir.
She is on Zoom. I'm going to ask her to unmute and turn her camera on. You are Janey Myatt, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
If you'll raise your right hand, let me place you under oath. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Knowles.
Could you state your full name for the record?
Janey Myatt.
And Ms. Myatt, are you the sibling of Richard Myatt?
Yes.
Are you also the sibling of Charlie Myatt?
Yes.
Do you know Miss Kathy Rundle?
She was born here in Dixon. I seen her for about 6 weeks here in Dixon, but I talked to her all the time.
Now, do you know when she was born?
I think it was in maybe April of 60.
Do you know who her father is?
Charlie says it's his daughter, and her and Dee was together at the time, and Charlie always told me Kathy was his daughter.
Ma'am, if you'll hold on for a second, please. Objection is as to hearsay, Mr. Knowles.
Well, Your Honor, this is family history. There's an exception to family history. This is also under the dead man statute. Charlie is not a party to this action. Charlie's not the plaintiff or defendant.
Which certainly he is, in as much as these claimed heirs are. So I would submit that these are party opponents. These are interested parties.
Well, if that's the case, it's a statement against interest, Your Honor. That would allow the hearsay into the record.
Well, not necessarily.
I think that she can testify at this point regarding how her knowledge of how he reacted towards this child without having to quote what he said. So I'm going to sustain the objection as to the actual words, and you can have your client or your witness testify about any other matters that might be directly on point.
Your Honor, as administrator of the estate, I think that testimony would go to the distribution of the estate. That's what would be relevant to it.
Maybe relevant, but how is that an exception? Lots of relevant information is objectionable as hearsay. What Mr. Vandervoort has objected to it coming in as hearsay, so I'm trying to determine, is there an exception to the hearsay rule?
I don't know if the dead man statute would apply if it is to the allocation and distribution.
You don't think the dead man statute would apply?
It doesn't, Your Honor, with all due respect, it doesn't apply because it's dealing, the dead man statute only deals with statements about a decedent and dealing with the person who's testifying when they had a business dealing. And this was not a business dealing, it's family history, which is an exception to the hearsay rule, and establishing lineage. And then number two, this is not dealing with a transaction that Mrs. Janey Myatt had with the decedent. And so the dead man statute prohibits a person who was in the transaction making a statement about what the decedent said about that specific transaction. So that's what the dead man statute covers.
Mr. Reason?
The dead man statute applies only to actions in which a judgment may be rendered for or against the personal representative.
I'm not so concerned about the dead man statute as I am about the hearsay. And this, you're claiming, or it proposed that family history is an exception to the hearsay rule. Number 19 of the rules of evidence exceptions to the hearsay rules states the following. Reputation among members of a person's family by blood, adoption, or marriage, or among associates or in the community concerning a person's birth, adoption, marriage, divorce, death, legitimacy, relationship by blood, adoption, or marriage, ancestry, or other similar fact of personal or family history. Therefore, it would fall clearly within that exception to the hearsay rule. Your objection is overruled. You may continue. Ms. Myatt, the question had been posed to you about what you knew about Ms. Rundle, and you were quoting what your brother Charlie had said about this lady.
Yes.
You may want to re-ask your question.
Ms. Myatt, were you present when Kathy Rundle came home from the hospital?
I did not see her come home from the hospital, but I was at their apartment within a few hours after she got out of the hospital.
And when you say you were at their apartment, whose apartment were you at?
Charlie's and Dee's.
Dee being Miss Kathy Rundle's mother?
Yes, over on Center Avenue.
That's where the apartment was?
Yes.
Okay, so you were present when they brought Miss Rundle home from the hospital. Was your brother holding Kathy Rundle out to be his child?
He told me to come in and see his little girl. He had a little girl and wanted me to see her, and I helped her, and I was at their apartment.
And did he continue to reside there with Miss Rundle and her mother?
For probably about 6 weeks. And then they left and went to Illinois. I think it's Illinois or Indiana one. And they was up there till 1962.
And when you say they left and went to Illinois, are you referring to Miss Rundle, your brother Charlie Myatt, and Miss Rundle's mother?
Yes.
To your knowledge, did they live together as a family?
Yes.
Now, throughout your lifetime, did your brother make any statements stating that he was the father of Catherine Rundle?
Up until he died, he wanted me to find his daughter, Kathy. He wanted me to find her.
And were you ever able to locate her?
No, I didn't know where she lived or what her last name was, and there's no way I could find her.
Now, who cared for Mr. Charlie Myatt before his death?
I did.
And during that time, did he discuss Kathy Myatt with you?
Many, many times.
And was he claiming her to be his daughter?
Yes.
After Mr. Charlie Myatt passed, did you go through his personal affairs? His personal?
Yes. Yes. And found Kathy's birth certificate.
And did you provide that birth certificate to anyone?
I sent it to Kathy.
And did he have any other documents showing Miss Rundle as his daughter?
There was a family Bible that belonged, I think it must have belonged to Dee, and it had their names in it. And it had Kathy's name in it and her half brother's name in the Bible. And I sent it to Kathy.
Okay. At any point, did Charlie Myatt state Kathy was not his daughter?
No.
Your Honor, that's all the questions I have.
We'll start with Mr. Vandervoort. Mr. Vandervoort, do you have questions?
Yes, sir, I do. So, Ms. Myatt, I'm Kurt Vandervoort. I represent Sam Myatt. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So, you had just testified that you sent a certificate of birth to Kathy Rundle upon his death, correct?
Not till Kathy notified my brother and I got her address.
Okay, because that's what I was going to ask you, because you said earlier you didn't have her address. You didn't know how to look.
Okay. When Kathy's grandmother passed away, Kathy did not know what her daddy's name was all these years. And when Kathy's grandmother passed away, she found Charlie's name on a piece of paper from Dixon, Tennessee. And she went down, her daughter got the Dixon County phone book and went down and called every Myatt in that phone book, and she got a hold of Eugene Myatt. That's my brother. And
Ma'am, I'm not asking all that. I'm just saying, you earlier said you didn't have her address.
I was trying to tell you how I got it, but okay.
But is that correct? You did not have her address at the time your brother was deceased?
No,
Because that's what I was gonna ask. Now, you're saying that you literally were there for the birth?
I was in Dixon. I wasn't in the room with her when she was born, but I was there at the hospital and in their apartment.
And you're saying that you visited them at the apartment?
After the birth, yes.
And then you in fact, held Miss Rundle?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, thereafter, within 6 weeks, they all left, and this was in 1960, about April of 1960, I believe. You're saying that thereafter is when they left and went to either Illinois or Indiana.
Yes.
And so your brother Charlie, was living in Burns at the time, correct?
No, he was in Indiana, Illinois with Kathy and Dee.
Okay, but at the time prior to that, he was living in Burns with your parents, correct?
I think him and Dee left at the same time and went to Illinois.
Okay, but my question to you is, he was living in Burns? You remember that?
Him and Dee was living in Dixon on Center Avenue.
Living in Dixon Center Avenue. Well, the birth certificate, which hasn't been introduced, but it shows an address. Do you remember the P.O. Box 206, Burns, Tennessee, back when there were just boxes, Box 206?
I don't remember whose address it is. I remember the boxes, but I don't know whose address.
Do you recall your parents' address?
It might have been their address. I don't remember their box number.
Okay, so if it shows that on the birth certificate, you just don't recall?
No.
Okay. But you recall you recall specifically visiting, you recall them going to Illinois in 1960, April, and spending until 62. Is that your statement?
Yes.
And as I understand further, your statement is that upon your brother's passing, or you took care of him before his passing, he wanted you to have contact with Kathy Rundle?
Yes.
Okay, that's your statement.
Yes.
It was very important to him, is what you're saying.
Yes.
And then he passed away.
Yes.
He passed away, I believe, in, let's see, he passed away in April the 24th of 2009. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you're saying his daughter was very important to him?
Yes.
I mean, and you recognize that as a fact?
Probably, all in all, he probably asked about 100 times to find her for him.
100 times.
Mm-hmm.
Ma'am, you, in fact, took care of the funeral arrangements for your brother, didn't you?
Yes.
And you went to Span Funeral Home and you were the informant for your brother's passing, correct?
Me and my sister went together.
You and your sister. Which sister?
Elizabeth.
Elizabeth. And who are her children? Who are the children of Elizabeth Myatt?
Larry and Glenda and Judy and Earl and Donald Ray.
And so she went with you?
Yes.
But you provided all the information to the funeral home, correct?
Me and her both did, I guess. We both talked.
And you were there, correct?
Yes, yes.
Judge, if I may, just 1 second, pass out. Ms. Myatt, you, as you said, you were the informant for the information for the funeral home. Your name is listed on Charlie Myatt's certificate of death. You familiar with that?
I don't remember, I guess.
Yes, but you did make the arrangements.
Me and my sister did, yes.
Of course, you're not a judge, I don't know how the court wants to handle this. Normally I would hand it to her, but she's not here.
I know, I don't have any advice for you other than the fact that if you want to hand it to me, I will demonstrate it in front of the camera on my computer.
Right there.
Judge, may I approach?
Right. So what are you asking her to look at?
This is, Your Honor, this is an affidavit, custodian of records on the front. Jake Beard, he was a custodian of record for Span Funeral Home. And I would represent to Ms. Myatt, Janey Myatt, that the first page consists of Charlie Myatt's obituary, and it does not reflect the name of Kathy Rundle or Kathy Myatt within that obituary.
Additionally, for the purposes of expediting it, it says what it says, and Ms. Rundle is not listed. So again,
There's no dispute about it.
Again, she's not listed as an heir in a document through the newspaper on an obituary that Span Funeral Home prepared. We'll be happy to stipulate to that fact.
Well, thank you for that, but moreover, she and her sister are the ones who provided the information. And
I think it's been established, but if you want to ask her that specific question, there's a stipulation that Kathy Rundle is not listed in the obituary that Span Funeral Home provided for the publication, nor in the obituary notice form that Span Funeral Home utilizes. And if you want to ask her about that, it's been stipulated that the information is not there, and you can ask her who provided that information for preparation of those things.
Yes, sir, and that is the question. Ms. Myatt, you provided this information, correct?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, on the last page here, it shows that you are responsible for the funeral arrangements, correct?
Yes.
And her name was not listed. Correct?
I guess if you say so, I don't remember.
Well, if your attorney has said that her name is not listed, and you all are stipulating that, verify that you understand that.
It's actually, I don't think you represent this lady, is that correct?
I represent Ms. Myatt.
You represent Ms. Janie Myatt?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And
Yes.
again,
Well,
it is
noted.
not, it speaks for, the document speaks for itself.
Ms. Myatt, your lawyer here in the courtroom, in order to try to expedite things, has agreed that the documents speak for themselves, and will tell you that the documents do not contain Kathy Rundle's name in the obituary that was published, nor in the obituary notice that was prepared for Span Funeral Home. So you can take that as a fact. Right.
And ma'am, this is despite your brother telling you this hundreds of times, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And ma'am, you never mentioned this to any of the other family, correct?
Oh, yeah. I talked to Richard about it, Eugene about it, Lisbeth about it. In fact, after Lisbeth and I made the funeral arrangements, Eugene and Richard went down and looked things over and said everything I'd done suited them and it was okay with them. I didn't make all the decisions by myself. They backed me on everything.
Yes, ma'am, but I'm talking about specifically about this child. This child. You never spoke with any of the other family members about it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
He would call me and I'd tell Richard, well, Kathy called me today. Charlie's daughter called me today. I talked to her. I would talk to him and tell him I heard from Kathy.
Your brother Sam would have known about it.
No, because me and him don't speak.
But you actually do not like, and is it fair to say you despise Sam?
No, I don't despise him. I just don't like his actions and his mouth.
So Elizabeth, who is your sister, was present at the time, and you would have talked to her about it, and her children would have known about it, correct?
Oh, yeah, they knew we done it.
Speculation. She can't know what the other people's children know.
Ma'am,
Sustained.
ma'am, you never took steps in opening your brother's estate to establish who his children were, despite his request for you to find his daughter, correct?
Yes, I was just under a lot of pressure, and I didn't know what her last name was at the time. I mean, 60 years later. It was just an oversight on my part, but I recognized her as being Charlie's daughter, and Richard and Eugene did, and Elizabeth did. We talked about it.
Judge, I would ask that that be made an exhibit. I have the originals here, if I may, an approach. Judge, I have them. That's in both cases. I just did affidavits for both cases. Ma'am, you, just to be clear, you don't recall the address where your parents resided?
Yeah, it's right. It was Mike Luke, Burns, Tennessee.
Okay.
Ed and Martha Mike, Burns, Tennessee. But I don't recall the post office box because my sister's around.
You don't remember the box. Okay. Judge, I have no other questions.
Your Honor, I have some questions.
All right.
Hey, Miss Janey.
Yes.
What's your mom and daddy's name? What were their names?
Martha Elizabeth Lowe Myatt, and Daddy's name was Edward Omer Myatt.
And then how many children did they have?
12.
12 children.
Mhm.
You have 11 siblings.
Yes. Well, the last one was just born dead, but there was 11 of us living. Yes.
11 living children.
Yes.
And were y'all close family growing up?
Well, yeah.
And as y'all aged, most of y'all continue to reside in this area, is that right?
Yes.
Now, Charlie, what was Charlie's vocation? What was his trade? What did he do for a living?
He retired from I think it was the state of Tennessee, the fire tower. He worked for the fire tower there in Burns.
Okay.
He worked for the state.
Okay. And at some part in time, did he start traveling?
He went with the carnival. He went with the fair. That's when he left here. He went with the fair. That's when he met Kathy's mother. Was with when the fair was here in Dixon. He left and went with them.
So he became, I mean, I guess what you would call a carny at some point in his later life. Is that right?
Yes. Uh-huh.
He would travel around from different events and where these carnivals would put on county fairs.
Yes.
Travel with them. Is that correct?
Yes.
And to your understanding, that's where he became acquainted with, I think you call her Dee.
Yeah.
And Dee is Miss Kathy Rundle's mother. Is that right?
Yes.
And so did Mr. Charlie Roy Mike, did he own any property, any land, anything?
No.
So when he passed away, was there any assets of his estate? Did he have anything that had to be probated, or did you have to deal with anything?
No, I took care of it with Elizabeth and Richard's and Eugene's help, and he ended up in the nursing home, and everything he had was taken up in the nursing home. Time I paid for his funeral and everything out of it.
Right. So there was no need to probate his estate, to open it up, to find out who his heirs were, because there was nothing left to give to anybody, was there?
No, there wasn't.
And the at the time of Charlie's death, how long had he been in the nursing home?
Really, I can't remember, but offhand, I would say he had a stroke. Maybe a year. I really don't know, Jennifer. I really don't remember, but I'd say maybe a year.
And his health declined steadily for a bigger period of time. It wasn't something, his death didn't come imminent. He didn't have a stroke and die a few days later.
No, he laid in the house for about 3 or 4 days with a stroke before anybody found him. And then he was taken to the hospital, and then he was in the hospital, and from there he went to the nursing home.
And what house did he lay in, ma'am?
He rented an apartment there in the alley from the Underhills. He had an upstairs apartment. He rented from Edwin and Ronnie
Robbie.
Underhill.
Edwin and Robbie Underhill owned some property over there, and he lived upstairs.
And over a garage.
And so they found him there, and then he lasted for a while, but had to be taken care of, and you were the one that took care of him in the nursing home, right?
Yes, me and my sister.
So at the time of his death, from the time in 1960 when Miss Kathy Rundle was born, and you said they left about 6 weeks later. And were they, do you know where they were going? Were they re-going and doing their carnival stuff at that point in time, or were they moving somewhere? Do you know?
We thought with the carnival, but my mother, I don't know if I'm supposed to say this, but my mother came to Michigan to see me through a birth. And when she left there, she went back to Illinois and hunted around and found Charlie and Dee, and he was sharecropping on a farm in Illinois. And that was 2 years later.
Okay. And so and then when did Charlie come back to Dixon?
Say maybe within a year after that, he came back and he's been there, was there ever since.
Okay. So he met Dee doing carnival stuff. They came back here and gave birth. And they left and went to Illinois doing some sharecropping.
That's where my mother found him.
Okay, and your mother found him. And then he came back here a year later. Did he come back alone?
Yes.
Were there conversations about what happened or where Dee was and where Kathy was?
Well, I asked him on many times where the baby was, and he said, I don't know where she took her. I don't know where she's at. I don't know where she took her. So I really don't, I can't fill in the details on that because I don't know.
You don't know?
I'm sorry, hold on.
Say on that doesn't have anything to do with family lineage.
Well, Your Honor, it from a standpoint of Mr. Vandervoort, ask her about the location and when she knew where Miss Kathy Rundle was, and it was just foundational getting to that. I'll move on. So from that would have been 1962, 1963 was when he came back?
Yes.
Okay, and so from 1963 until he passed, in what year? You remember what year he passed? 2009?
Yes.
2009. Had you been successful, or did you even know where to start looking for this daughter he was asking for?
I didn't know where to start looking. I didn't know what her name was, what state or nothing. But he asked about her many, many times, but I didn't know how to start looking.
In your did you know any family history of Miss Kathy's mother?
No.
Where her people were from, where she
Nothing. Nothing.
So you wouldn't even know where to start looking?
No.
Okay. So when did you, at Charlie's death, did you even know if there was a child by the name on this birth certificate, Catherine Jean Myatt?
I didn't see the birth certificate until after Charlie passed away.
So you just know you saw a baby that he held out as his. Did you know her name was Kathy?
Yes.
That's what they had given her the name at birth.
But I didn't see the birth certificate after Charlie passed away.
And you found that?
Yes.
Going through his personal effects?
Yes.
And that would have been in 2009, correct? Or
Yes.
sometime after his
Yes.
death. He died in April. So how long from 2009 was it until you had contact with Kathy Rundle?
I think Charlie had been passed away about 3 months, and Eugene Myatt got a phone call from somebody and wanted to know if they knew a Charlie Roy Myatt. And Eugene was kind of rude, and he said, yeah. Well,
Ms.
how
Meyer,
can I
Ms.
find
Meyer,
it?
hold on just a second.
Miss Janey, hang on. Mr. Vandervoort's got to speak up in the microphone. He objected,
Okay.
so hang on.
Judge, my objection is the hearsay as to what Eugene Myatt may have relayed to her or didn't relay.
Your Honor, we're not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted. We're
Overruled. I don't think it's being offered for the truth of the matter. It's being shown as to how contact came into to play. Overruled.
All right, Miss Janey, that means you can go on and tell me what you were saying. There was some phone call that came that prompted you to do something. So what happened?
No, this lady called Eugene Myatt and asked Eugene Myatt if he knew where Charlie Roy Myatt was or did he know him. And Eugene thought it was a bill I had forgotten to pay. And he said, yeah, he's over in Hall Cemetery, dead and buried. And she said, well, I'm Charlie's granddaughter. And we have just found Charlie's name on a piece of paper. My grandmother passed away. And this is the first time my mama knew her daddy's name. And that was about 3 months after Charlie passed away, that her grandmother passed away.
Maya, if you'll hold for just a second, is this microphone on at that time?
It is now, Judge.
Right.
I renew my objection, Your Honor, on this testimony that she's just provided. Clearly, it has a whole long list.
Well, we'll move on, Your Honor.
Well, Judge, there's moving on, but if I can get a ruling on the objection, in as much as she just testified that what that person said about a long line of family trying to establish that, in fact, Charlie was, quote, the father, so.
Judge, that goes to family history.
But it's
This
hearsay.
is the lineage.
It's hearsay, Judge.
Which is a hearsay
The whole
exception.
point of the hearsay exception is, it is not hearsay if it's accepted under the rules. And I will repeat, reputation concerning personal or family history, reputation among members of a person's family by blood, adoption, or marriage, or among associates in the community concerning a person's birth, adoption, marriage, divorce, death, legitimacy, relationship by blood, adoption, or marriage, ancestry, or other similar fact of personal or family history, all of which encompasses what we're talking about.
And so,
Go ahead, Mr. Vanderbilt.
Judge, but it isn't, because this phone call was from somebody that didn't know, that wasn't in the community. They lived out wherever. It wasn't somebody in the community. She's repeating
It
what
doesn't have to be
was told.
community, it's reputation among members of a person's family.
It's a relative.
That's the point. At this point, it's being offered as a member of the family, the grandchild of Charlie. This would be Miss Kathy Rundle's daughter, I assume. And it's being offered by someone who purports to be a member of the family. So that is, in my opinion, and my ruling is, it's squarely within the exception to the hearsay rule concerning personal and family history. So overrule the objection.
Miss Janey, I just want to cut to the chase. Because of the phone call that was received first by Eugene, and then when you were talking to some individual out there, did you rummage through Charlie's things and find that birth certificate?
Yes, I done had it, yes.
I mean, wherever you would just put it up somewhere and you got it out. And is that when you first, because of the information that you gleaned from that telephone conversation, did you reach out to Kathy Rundle, or did Kathy Rundle herself reach out to you?
Yes, for the last 10 years, we've came in close contact.
And at some point after that communication, that phone call after about 3 months after your brother Charlie died, is that when you sent her that birth certificate?
I sent her the birth certificate and she said she had no idea what her daddy looked like. And I sent her some pictures of Charlie, and I sent her the family Bible and quite a few things of Charlie's that she wanted. Yes, I sent it to her.
Okay. And then you've continued to have communication with her since that time?
Yes, regular basis.
Now, of the 11 living siblings that your mom and daddy had, after Mr. Richard died, there was 3 of y'all left, is that correct? You,
Yes.
Eugene, and Mr. Willie Sam, is that correct?
Yes.
And so you have a financial stake as a sibling to take from Mr. Richard Myatt's estate, correct?
Yes.
And you also are a party to a partition suit where the Myatt family farm out there was sold for a considerable amount of money, isn't that right?
Yes.
And you understand that if Miss Rundle would be the only child of Charlie, your brother, correct?
Yes, yes.
So she stands in place instead to take the same amount of money that you and both Mr. Myatts would take, because she would take your full brother's portion, is that right?
Yes.
And if she's denied taking that, and if she's declared by this court not to be a sibling, that would be financially beneficial to you, because I think if we've got the exactly right, Mr. Regent's statement is, you would take a percentage of Charlie's money.
It's not about money. It's what about it's honest and fair.
And that's what I was gonna ask you. Is it about money?
No, it's not about money. It's about what's honest and fair.
Okay, that's all I needed, Ms. Janey. Thank you very much. Now, somebody else may have some more questions for you, okay?
Ms. Franklin, you have questions?
Good afternoon, Ms. Myatt. My name is Sydney Franklin. I'm the attorney for your brother, guardian ad litem for your brother, Henry Eugene Myatt. I just have a few questions I just want to clarify. So after Ms. Rundle was born, you said that your brother and her mother, Dee, lived in Dixon for about 6 weeks?
Yes,
And then they traveled, correct?
yes, to my knowledge.
What was the time period from the time they left Dixon until your brother returned?
Probably a little over 2 years.
And during that time, did you speak with your brother, Charlie Myatt?
No, we didn't know where he was. My mother found him. We didn't know where he was either. They were together, but we didn't know. My mother didn't know where he was. We didn't hear from him.
Okay, but during that time period, is it your understanding he was acting as Miss Rundle's father?
Yes, they were living together. My mother said they was living together to share a farm crop when she left Michigan and found him.
Okay, I have no further questions, Judge.
Mr. Reason?
No, Your Honor, I have no questions. Thank you.
No questions. All right, thank you. Mr. Knowles, you have any redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor.
I think everybody's seen a copy of the birth certificate. I think it's attached to everybody's pleadings, but y'all know what it is.
Your Honor, could you hold this in your camera as we discussed earlier, so I can ask Miss
Janie Myatt, if this appears to be a true and accurate copy of the document she found in Kathy Rundle's birth certificate? Could you hear my question, Miss Janie?
I could, but I can't see very well and I can't read what's on there.
Can scoot up close to the computer and see if you can see. Does that appear to be the birth certificate that you found, or a true and accurate copy of it for Miss Catherine Jean Myatt?
Yes.
Judge, I'd move that be Exhibit 2.
Mark it as the next exhibit.
We would need to mark it in both cases.
We're trying these cases jointly, at least on the motion portions. So you would mark it as an exhibit in both cases.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Any recross?
Judge, may I see Exhibit 2?
Birth certificate.
Ms. Myatt, the birth certificate that has been admitted reflects a box 206 as the address, apparently it appears on here, for Beatrice Jean Hammond. That's in Burns, Tennessee. Do you recognize that address?
I don't know if that was Mom and Daddy's address. I do not know of them ever living in Burns, so I can't testify to that.
Okay. Ms. Roberts, your attorney, had circulated to all the parties, I'll pass it around, a certificate of live birth that had been requested, looks like, and there's a certification in March the 5th of 1990. And it was sent out, looks like, to Central Point Branch, United States National of Oregon. You have any idea from where that came?
Dee lives in Oregon, and Kathy lives in Oregon, and that's all I know. It must be something Kathy sent her. I didn't have anything to do with that.
And it says 1990, March the 5th of 1990. Is that something you would have supplied to your attorney?
The only birth certificate I know about is the one that I sent Kathy, and that's the one I can testify for.
Okay. Judge, I'll pass this around for them to look. And ma'am, your earlier testimony is that you had no way of contacting her, Miss Kathy Rundle, because you didn't know her name.
Correct.
But you knew her name was Kathy. You knew her mother's name. You knew Beatrice Jean Hammond, correct?
Not till I got my brother's stuff and seen it on the birth certificate.
And you knew, so you didn't know it. You didn't know the mother's name before that.
All I've ever heard Charlie call her was Dee.
Okay, you did not know her last name?
No, I guess no.
Did you
All I
know?
ever heard Charlie call her was Dee.
Did you know Kathy's name?
Well, I knew Kathy's name was Kathy Jean Myatt on her birth certificate.
Yes, ma'am. And so you did have some information to try and track her down in 2009.
Well, I guess I did, but I didn't see it. At the time I was upset, I didn't see the point in it. There was nothing left. There was nothing to divide out. There was nothing left. And I had no idea to find her. And I asked Kathy, I said, Kathy, after I found her, I said, Kathy, what name did you go by? She said, just whatever man my mama was living with that month. She said she never had a birth certificate until I sent her that one.
Okay.
And
I'm sorry. I didn't want to interrupt. Go right ahead.
so she went by several different names, whoever her mother was living with. There was no way of me tracking her down, but there was no reason to track her down because there was nothing left.
Okay. Judge, have it 1 second.
No.
Judge, this is a certified record that was, or document that was circulated by Miss Janie's counsel. And Judge, it appears to be certified. This was in 1990. It was sent out to Oregon at the time. I'm asking that it be admitted as the next exhibit.
Your Honor, I'm not certain if that's an original document. I don't know where that stamp come from the Bank of Oregon. It's not certified by any bank or where this record even originated from. We don't know. So I would object to that document as it's not
Well,
original.
this witness has not authenticated this document. She's not established that the document is one that she's familiar with, if I understood her testimony. So I don't think it would be proper to introduce it through this witness. You may have another witness who can introduce it, but not, if I'm understanding her testimony, it's not something that she remembered or acknowledged or knew anything about. So,
Okay, Your Honor.
the introduction of a document during the questioning of this witness that she has no knowledge of would not be appropriate. I'll sustain the objection at this time, subject to you finding another way of introducing it if you choose to. So,
Ms. Myatt, where were you living in 1960?
Lincoln Park, Michigan.
I'm sorry, you were living in Michigan?
Lincoln Park, Michigan.
Okay, and at the time of the birth, you were living in Lincoln Park, Michigan?
Yes.
Okay. And were you married and living there?
Yes.
And you're
When Kathy was born, we was home. We came home on vacation. Is the reason I know about Kathy. We was home on vacation.
and you were married at the time?
Yes.
Had children? How many children do you have?
Well, I had 4, but I lost one with brain cancer, so I've only got 3 left.
Ms. Miller? And were your children, you were living up there in that part of Michigan at the time?
Lincoln Park, Michigan, just off of Dix. They're in Lincoln Park, Michigan.
Okay. Which are all the questions I have.
Anybody else have any other questions?
Again, I don't know that it's necessary, Your Honor, but Miss
Janey,
Yes,
you not remembering the box number that your parents' house was. Back in the day, back in the 60s, we had a different mailing system in Dixon County, did we not?
I think it was Route 1 or I think we lived on Route 1, Dixon, Burns, Tennessee is all I remember.
And again, back in the day when you had box something, that wasn't necessarily referencing a P.O. box that Mr. Vandervoort said. It wasn't a post office box.
No, it's a box on the mailbox. It was a number on the mailbox, I guess, but I don't remember what it was because it seemed like back then we had Route 1 and Route 2, Burns, Tennessee.
And that was just because the number of mail carriers you either on Route 1 or Route 2.
Yes.
And then the box number was not Mr. Vandervoort, and again, he's a lot younger than we are, but he referenced a P.O. box, meaning a post office box. It wasn't.
No, my mother and daddy, as I know, I've never had a post office box.
That's all. Thank you.
Anything else? All right, thank you. Are we going to allow her to, Ms. Myatt, you are a party to this, so you may turn off your I'm going to turn off your camera, but you can stay in the hearing if you like, okay?
Okay, I'll get his receptionist to come in here and do it. Okay, thank you, David.
All right. We're ready for the next witness.
Judge, I would Kathy Rundle.
And she's on Zoom as well, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
There it is.
There you go.
They can see you and hear you now.
Thank you, Ms. Myatt. Ms. Rundle, if you will raise your right hand, let me place you under oath. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Knowles?
Could you state your full name for the court, please?
With my married last name,
Well, your legal name, yes, ma'am.
Catherine Jean Rundle.
And Ms. Rundle, could you tell the court your parents' names?
Beatrice Jean Hammond was my mother. And I found out that Charlie Ray Myatt was my father.
And when did you discover that Mr. Charlie Myatt was your father?
When my daughter, my youngest daughter, her and I were talking, and I don't know where she got the stuff from, but she came in where I was sitting one night and told me that she had somebody on the phone that I needed to talk to. And that's when first time I talked to my Aunt Janie.
And at that time, did you learn from your Aunt Janie that your father, Charlie, had been looking for you?
Yes, as well as I was looking for him.
And had you had trouble trying to find him?
Yes, because the Hammonds, they were going to make sure I did not find him.
Do you know why?
The only thing I know is my grandfather was extremely rude and if I ask him or my grandmother about my dad, they would just tell me to look in the mirror and you'll see him.
When did you first see your birth certificate?
When Aunt Janie sent it to me.
You'd never seen your birth certificate prior to that?
No, and I asked my grandmother about it, and she said she didn't know anything about it.
Okay. Now, do you or did you actually know anything about your father
No,
prior to this time?
no, not until I started talking to Aunt Janie.
Okay. Now, Miss Rundle, you don't drive, is that correct?
That's right.
You don't have a computer.
No,
Would you say you're very good with technology?
no,
And has that limited your ability to know and come to court?
yeah, and I'm sorry, but I'm like extremely nervous and scared.
Yes, ma'am. I understand. Well, it's okay. We're just trying to get information, okay? Now, Judge, are you familiar with your birth certificate?
I am now.
Okay, and who does your birth certificate list as your father?
Charles Ray Myatt.
And do you believe him to be your father?
Yes, after Aunt Janie sent me some pictures of him, and my grandson was here one evening spending the night with me, and I cannot believe how much he looks like my father.
So
And
so you've noticed a lot of family resemblance?
yeah, and even my granddaughter is the one that pointed out to me that my Aunt Janie and I look a lot alike.
Your Honor, could we show the witness a copy of Exhibit 2?
Exhibit 2 being the birth certificate.
The birth certificate.
We'll do our best.
Thank you, Judge.
You're dealing with someone who's can't back up a trailer, much less get a.
Does this appear to be your birth certificate?
I'm not seeing a birth certificate at all.
You haven't seen your birth certificate?
No, the one that you have somewhere, I can't see it.
Oh, you can't see it. Okay.
No.
Well,
our point of view right now is like the full courtroom, and we can kind of see the monitor on the back wall. That's what we're seeing right now.
Let's see if that helps. Nope, can't do it. Turning my camera off means you can't see this at all. All right.
If it does help, I do have a copy of her right now with the Exhibit 2 sticker on it from one of the letters that has been sent to us.
Ms. Myatt, could you take the document that you have and purport to be your birth certificate and tell us the number in the top right corner?
In the top right corner. The one that's 143 dash 60 dash 60 excuse me 06723.
It's the same number on this Exhibit 2.
Yep.
And do you believe that document to be a true copy of your birth certificate?
Yes.
Have you learned or do you know of that birth certificate ever being modified?
No,
Do you know of Mr. Charlie Myatt ever claiming not to be your father?
no, like I said, I didn't know anything about him. I wasn't allowed to know anything about him.
Did you want to know him?
Oh, I gave anything in the world to know him.
Do you communicate with any of your other family here in Tennessee besides Miss Janie Myatt?
No, I don't have the phone number to any of them, and I'm not sure if they want to talk to me.
Would
I
you
don't
like
know.
would you like to talk to them though?
Well, yeah, if they want to talk to me, I'll talk to them.
Okay. Now, your health, you have medical issues that don't allow you to fly, is that correct?
Yes.
Would you be, you don't drive, but would you be able to come ride all the way to Tennessee?
Yeah, I could ride. Um, if my granddaughter could drive me there.
Okay. But you haven't been here. You haven't been to Tennessee
No,
in a long time. Do you know anything about where you lived when you were born?
no,
Do you know anything about where you lived when you were 2?
no.
Did your mother work for the carnival at one time? Do you know?
This is the first time that I'd heard anything about that. Um, her and I did not get along. She made it very clear that she hated me from the day I was born. So I was only there for her welfare check and in and out of foster homes.
Yes, ma'am. So you had a very, very limited resource to find out information about your family.
Yeah, there's no way that anybody would talk about my dad's side of the family.
Your Honor, that's all the questions I have for Ms. Kathy.
Kathy, Vandervoort, you have questions?
Ms. Rundle, I'm Kirk Vandervoort. I represent Sam Myatt, who was Charlie Myatt's brother. And you had mentioned that he was Charles, but it's Charlie Myatt on the birth certificate. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. And to be clear, you never met Charlie Myatt.
No, because I was just a baby when she took off with me.
And you never met any of the Myatt family.
No, it wasn't allowed.
Okay. And therefore, you wouldn't have lived with Mr. Myatt, to your recollection.
Well, I guess if B was with him, then yeah.
Well, if she was, yes, ma'am, I understand that, but you don't have any recollection of that, I guess, to be clear.
Right.
Okay. And there was no contact by Charlie Myatt with you.
He didn't know where I was.
Okay. He didn't know where you were. Who has told you that?
As much as he wanted to find me, and I wanted to find him, I just feel that if this is true, we would have ran into each other. And she made a point to keep changing our names, our state, schools, everything. And so did my grandfather.
So if in 2009, when Charlie Myatt passed away, if it had been stated that he would want, 100 times that he would want somebody to track you down, it might be important at that time to track you down. Is that fair to say?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. No, to your knowledge, no one ever tracked you down in 2009.
True.
And just to be clear, what year was it that you said you received, your daughter received some type of phone call?
It was after he had passed away. Do you remember what year it was?
Ms. Rundle, you can't ask someone else when you're testifying. You just have to ask what your best.
Oh, I'm sorry.
She has a hard time talking sometimes, and so I'm one of her caregivers, I guess. I'm her granddaughter, so I probably know about as much as she does. Sorry, I'm just trying to help her.
Well, just listen to me for a moment, and all I want to tell you is she and only she can answer the questions, and she cannot have information given to her by anyone else, even you as a caregiver. So just let her answer. And Ms. Rundle, if you answer the questions, if you know the answer, then you can answer it. If you don't recall or you don't know, then you just answer it that way, okay?
Okay. Sorry.
That's all right. I'm assuming you don't testify on a regular basis.
No.
Ms. Rundle, in 1990, where were you living?
In Eagle Point?
Okay. Is that in Oregon?
Yes.
And in 1990, would you have had a cause to seek out your birth certificate?
I didn't even know where to begin anymore.
Okay, you didn't know where to start. Just to be clear, are you saying you've never had your birth certificate?
Right. Because my grandmother told me that she didn't have one. And then after she passed away, and my daughter found something that got her going on locating the family. And, you know, I couldn't believe it.
Okay. So up until that point, you said you're saying you never had a birth certificate up until it was your granddaughter obtained it.
And my daughter found the family, and Aunt Janie sent me the birth certificate, which was the first birth certificate I'd ever seen. And I was just like, wow. And I asked Aunt Jane if I could talk to my dad, and that's when she told me that he passed away.
Okay. Any other family members? Have you had any other contact with any of the other Myatt family members?
No, I don't have anybody else's phone numbers.
Okay. It was just all your information, is it coming from Miss Janey Myatt?
Yeah, her and I talk a lot.
Okay. No other questions, Your Honor?
If I could just have a minute.
You may.
Hey, Miss Kathy, my name is Jennifer Roberts, and I'm one of the attorneys involved in this case. Can you tell me over the course of your childhood up to when you settled there where you are now, do you recall how many states and places that you lived over your childhood?
I know we have been around the world. My grandfather moved us a lot because my half brother, which is 3 years older than me, him and I would go back and forth to living with my grandparents, back to be in the foster homes, and then Grandpa would go get us out of the foster homes and give us back to her.
So if
And
I
every-
understand, your mother, who you call B, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so B traveled all over.
Oh, yeah.
Did she stay, where were your grandparents, where were they living?
They were traveling all the time too, which I found out about 6 years ago. The reason we were moving around so much is because my grandfather was wanted by the FBI.
Okay.
I
So,
told him,
so you would flop back and forth, if I understand correctly, you'd be in the custody of your mama for a while, she might get in trouble something and the state would come take you away, put you in a foster home.
yep,
Then your grandparents would show up, take you for a while, and then put you back with your mama.
yep,
And then the whole cycle started again over how long a period of time?
until I was 17.
And what happened when you were 17?
Well, here in Oregon, when you get that close to 18 years old, you're no longer considered to be in foster homes.
So at 17, you were kicked out of the system, basically.
Yeah.
And then were you on your own, or were you still going back and forth between mama and your
No,
granddaddy?
I had absolutely nothing to do with her. The last time I seen B was back in 86 when my husband finally talked me into allowing him to meet her. And she came over to our house and proceeded to tell him that she had bought all of her kids their Christmas gifts. And he goes, well, where's Kathy's? And she goes, I hate the grounds that she walks on, and I'm not buying her anything. I just bought my boys stuff.
How many
And
siblings?
then, 4 brothers.
And they're all younger than you. You were her first child?
No, Ronnie was.
Ronnie was the first child.
Yeah, which I just learned is my grandfather's son.
So your father fathered a child with his daughter.
Her dad and her mated.
Okay.
It's really a messed up family.
When did your grandmother pass?
Ooh.
Beg pardon?
You asked when her grandmother passed?
Yes, Your Honor. What I understand is when her grandmother passed was when her daughter or her granddaughter found Charlie Myatt's name written somewhere. So I was just trying to establish a time frame. When did you?
We were talking about B, and that's why I wanted to make sure who we were talking about.
Yeah.
So-
If I understand it, Miss Kathy, Ms. Rundle, what had happened is that after your grandmother died, somebody was going through some things and found Charlie Myatt's name. Is that right?
Yes. My aunt and uncle found some stuff and gave it to my daughter. And my daughter wanted to surprise me by finding my dad.
Okay. So she would have been the one that would, I think maybe if Miss Janey testified earlier that she got the phone book, the Burns phone book, and started calling all the Myatts.
Yeah.
Happened upon Mr. Eugene.
Yes.
And then that's the first contact that you would have had.
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's all. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Ms. Franklin, do you have any questions?
I do not, Judge.
All right. Ms. Vandal, do you have anything else?
Judge, I didn't redirect I didn't redirect. I don't have any redirect. So I don't know if he can recross.
Well,
Just not what I
I think that's true. I think you asked Mr. Vandervoort on cross, and then Ms. Roberts asked, and Mr. So it would appear that you don't have standing to ask any additional questions because there's no other redirect. All right. Then, ma'am, you can remain in the hearing, but right now we won't be asking you any other questions, all right? Mr.
Okay, thank you.
Knowles,
I have no further witnesses, Your Honor.
the petitioner has, on behalf of Ms. Rundle, he has rested his proof. Do you have any proof you wish to offer, Mr. Vandervoort?
I do, Your Honor.
Well, let's take our afternoon recess, then allow that. We'll take a 15-minute recess.
All rise.
We have a criminal docket the other day, and they moved it over here, and we have another criminal docket next week on Tuesday that's gonna have to be over there, so.
You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
What's your name for the court?
My full name is Willie Sam Myatt. I go with Sam.
Sam, how many siblings do you have?
There were 12 born, but one passed away shortly after. 11 had raised.
One of your siblings was Charlie Myatt.
Yes.
How did he spell his name?
My spelling bad.
Okay, but he's your brother was Charlie Myatt.
Yes.
Okay, and did you ever know him to have any? Was he married? Ever married?
No, not that I know of.
Okay. Do you know if he had any children?
Not the ones claiming to be.
Okay. So, but did he? To your knowledge, did he have any children?
Well, I've always thought he had two there in Burns.
Okay.
But they don't claim him, nobody ever
Okay.
claimed him.
Okay. So I want to go back to 1960. Where were you in 1960?
Well, I came home out of the Navy and got discharged on January the 6th. I had some leave built up, so I got out early.
Okay. And that was in 1960.
Yes.
And where did, when you say come back home, what was the address that you came back home to?
It was either 208 or 206. We had.
Was it a box?
Yeah, the box.
Miss Roberts had made a lot out to do
But we
about
didn't
that.
have no, it was just a route number, wasn't no bike circle, nothing then, way up later.
Right. It was just a box number,
Yes.
correct? Because I had a box number at my house.
Yeah.
As young as I am. So, at any rate, but there was a box number, and you believe it to be, you think it could have been 206?
Could be what?
206.
It could have been a 208, because they changed it according, somebody moved in, you know.
Understand.
We had 208 at one time.
Gotcha. So you came back home, and who was living at your home?
Me and Richard and Charlie, mom and daddy.
Okay. So there is a certificate of birth that has been introduced, and it shows that there was a birth by Kathy Jean Myatt, February the 23rd of 1960. Do you recall your brother being involved with a childbirth?
Nope, I can't remember mama neither.
Okay. Did your brother, did he live in Dixon, to your knowledge?
He was living in the home, sleeping at home. Now, what he done all the rest of the time, I don't know.
Okay. Did he ever tell you that I have a child, her name is Kathy Myatt, and I had her with Beatrice Hammond?
I didn't hear the last part of it.
Yes, sir. Did your brother ever tell you that he had a child by the name of Kathy Myatt, and that he had her with Beatrice Hammond?
No.
Okay. Did your family, to your knowledge, ever have any information about generally, like relationship-wise, with a Kathy Rundle?
Well, best thing I can remember telling you, in 1953, my brother Charlie brought home a girl.
Okay.
She was 13-year-old.
Okay.
And stayed there about 6, 7, 8 months, and daddy and mama got tired of her and brought her a bus ticket and sent her back to Oregon. Her name was Janey, but I don't remember the rest of it.
Okay. So sent her back to Oregon?
Yes.
Okay. So at some point, it has been said that your brother moved to Illinois. Do you ever remember your brother moving to Illinois?
Well, he'd be gone 6, 8 months at a time doing the program. The fair's moving, the car is moving.
Did you ever know him to be a sharecropper?
No.
Okay. Did he talk to you about sharecropping up in Illinois? I'm sorry?
No, not that I know of. I never hear it mentioned.
Okay. Did your brother, when he would come, you said he would travel for a while, then he would come back. Was he always living in Burns?
Yeah.
Okay. So your brother, he passed away in 2009. Charlie passed away in 2009. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And there's been an obituary that has been introduced. Have you seen that obituary?
Yes, I seen him passed away and he didn't have no children listed, nothing on it.
Okay. Did you make the funeral arrangements?
No.
Who made the funeral arrangements?
Janie.
Let me ask you, did you have a close relationship with your brother Charlie?
Well, we got along real good together.
Okay. Would he did he have your confidence and you have his?
Well, not near as close as
I'm going to object as to what that, I don't know what, did he have your confidence? Like it calls for speculation, conclusion, innuendo.
Meaning you're asking this witness to, or Mr. Vanderwood's asking this witness to speculate as to whether or not his brother Charlie has his confidence or had confidence in him.
And I'm assuming confidence means secret. I don't know, again, the definition of confidence.
Mr. Vanderwood, I think that does call for speculation. Rephrase your question. I understand what you're trying to
Yes, Your Honor.
ask.
But, Mr. Bryant, would you and your brother share information with personal information with one another?
Nah, not with Charlie as much as Richard.
Okay. But would you talk with your brother, Charlie? Okay. Would he talk to you if he had a child? Would he talk to you about a child?
I'm sure he would.
Okay.
Again, Your Honor, I'm going to object to that.
Seems to me that would call for speculation on his part for him to speculate that if his brother had a child, he would tell him about it. That's an assumption on his part.
Well, Judge, we've already gone down the trail of allowing the exception that you're saying about a family lineage and history, and that's what this is going towards, whether he told him.
I understand this, but you're asking him a non-hearsay question. You're asking him to state whether or not his brother would have told him instead of what he actually told him. Had he told him something, then that might be admissible under that exception. Sustain the objection.
Mr. Biden, did your brother ever tell you he had a child with Ms.
Asked and answered.
Sustained, I believe it has been asked and answered.
Up to his death?
No.
Okay. Was there a family understanding, relationally wise, relationship wise, of who had what children?
Yes.
Okay. And was it ever a scenario where Kathy Rundle was part of that family dynamic?
No.
Did your sister, Janey Myatt, did she ever share any of that type of information with you?
No.
To your knowledge, did she share it with anyone else?
I must I even share it with my mama, because my mama never talked about it neither.
Okay. Was your mother close with Charlie?
Yeah. Took up to him more than anybody else, because he had kind of a rough life.
Okay. How so?
Well, you didn't know it. You've been around people can't always tell the truth, and they're not a good worker. And
okay, but she never mentioned it to you?
No.
So those are all the questions I have.
No.
Mr. Myatt, what's your date of birth?
Mine?
Yes, sir.
My mama told me June 17th, 1937. That's what my
1937.
mama told me.
1937?
That's right.
Okay,
My brother Charlie was 5 years older than I was, like in 1 month. He was born in May 17th, and I was born in June 17th.
What year did you go into the military?
The what?
What year did you go into the military?
1956.
1956. How many years did you serve?
How many years?
Yes, sir.
4.
4.
Turn that microphone towards you, Mr. Knowles, so that he can hear you
Sorry.
better.
I apologize. Can you hear me better
My hearing's a
now?
little bit weak, but I despise wearing a hearing aid.
Well, I understand that. So you testified you got out of the military in 1960.
January the 6th, I think the day I got home, or either I got my discharge, I don't know which one.
Okay. And were you living permanently with your parents at that time?
No, I wasn't in the Navy until I lived with them another 3 years after I got out of the Navy, though.
Yes, sir. Were you living with your parents permanently in 1960?
Yes, when I come out of the Navy, I lived with them permanently.
Okay.
And my brother Charlie was there too. So was Richard.
Now, you testified that your address, what was your address?
Well, it'd
at
been
that time?
206, 208, and box 8. And what time I was there until I come back from the Navy.
Do you know how that address could have got on Kathy Rundle's birth certificate?
Well, I don't have no idea.
If your brother didn't know or have nothing to do with it, do you know how she would know his address or how any party
We had
would?
known her mother years before. That's what I said. She came home and stayed with us 6, 7, 8 months back in 53. That's the reason I didn't know the whole name, but it was Morgan. Her name was Jean.
So you're testifying that Miss Kathy Rundle's mother, Beatrice, came and stayed with y'all in 53.
Yeah, and Daddy and Mama said bought her a ticket and sent her back to Oregon.
And do you know if she came back?
I do not know. I was in the Navy for 4 years, and I've heard all this information. It shocks me.
Do you know how old Miss Beatrice was at the?
Well, according to the birth certificate, it backs me up what I was saying. She's 13 in 53. She was 20 when this girl was born. So that backs up my statement. She was, and everybody heard me make the statement. She was 13 when they brought her home.
Okay.
With it.
So have you seen Miss Kathy Rundle's birth certificate?
Not until I got it from Miss Robertson.
Can we pass the witness exhibit 2, please?
But I've seen it. Miss Robertson sent us all one in the mail. But that's one that sent out.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Did you tell the court what state issued this birth certificate?
Well, according to that, the state of Tennessee did.
Okay. Now, who does it list as the father of Catherine?
Well,
Myatt?
it listed Charlie Roy Myatt.
Okay, could you read the address shown on that document for Charlie Myatt?
Somewhere I seen it the other day looking at it. Let me see what it's at now.
If you would direct you to line 18.
Okay, that's what I say, box 206, Burns, Tennessee. Well, that Burns, Tennessee, where he's living, it backs up. He was at home at that day.
Your Honor, I don't mean to object, but that's the mother's address. That's where the mother lived. It's not the father's address. It's the mother's address.
Well, she wasn't there in that time in history.
Your Honor, that's where I was headed with this question, but I agree with.
They said earlier that she should have lived in Dixon. Now,
Well, to the extent that that was an objection, it's not in proper form, so I will allow you to question the witness at the appropriate time. But I agree that that is the address that's shown on the birth certificate for the mother of the child.
Yeah, where the mother was living at.
Right. So the mother of the child shown to be at box 206.
Yeah, in Burns.
Right.
Well, my sister said he's living in Dixon.
I'm not asking the
Well,
questions, I'm just simply.
I'm just saying, where's living.
But that's your address too.
Well,
your
yeah, I'm
family
not telling you,
address. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I would also direct you to, could you testify to the place of birth of the child?
Well, it says Bill Crosby Clinic.
Okay, do you know where that was?
Yeah.
Where?
Now here in Dixon.
You're in Dixon?
Yeah, just the other side of Dixon, Bill home a little bit.
Do you have any knowledge or information if this document is incorrect in any way?
No, I don't. But back in them days, when my 5 girls were born, I didn't sign the birth certificate. My wife put them whatever name wanted to. I got 5 daughters, and I didn't put my name on none of them, they didn't ask me. My wife put the name on them, and they wanted to put on there. I wouldn't have no way of knowing, they didn't ask me without a daddy. You see what I'm saying?
Whenever Mr. Charlie Myatt would leave, where was he going? You said he was gone for months
He'd
at
go
a
with
time.
a fire bunch, came through the Dixie, they called them Carney.
Is that what Kathy Rundle's mother did?
Yes. When she came home 53, I didn't know her after 53. She lived that stage with us, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 months.
So you don't know what your brother and Miss Rundle's mother were doing when they were gone with the fair?
No, they weren't in the fair. Some of her people on the ride or something that travel.
But you don't know if they were living together and he was
Well, I know they
raising
lived together
Kathy.
when he brought her home. At least they sleeping together, I guess you call that living. Mom was doing all the cooking and feeding.
To your knowledge, did Charlie Myatt have any input on his obituary?
Yeah, brothers and sisters, niece and nephew.
Yeah, but did Charlie put any of that information on there?
Janie made the arrangement for it, I know.
Yes, sir. That's not what I'm asking.
They called me and asked me if I wanted to do it, and I told them I'll let Janie do it.
Okay, yes, sir. But what I'm asking is, did Charlie have any input in it?
No, he was dead at the time, so I don't see how he could.
So he didn't fill out that paperwork
No.
saying he didn't?
No.
And it's your testimony here today that he never told you he had a daughter?
Nope.
Did he ever tell you he had a kid?
No, not that much.
Did he ever tell you he was looking for one of his children?
Nope.
You stand to gain extra money by testifying here today, don't you?
Let's don't get an extra money, because you're going to bring my sister in, she's 5, he told you. How did I know she's not splitting the money with that woman who claims she is?
Sir, that's not what I asked.
Well,
I said you stand
It's gonna be money any way you go, there's money involved.
you stand to inherit more money if Catherine
Hey,
Rundle.
the money ain't the issue. I promised my brother that I'd try to do it right. I feel like I'm interested in the whole family, not just myself. All I want things that's done right.
Does Catherine Rundle favor your family?
I couldn't tell she did.
So you didn't feel like she looked like your family members? You said that you and your brother talked. How often did y'all talk?
Well, we drank beer together and got drunk together, slept in the same little room, had freed up a bed, but it was a small place.
Okay.
And you didn't have a big house, so you sat by the fire, you talked.
Well, once he become an adult and you become an adult and you moved out, how often did y'all talk?
Well, I came back home and talked pretty much. 4 years I was gone. Well, I lived in Michigan a while, and so I was off and on time I was 16 until I went in the Navy.
All right, so he died in 2009.
All right.
Let's say for the 10 years prior to that, how often did y'all talk?
Well, we quit talking, and you don't want probably a family history. Mom was about 87-year-old. Charlie worked a fire tire, and he came home for dinner. Mama was gone, didn't have his dinner, and he's gonna whip Mama. Well, Mama was telling Richard, and Richard told Mama, "I don't want to hear about it. You can live with me, or you can live with Charlie. One of us is leaving." So, after that, we didn't talk.
When was that?
But that had to be about 80, 89, 88, 87. Mom was born in 2001. I mean, 1901.
So you didn't talk to him for the last 20 years of his
If
life?
I won't whip my mom, I ain't gonna have nothing to do with him no more.
So you didn't talk to your brother for the last 20 years of his life?
Well,
Is that correct?
Yeah, about the last 10, 12 years.
Well, from 89 to 2009 is about 20 years.
Well, whatever.
Is that correct?
I sit here and figure it out, yeah.
All right, so
From 79 to 89, how often did y'all talk before?
After I got married, didn't talk very little bit, because I had a wife, I had families raised.
When did you get married?
1964.
1964. And after that, you didn't talk to him very often. So wouldn't it be fair to say he might very well not talk to you about having a daughter?
Well, it could have been.
If he wasn't talking to you?
Well, he bound to talk to somebody about it, the word got to me.
Why
Mama
would-
never did talk about it neither.
Why would a word got back to you?
Well, Mama always talked about it. Mama didn't know she'd had a granddaughter. She'd have been doing something to help her.
Did you and your mama, did you know did your mama know you and Charlie did not get along?
Well, yeah, the whole time we growed up, I reckon, because I'd get on to him because he wouldn't do the fair share of work. And Mom would take up for him.
So wouldn't it be fair to say your mama wouldn't talk to you about Charlie?
No, Mom talked to me.
But she favored him.
She was always wanting to do better. Yeah, Mama wanted Charlie to do better. I don't mind telling you.
Did your mama ever go to get Charlie or find Charlie from the carnival?
The only time she seen him, been gone a while, and we were starved, dead, dirty, Dad spared him, talked to coming back home.
Was that when he was up in Illinois?
Like I said, he'd go, stay gone, and they'd move around, so I didn't know what they're moving to. That bunch move every week.
That's all the questions I have.
Roberts?
Mr. Mike, so as I understand it, in 1953, your then 20-year-old brother, Charlie Myatt, brought home a 13-year-old child and brought her into your mom and daddy's house.
Yep.
And they lived together.
Yeah, they sleep together anyway.
Okay, until your mom and daddy got tired of it and they bought a bus ticket and they shipped her off.
Yep.
But then your brother was going back and forth, leaving the home and going and traveling during this time?
A couple more years he was.
And in 1956, you joined the military.
Yep.
And you were gone for 4 years and you didn't come home until January. You don't know whether you got your discharge January 6th of 1960 or whether you got home January 6th of 1960.
Well, I think the day I got discharged, and I rode a bus home.
Okay, so you would have
It
gotten
might have been the
discharged.
7th day, and I got home.
So this Beatrice Jean Harmon, who is the mother of Miss Kathy Rundle, you said she was the 13-year-old.
When first met her, yes.
But then this birth certificate that was registered in the state of Tennessee says that Beatrice Jean Harmon and Charlie Ray Myatt, a laborer in Dixon County, and she's a housewife in Dixon County, and that she lived at Box 206, Burns, Tennessee. Her date of birth is February 23rd of 1960. So within just less than a month after you got home, this baby was born.
Yeah.
And you're saying you have no clue about it?
Well, she wasn't living at home. She wasn't there at the house I moved back into.
Okay.
Charlie was there, but she wasn't.
But didn't you tell me, sir, that you could have fathered Kathy Rundle? Didn't you stand right there?
I don't mind telling you, yes, everybody wanted to have sex with that 13-year-old girl.
Well, again, so how old were you? You older than your brother Charlie?
No, he's 5 years older than I am.
He's 5 years older,
I was
so.
going on, I'm 15, something like that, when she brought her home. He was 20.
So again, I don't mean to air your family's dirty laundry as much as we have, but so that you and both Charlie were being serviced by this 13-year-old child he brought home?
Yep.
And then you stood right here in this court and told me that that Charlie was sleeping with her.
Yep.
And that you were sleeping with her,
No, I
having
didn't
sex
sleep
with
with
her.
her.
You were having sex with
Yeah.
her. Excuse me. I was trying to use it in polite terms. You were having sex with
Yeah.
her at 13
Yeah.
in your mom and daddy's house.
Well, Mom was working, Richard was working, Henry Ice Eagle, Daddy Gary load of wood to burn. We had a free house most of the time.
Okay. And this brother that you said you were going to make it done right, that wasn't Charlie, because you and Charlie didn't speak. Y'all were not on good terms for 20 plus years,
Well,
were
that
you?
was later on in life, though. That was in the 80s.
Well, you were
Right
talking
here.
about Rich. You were talking about Richard when you said you would make sure it was done right. You were
Yeah.
talking about your brother Richard.
That's right. I try to get Richard's want somebody to take care of everything. He said, if they want to fight over it, let them fight over it. If you outlive me, you try to make sure it's done right, and that's all I'm doing.
And that's what we've already established, and we've had numerous hearings about where you went and you took control, locked up the house.
Well, that's another thing. Now, if we're gonna get into that, let me tell you really what happened.
Let's don't get into that.
All right, we'll move on.
There was a non-heir sitting down and hired her to tell stories about me liquidating Richard's wealth, when she knows it wasn't right to take a non-heir's word. It's been messed up since day one. And Mr. Odell told me, you don't understand, I'm an executive, I can do what I want to, I can take and believe anybody I want to believe. And I said, surely we got some laws that make you do it right. It's been a mess, I'm telling you.
But Charlie was
made out to be the worst guy on earth.
Charlie was close with his sister Janie, wasn't he?
The what?
Charlie and Janie were close.
Not that I ever knew of.
Well, she took care of him in his dying years.
Well, I got the call to do it first, and I give it to Janie.
And you didn't want to do it. You told Janie to do it.
Well, because I waited on Mama. And she might not know nothing about that.
Okay.
But she told you they living in Dixon. The address, you're telling me she living in Burns. I don't know what's going on.
And that's exactly right. You don't, do you?
No, I don't, because
You don't know whether Charlie fathered this child, this young lady?
I don't know neither.
Don't know a thing about it, do you?
No.
That's all. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Franklin, you have questions?
Mr. Myatt, you testified earlier that you believed your brother Charlie had 2 other children in Burns.
I know what now?
You testified earlier you believe your brother Charlie had 2 other children in Burns.
Well, they don't claim him, and they never claim them.
Okay, but you believe he fathered 2 other children?
I do.
And you never notified the court of this?
Do what?
You never notified the court that there are other heirs out
They
there?
won't be known. If they won't be known, they take a DNA test.
But you're aware, you believe that he had other children, and you haven't made the court aware of that, correct, until today?
Well, they don't claim it.
What are their names? What are their names?
I ain't gonna say it in court.
You have to answer the question.
You have to answer the question.
Well, maiden name or married name? One of them
Their
girl,
current
one of them
names.
boy. Huh?
Their current and legal names.
The name married now?
Yes.
Okay, it'd be May Chandler, and the other one was a boy, with Mark Moran.
What was that last name?
Huh?
The last name?
Moran.
I have no further.
Last person was verified, this died a couple weeks ago, so I can't get it verified, but they get a DNA test done, they can sue me.
Is the reason that you haven't told anybody about these children is because
I've told a lot of people about them.
well, because you want to increase the amount of money you receive from this estate?
Do what?
You want to increase the amount of money that you receive?
I don't want to increase no more money nobody's getting.
I have no further questions.
I'm pretty sure you're aware of what they offered me the other day, ain't you? If a judge wants to know, I'll tell him.
I'm sorry, what are you saying?
Huh?
What are you saying?
They offered.
Judge, I'd object to
If I was
any
dropped
kind of
this
settlement
case,
discussions
this
that
girl-
was made.
That's an offer of settlement, sustain the objection. You can't talk about that.
Okay, I'm figuring.
You said something about DNA tests. Is somebody taking a DNA test?
Well, if anybody wants to know the truth, they can.
You're willing to take one yourself?
Hey, I volunteered a long time ago. I tell you, that statute of limitations should run out. I told everybody a long time ago. They say, you want your body resumed? I said, no, I'll donate my DNA if they want to compare it. But everybody tell me now, well, the time's done run out and it shouldn't be nothing.
All right. Anything further, Mr. Vanderbilt?
Judge, nothing further. Nothing for this witness.
All right, thank you. You can step down. Call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor, putting up with me. I just had a lot of stuff I want to get off my chest. I might have done wrong, but I'm sorry, I did. I had all the right tape.
Initial this. You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. I would call Philip Estes.
You'll raise your right hand, let the clerk place you under oath.
You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. State your name.
Philip Dean Estes.
Mr. Estes, who is your parent that is related to Charlie Myatt?
Kate Myatt Estes.
Kate Myatt, that's your mother,
That's my mother.
and she is deceased. And sir, are you familiar with the family, the
Yes.
Myatt family? And have you ever known that Kathy Rundle Myatt was a member of the family?
No.
Did your mother, Miss Estes, did she ever bring that to your attention as being a family member?
No.
Discussions with you about it?
No.
When were you born?
59.
Where?
Dixon.
And during that time period, was there ever a engagement with you that you were told about, or otherwise at a family reunion where somebody by the name of Kathy Rundle or Myatt was brought up?
No.
Has that family history that you know about, has it ever included a Kathy Rundle Myatt?
No.
When did you come to learn of this?
November 16th of 21, when I got the papers with her name on.
Did you have a close relationship with your mother?
Yes.
Who was your sibling? You have siblings?
I've got 5.
5 siblings?
Yes.
Okay. You were close with your mother?
Yes.
Would you all share that family history together?
Yes.
Okay. Is this something that was ever brought to your attention?
No.
Did she have a relationship, your mother have a relationship with your Uncle Charlie?
Yes.
Okay. Is he someone that would, that they would, do you have knowledge that they would discuss the family history?
That I wouldn't know.
Okay. Is this something that is ever brought to your attention?
No.
Ever generally known or specifically known that he had a child?
No.
That's all the questions I have, Joe.
No, you may cross.
Would you state your name again? please?
Philip Dean Estes.
Mr. Estes, did you have a relationship with Charlie Myatt?
In younger years, yes.
And what does that mean? In younger years.
60s, 70s. Till I got married, then you live in your own life.
Okay, what kind of relationship did y'all have?
We didn't live very far away. So what I guess under 10, going to grandma's.
You was a child during that time.
Right, and then teenager and other times, we'd run into them in town.
Would he have ever, do you have any knowledge of why he would have ever talked to you about a child he had that he was looking for?
Those days, our uncles would talk to us about a lot of things.
Okay, do you know of any reason why he would talk to you as a kid about another kid?
Not as a kid, but as a teenager.
Now, was Charlie gone a lot?
Not in my childhood.
I'm gonna guess you don't remember
No, I remember
1960 through 1964.
No, that I won't remember.
You was 1 to 5 years
Right.
old.
But in the late 60s, we used to see him over at the fire tower when our grandmother would take us over, or some of our uncles or aunts. There'd be a bunch of us cousins, and we'd go climb the fire tower and visit him.
In the last 20 years before Charlie Myatt's death, how often did y'all speak?
None.
None. What about 30 years before his death? Did y'all speak?
If we run into each other somewhere, yeah, we spoke.
Say hi.
Yeah.
So, be fair
I
to
mean, there
say.
was no ill feelings there. You just don't see that many whenever you're raising kids who got your own family.
Yes, sir. No further questions.
Roberts?
Was there discussion with your uncle Sam Myatt about these other two, what he believed was your uncle's kids that lived here in Dixon that would be
Did you
I
ever-
hear a lot of stuff and I don't pay no attention to it.
Well, I just wondered, again, you talked about whether or not Charlie, was it ever discussed that Charlie had kids?
No.
Including the ones that
Oh.
were, including the two that are well-known individuals here in Dixon?
All my life, 3 of the uncles had no children, all of my life.
Right.
That was Edward, Richard, and Charlie.
Right.
There was never no children.
And there wasn't any,
If there's any unknown, I'm not gonna know it.
well, but that's it, but it wasn't when you were talking, when we got teenagers, our uncles
They
talked to
was
you a
our
lot.
uncles and we was teenage boys and out running around chasing women, what boys do and go at dances, whatever we did at 16, 17, 18. That's what
There
that,
wasn't conversation about,
no,
that, you playing ball with one of my kids, or,
no, there wasn't no.
that's all.
Ms. Franklin, any questions? Redirect?
Oh, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may stand down and have a seat in
Thank
the
you.
courtroom. All right, next witness.
Call James Buchanan.
Stand here, face the clerk, raise your right hand, and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Add it.
You are James Buchanan?
Yes,
And who is your parent that's related to Charlie?
Edith Myatt Buchanan.
Okay. And has she passed away?
Yes.
And do you know the family history of your family, the Myatt family?
A lot of it.
Okay,
I can't say I know it all.
sure. And to your knowledge, you've heard testimony from your cousin Philip that your uncles had no children. Is that what your understanding is?
I never heard of it.
Okay. Did you have a relationship with your mother that was close where you would talk about those things?
Oh, yeah.
And did your mother ever disclose to you that you have a cousin through your Uncle Charlie?
No.
Did they have a relationship, to your knowledge, Charlie and your mother?
Yes, as far as I know.
Okay. And was that family relations, would they have talked about that?
I would have thought they would have. I mean, I wouldn't. She never mentioned anything about it, and
When you were living, what year were you born?
53,
And where were you born?
Michigan.
Okay. Did you move here at any point?
We moved back in 59, I think it was.
So you moved back in 59. You would have been how old? 7?
6
6 years old. And do you remember that time period?
bits and pieces off and
Okay.
on,
Okay.
just,
Growing up, have there ever been conversations with your uncle Charlie that he had a child?
no,
Any ever mention of it?
not to me. We never discussed anything like that.
Okay. Did you have a relationship where he would discuss things like that with you, personal things?
I wouldn't say we had a relationship, we never talked anything like that. We talked just stuff in general.
Ever disclosed to you throughout his lifetime that he had a child?
No.
Those are all the questions I have.
Mr. Knowles, you have any questions?
Briefly. Mr. Buchanan, could you tell me about your mother and Mr. Charlie's relationship?
Brother-sister relationship.
Did they talk often?
I couldn't say how often they talked. I knew they talked. I couldn't say how often.
Did he come over to your house?
When I was a teenager or younger, oh yeah, I seen him some.
How often is some?
Well, like I say, when I was growing up, on Saturday night, a lot of times we'd all go to the square dances, and he was there. Like I said, we'd go on hay rides, and he'd be over at the fire tire, and stuff like that, when I seen him. Went camping once, he come and picked us up.
How many times did you talk to him in the last 20 years of his life?
I don't remember even talking to him, because I don't remember seeing him.
Okay. What about the last 30 years of his life?
Last time I remember exactly I might have talked to him was when grandmother passed.
Okay.
can't remember exactly when that was.
Of course, those times wouldn't have been in a setting where y'all would have ever discussed something like this.
No.
No further questions.
I don't have anything, Your Honor.
Ms. Franklin? Need to redirect?
Just very briefly, the conversations that you had with your uncle, again, there was never a conversation about having a child.
No.
Any conversations with Janie about having a child?
No.
Is she someone that would have shared that with you or your mother?
No. Well, we never had any conversation, anything.
Is Janie Lewis Myatt the type person that would have shared that information with family members if she had known it?
Oh, yeah.
Was it shared to your knowledge?
I don't know what she might have shared because it never was shared with me.
Okay.
Nothing was ever told to me about
Does
Charlie.
she and your mother, Janie and your mother, have that type of relationship where they would have shared that type of information?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay. Would your mother have shared that with you if that had been information she'd received?
Yes.
And was it ever received?
No.
Miss Janie Myatt, was she you've heard her testimony?
Yes.
And was any of that ever shared, any portion of it shared with you or shared with your mother, to your knowledge, about a family history?
Well, my mother never shared it with me if it was shared with her.
Okay.
She never brought it up, and we talked about Charlie and Uncle Richard, this, that, and other, and it was never brought up anything about Charlie having a kid.
Is that something your mom would have mentioned to you?
Oh, yes.
Okay. No other questions, John?
Briefly. So is it your testimony that Janie Myatt's just lying?
No.
I
didn't say she was lying. I said that information never was shared that I know of with my mother, and my mother didn't share it with me.
Do you believe her to be a truthful person?
No.
So you believe she was lying today?
I can't say what she's doing.
Is it true that she would receive less money if Miss Kathy Rundle is declared an heir by this court?
What now?
Is it true that she would receive less money if Miss Kathy Rundle is declared an heir by this court?
Who would receive less money?
Miss Janie Myatt.
I guess.
You would receive more if she is declared not to be an heir, is that correct?
I guess. I haven't done the math. That's all.
Anyone else have questions? Thank you, sir. You may start now.
Should I call Larry Byrum?
Step over here, raise your right hand, face the purple small.
You solemnly swear or affirm tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Mr. Byrum, state your name, full name.
Larry Byrum.
And who's your parent that is related to Charlie Myatt?
Elizabeth Myatt.
Elizabeth Myatt.
I'm sorry.
She goes by Martha for a while and Elizabeth, but yeah, Martha Elizabeth.
What was the relationship between your mother Elizabeth and Charlie? They have a good relationship?
Yeah.
And between your mother and Charlie, did you all talk about a family history?
I mentioned any kids, no.
Okay. As far as your uncle Charlie, did he ever disclose to you that he had a child?
No.
To your knowledge, did your mother ever disclose to you that your uncle Charlie had a child?
No.
Did they have the type of relationship where he would have shared that with her?
I think it would.
Okay. And in fact, your aunt Janie Myatt, did she ever disclose anything like that to you? Did your mother and Janie Myatt, did they have the type of relationship where they would have the conversations about Charlie?
They talked a lot, yeah.
Great. You've heard the testimony of Miss Janie Myatt, And in fact, was it your mother that was at the, she says was part of the making the funeral arrangements? Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall having discussions with your mother about the family
I didn't
arrangements?
discuss the funeral, but her and Janie did that.
Okay. And you have seen the obituary for Charlie Myatt? Okay. And is that your understanding of the family that, of Charlie Myatt?
Yes.
Did you ever know of during Charlie Myatt's lifetime of him having a child?
No.
When were you born?
53.
Where were you living? Okay.
I was born in Michigan.
Born in Michigan, but you grew up in Burns. When did you move back to Burns?
I was about 2 years old, I was told.
Okay, okay. Was obviously your mother and your father were living there?
Yes.
Okay. Did they live in the Myatt Loop area, the area that's called Myatt Loop now?
Buddy Road.
Okay. So was that a close-knit area?
Yeah.
Okay. Has there ever been a understanding in your family dynamic that your Uncle Charlie had a child?
I didn't hear it public till lately. So.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
No.
Mr. Byron, could you tell me about your relationship with Mr. Charlie Myatt?
When I see him, we got along pretty good, but
Okay.
several years you didn't see him.
Okay. Well, in the last 20 years of his life, how many times did you talk to him?
A few times. I'd see him at Captain D's every now and then, but
And was those conversations just, hi, how are you doing?
pretty much, probably a few minutes.
Wouldn't have been a setting where y'all would have talked about as child Catherine Myatt.
Probably not.
And how often did you see him back in 1960?
Saw him quite a bit then.
Okay. How? How would you see him?
My grandmother's.
Okay. And how often was that?
For a while, it was just about every weekend.
Okay. And do you remember him being gone for long periods of time?
I remember when he was at Carnival.
And during that time, would he be gone for long periods of time?
He was a part of the forestry department, firefighter, California, Oregon.
Now, do you know Miss Janie Myatt?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear her testimony?
Yes.
Do you believe she was telling the truth?
It sounds like she's telling the truth as far as she knows. That's,
Do you know of any reason she has to lie? Let's see. So you would have become an adult around 1971.
Yeah.
Which would have been about 11 years after Kathy Rundle was born. And do you believe your uncle would have ever talked about this with you?
it looked like he'd have talked to somebody.
But you said you believe Miss Janie. He did talk to her about it though, didn't he?
According to her, he did.
Now, was it true that she cared for him before his death?
Yes.
Took care of him? Did Charlie have a good relationship with your mother?
Yes.
When did your mother pass, sir?
2019.
2019? How old was she at that time?
86.
86. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Roberts?
Just briefly, what does it matter to you whether Kathy Rundle is declared your cousin or not?
Well, if she's not, she shouldn't get the money, but if she is,
She should. Okay.
if she is.
Now, again, a lot of this family history things that you said wasn't disclosed. Did you know some of the stuff that
see to your stuff that's come out today, did you know that your uncles were swapping a 13-year-old child for sexual favors?
I've heard Sam talk about it before.
You did hear him talk about it before? And that they were having sex with sharing a 13-year-old?
Yeah. Just from him, I don't,
Beg pardon?
just from him, I don't know anything else.
Just from who?
Sam.
Just from Sam. When did you hear that from Sam?
A few months ago.
Just a few months ago. After Mr. Richard died and all this started coming up, is when he started talking about his sexual exploits.
Yeah.
That's all.
Franklin? Redirect?
Just briefly, so to your knowledge, your uncle Sam was telling you that, but he would have been 14 at the time? Correct?
I think so.
Yeah, he was 14, she was 13, correct? Okay. Your mother was, you were asked about Miss Janie's, if she was being truthful or not, but your mother was there making the arrangements with her, to your knowledge, for their funeral arrangements. And if it was an issue that your uncle would want this child to have been found, your mother, would she have known about that if it was a family member?
I'm gonna object.
Stan, I think you're calling for him to speculate what his mother would or would not have thought. So.
I'll rephrase, Judge. Did your mother ever tell you after the funeral arrangements we need to find a daughter? No. Ever bring it up to you that was an issue for your brother that had been disclosed because it was his daughter? No. Okay, that's all I have, Judge.
Any further recalls?
No, Your Honor, nothing from me.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may stand down. Mr. Vandervoort, you may call your next witness.
Judge Sheila Woodard.
Stand right here, turn to face the clerk, raise your right hand, please.
Yes.
State your name for the court.
Sheila Marie Buchanan Woodard.
And who is your parent that is related to Charlie Myatt?
Edith Myatt Buchanan.
Edith Myatt Buchanan. And did you and your mother have a good relationship?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Did you live with your mother for quite a period of time other than your childhood?
Yes.
Okay. From when to when?
From 93 to 2011 when she passed away.
And from, what was the relationship between your mother and your Uncle Charlie? Did they have a close relationship or?
Yeah, I mean, he didn't never come down to the house, but yeah, okay. I mean, I think I don't know if they ever talked that much on the phone either.
Okay. How about her relationship with your aunt Janie Myatt?
Yes. Janie used to call her all the time.
Okay. Close relationship?
Yeah.
Kind of relationship that would family history be disclosed?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. In your lifetime, have you ever known that your Uncle Charlie to have a child?
No.
Okay. Did your mother ever discuss with you that your Uncle Charlie has a child? You have a cousin?
No.
Is that, did your aunt Janie ever discuss that with you?
No.
Ever, to your knowledge, ever discuss it with your mother?
I don't know if they discussed it, but like I said, Mom never disclosed it to me.
Okay. Is that something?
Yeah, we talked, yeah.
Was that something she would have disclosed to you and talked about the family history?
Yes.
Okay. And was it ever?
No.
Is that something that, to your knowledge, that your mother and your Aunt Janie would have talked about the family history?
It's possible.
Okay.
Because, I mean, I wasn't there. I worked, so I wasn't there, The family's always talked.
Okay.
Especially the women.
Gotcha. Your Aunt Janie, is she that type of person that would talk about those type of things?
Yes, I believe so.
And you have heard her testimony.
Mm-hmm.
Was any of her testimony like that ever disclosed to you?
Any of what she was talking?
Yes,
No,
ma'am. How about, did your mother ever relay anything like that to you?
no.
Judge, those are all the questions I have.
No.
Ms. Woodard, is that correct? Ms. Woodard, what was your relationship with Charlie Myatt like?
Well, me being a female, it was nothing after we got, I got of age and moved out. When we was kids, still at home, we'd go down to grandma's every week or every other weekend.
So from the time you was 18 on, you didn't have any
No.
dealings with him or
No.
communications to amount to anything? When were you born?
1955, July 2nd.
When did your mother pass, Ms. Woodard?
December the 11th, 2011.
After Charlie passed, did you ever learn about Miss Catherine Rundle?
No, sir.
When did you first learn about her?
And after my Uncle Richard passed away and the proceedings started, the first letters we got sent out about his estate, her name was listed and everybody was wondering who she was.
So did your mother have a relationship with Eugene Myatt?
Yes.
Okay, so to your knowledge, he never told her about these phone calls that happened in 2009?
No.
Now, would this have been something you and Charlie Myatt would have discussed? Him having a child?
No. He was gone a lot. I mean, he was with the Carney and he was gone even when we were kids. He was gone a lot, except for when he was working at the forestry. And that's what all of us kids used to laugh about. He was a Carney and he was gone.
Sure, yeah. So you don't know if he was gone with Miss Kathy Rundle and her mother as a family? You don't know what was going on, do you?
No.
And I'm gonna assume you don't remember 1960 when you were 5. That's all I have, Judge.
Roberts?
It wasn't discussed about these other two potential children that Charlie fathered either, was it?
No.
I mean,
Never heard, no.
Sam never brought that up during the course of anything and said, do you know these two people that he said?
Yes.
Okay.
I never would have thought, I didn't know it until.
Yeah, until just now. That's all. Thank you, ma'am.
I took a test through Ancestry.com with one of those DNA tests. Found out I got relatives all over the world and everything. There's some of whom I've never met in my whole life. They're distant cousins. Have you taken any sort of test like that?
No, I'm scared too.
Basically what I said.
Well, there's a lot of people that I have talked to that get on Ancestry and have traced back family lineage,
This is what I was trying to do. I understand after today why you might not want to take some of it. All right, thank you. Mr. Vandervoort, you may call your next witness.
Sir, that is our proof. No further witnesses.
Any rebuttal proof by anyone? Ms. Roberts, do you have any other proof you wish to offer? Mr. Knowles is.
I do not, Your Honor.
just tagging along, Judge.
So, let me ask this question. Mr. Sam Myatt says he'll take a DNA test. Why can't we do that?
Never been offered in my estimation.
Do what?
It's never been offered.
Judge, well, it has, not formally has it been offered, but the conversation that she said she overheard in the same breath, Mr. Myatt said, well, I'll take a DNA test. So, but if the court orders that, that's what we'll do. We're ready and willing to do that.
It just seems like to me, I mean, these are all good folks. I don't have a problem with them It seems to me that what they just don't know, they never heard of this person, and they say if they're blood relative. I mean, I've got relatives out there, as I said, that I have found out through Ancestry.com that I didn't know I had. I'd like to meet some of them and get to know them, but it seems like all I do is appear here in court. So anybody have an objection to me ordering some sort of testing that would determine one way or the other about this issue?
Well, I really do, because I've been volunteering this now for 3 years.
So you'd be willing to take one of these things where you swab?
I mean, why would they wait 3 years, all this argument going on when they know when it first
I can't
started?
answer that, Mr. Sam. I can only tell you that I'm trying to find a solution to your problem that's fair to everyone. And if this woman happens to be the daughter of your brother, by biologically proving that, would you be okay with that?
Well, I would, but I'd rather see it by Tennessee law. Why did it take so long? Janey told you that the girl was living in Dixon, but she put down in charge when the daughter was born, so living in Burns.
Judge, may I have a chance to talk to Mr. Byrum?
Yeah.
Judge, Mr. Myatt is willing to do it, as soon as the court orders it, and have him order it.
Judge, it's purely your decision. This whole thing started out as to whether or not Ms. Rundle had standing. There has never been, I found out and included her when I asked this estate to be open. I included her name because Miss Janey, who I'm representing in opening this estate, said that she was an heir. When I discovered that this was going on, we brought it to the court's attention, and then that's when Mr. Sam Myatt, through his counsel, said, no, she's precluded by law from claiming. So it was never an issue. A DNA test seems the most logical thing to do. And
I'm going to fix the problem. And you remember a judge that we used to have, what was his name? Leonard. When I was trying a Ada Whittemire murder case, he told me, when I was objecting to some evidence coming in, that he says, young lawyer Wolf, a trial is a search for the truth. I never really understood that at that point, but I do think that this is a case where the trial should be about what is the truth. I think that's what Mr. Sam wants. I think that's what all these family members want. I think that's what Miss Janey wants. I think that's what Miss Rundle wants. If Miss Rundle's not the biological child of Charlie, I think she'd like to know that so she can keep looking for her biological father. So it seems to me that everyone, I'm going to rule that she has standing to assert this claim, because of the fact that I don't think she was given proper notice the first go round. She filed her claim within the statutory period after the renotice. And for this court's consideration, I'm granting her that opportunity. The rules allow the court to expand in certain instances those things. But let's figure out, and I want Mr. Vandervoort and Mr. Knowles and you and Ms. Franklin and anybody else who has a dog in this hunt to get together and determine a manner in which DNA testing can be done that would determine, a lot of times these cases, as you know, are that you've got a deceased individual and there's no way to test that without exhuming the body. But my understanding of DNA is that testing a brother, a close biological relative of a brother or even a sister should, but the brother would certainly be almost exactly the same as having the same, it wouldn't be an identical, but it would be close enough that you can determine if she's excluded, then she's out. If she is included because of the familial relationship, then it substantiates the claim. And I think that satisfies all the folks on the other side of this situation. So this court is going to rule that she has standing to assert a claim and that the parties will coordinate to determine if Mr. Sam Myatt says he will agree to a DNA testing, and now it doesn't require blood transfusion or anything like that. They swab the inside of your chicken. That's
brachial swab test is what they.
Buccal swab or something like that. But it is a test that they can take, and they can determine whether or not there is a familial relationship. So we're going to order that, and we'll reserve ruling on any of the other aspects of it until that time. Mr. Knowles looks like he wants to stand up. So
My DNA is on.
I'm not certain, but we will have to check. That may require female DNA.
may require a female.
Show the.
You know what,
familial
do it all.
relationship.
Let's do Miss Janie, let's do Mr. Sam, and let's do your client. Let's do one of each, all three of them, and have them all compared. Anybody else that wants to submit a DNA, they can do that. All I'm looking for is to determine what scientifically can be proven from that. So we're going to reserve everything else in this case until such time as quickly as we can get these tests done. It ought not to be that difficult to get done. She's wherever she is in Oregon. She can submit she can go someplace, they can submit it, send it to the same lab, a certified, means, and have the testing all done at the same lab by having her DNA sample taken at a lab, having it transported to the lab where Mr. Sam Myatt and Miss Janie are going to have theirs done. You go from there, so.
And I think that's that's it. At my position and what I understood is that Mr. Sam Myatt, through his counsel work and testing, that we didn't even have the right to ask for DNA testing because the statute had changed. And so now you're saying she does have standing and we can do the DNA testing, and it will be accomplished. And then depending on the outcome, again, we're doing familial DNA.
I think it really just boils down to, we all know that the significant results. If Ms. Rundle is found to be an heir, then she stands to inherit a couple of $100,000. If she is not an heir, then that is divided between the remaining heirs, and they each get about another $28,000. Mr. Myatt does not strike me as being in it for the money, and nor do I think Miss Jane was in it for the money. She just says what is right, and we're going to try to figure it out the way that everybody can be satisfied. I can't tell you, Mr. Sam, why it's taken 3 years to get to this point, but I can only tell you that now that we're here, let's fix it so that everybody knows.
Mine done on 23rd and me and Ancestry.com. Both of them got my DNA.
Well, you and I might be related. I'm on
I'm
Ancestry.com. You and I might be related, so I don't know. So
Could be, I don't know. You see
I
on the
might
news.
have had some relatives who were carnival workers too. I think one of my relatives was a barker for the yak lady. So
You see on the news where this morning, a half sister's been sleeping, her half brother didn't know it.
all right, we are going to. Anybody else have anything else before we?
Yes, Judge. I just want to point
That
out.
was really a rhetorical question. Go ahead, Ms. Franklin. What?
So it has come to the attention today.
And you're gonna, if that microphone's on, you can use that microphone. Otherwise,
We turned it off earlier, Judge. With there being potentially 2 more heirs that were testified to today, I believe I need to do some further investigation. In the partition action, I was appointed as the guardian ad litem both for Henry Eugene Myatt as well as any unknown heirs. And at that point in time and until today, no one knew that there could potentially be 2
you
more
have
heirs.
leave to contact those individuals and find out if they want to assert a claim. My opinion is if they don't want to assert a claim for obvious reasons they may have, then they have waived any claim that they may have. So.
Thank you,
But I
Judge.
think that's something you need to explore is in that particular situation. All right. Anybody else have anything else? No? All right.
Judge, I'll
The order is that all y'all will cooperate on how you're going to get this testing done, and then we'll reserve everything until that result is back. And that being our last case for the day, since our other case was continued, we stand adjourned.
All rise. This court's now adjourned.
And let's move to the next case. Well, let's take it up. Is Mr. Knowles here? Is Mr. Knowles here?
He is. I think they're just here.
Good morning. All right, this is the estate of Richard Omar Myatt. This is the case where I think I had ordered some DNA testing to be performed. And then I now have a motion to compel the execution of a medical release for the limited purpose that Mr. Vandervoort has filed, and then your renewed motion to declare Catherine Jean Myatt Rundle as an heir of the estate. So I guess I first need to hear from Mr. Vandervoort about his motion, and then I'll consider whether or not to hear yours. So,
Yes,
all right,
sir, Your
thank you.
Honor.
Judge, good morning. Judge, as stated, February the 26th, 2024, we were before the court and on a hearing on this matter, and at that time, the court did order that the two siblings of Mr. Omar Myatt, Janey Myatt and Willie Sam Myatt, along with Kathy Rundle, the purported claimant and child of Charlie, submit to DNA testing. Your Honor, that has been filed with the court. I would like to resubmit that just to ensure it's part of this order. The DNA test report came back, Judge, and that should be before Your Honor and have that in the file, but I want to make sure the court has it in front of them.
All right.
Judge, that test came back and said the probability of relatedness between these parties that tested, which would be a purported niece of Sam Myatt and Janie Myatt, was 8.5%. In essence, Your Honor, 91.5% probability that they are not related. But the test went on, the results went on to say that basically these results do not provide sufficient evidence to support or refute the tested relationship. But Your Honor, for that reason, I did make contact with DDC, who did the initial testing, and they would not communicate with me. As a matter of fact, I've attached as exhibits to my motion contact that I had with their legal department, reflective that until a release gets signed, they will not have any communication with me whatsoever on behalf of Mr. Myatt, because the other two individuals that were tested would need to give their approval for that purpose. And Judge, the purpose is very simple. It's to get an explanation of the results, if there's further detail. And then number two, if they're willing to do additional testing or suggest additional testing, what type of testing is needed? And I can't communicate with them without this release. And so I have requested counsel for the parties to, for that release, and there hasn't been any agreement at this juncture, and as a matter of fact, in some instances, there's been a refusal to provide a medical release. Judge, if this is a search for the truth, and that's what the court is aiming to do, that's what the court requested this testing for, but a 91.5% probability that they are not related is pretty strong. But with the result saying that the additional testing is needed, I think it certainly behooves us to find out what is needed and what the content of this means. So Judge, that's the nature of my motion. And of course, there's the renewed motion, which I'd like to be heard on, trying to declare Ms. Rundle at this juncture a child of Charlie Myatt.
Well, let me hear the response to your motion,
Yes,
and then we'll take the other up. So.
This is a little bit frustrating. I feel like they should have given him a better explanation of what he was reading. When you're provided a DNA report, it's not there is an 8% chance you're related. What they're telling you is how much DNA you share. And that's how genetic genealogy works. They're comparing your DNA to somebody else's DNA and seeing how much is in common. When you receive a report, it tells you how many centimorgans you have in common with the other person. And looking at this, the closer the relationship that you have, the larger the number of centimorgans in common. The further away you get, the less you have. Anyone who shares DNA with someone else and has a common match is related in some way. If there's any match at all, you are related. It could be way back in history, but you're related. It could be distant cousins. So if you look at this chart, you can see going from the main person, which would be Kathy, to an aunt or an uncle, she should have about 1,700 centimorgans and 25% of her DNA in common with an aunt or an uncle. She would have 50% of her DNA, 3,400, with her father, Charlie, who is deceased. So the fact that she only has 8% is a little iffy because while these things do have a broad range, it should be a little bit stronger than that. One more quick example to show you how this works. Now, these are taken straight from my personal ancestry DNA analysis and compared against my family tree. Every single person here, each one of these is a different person, and each one of those people are my first cousins once removed, which means it's up or down a generation, and they are my parents' cousins. So each one of these are my parents' cousins, and I have the same relationship with each of them. They all are a child of one of my grandparents' siblings. However, if you look, the number of centimorgans ranges from 291 all the way up to 895, which is 4% all the way up to 13% for somebody with the same relation. So when we go back to looking at the chart that has a single number, that single number doesn't necessarily mean it needs to be right there. There's a lot of fluctuation that can occur because here, as you can see in my data, they misclassified people. They think one of them is my uncle and they think one of them is a second cousin, but they are all the first cousins once removed. You just share more DNA with some and less with others.
We'll start with you, Mr. Knowles. And who do you represent?
Judge, I represent Miss Kathy Rundle. I completely disagree with counsel about his statements that this says there's a 91.5% chance they're not related or that she is not an heir.
That's his interpretation. I don't think he actually, he's making the argument that you could infer that or that's the argument you can be made. DNA testing is a different way of looking at things, and I understand what they're saying is that it was not an exclusion, but it was only an 8.5% probability of relation, and that it doesn't either confirm or exclude the support or refute the tested relationship.
That's correct. This DNA report is virtually useless.
So why wouldn't we want to get a further testing and have everyone cooperate to see if there is a way to get further testing that might eliminate or at least answer this question?
Well, Judge, my client, of course, has participated with all DNA testing and will continue to, but the reality of it is whenever you're testing siblings and not a direct test, first you've got to determine if those siblings are actual siblings. What that means is Janie Myatt and Willie Myatt, are they actually siblings? Because they could have different fathers. Their siblings could have different fathers. So
what you're saying is that we could be opening a whole can of worms for this family by exposing the fact that perhaps they're not actually blood relations or they have different fathers and different scenarios. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely, Your Honor. This test makes the assumption that Janie Myatt and Willie Myatt are 100% biological siblings. That has never been determined. That has never been tested. So if you're going to rely on scientific proof, the scientific proof has to start from the beginning. These parents of Janie Myatt and Willie Myatt are long deceased. To continue down the DNA testing will be very time consuming and very expensive. My client has so far bared the burden of this cost for this testing. And Judge, we just submit that this is a process that could go on forever. And there is sufficient, of course, we're going to get into the other motion, but by statute, there's no requirement for DNA testing. We were on board and supported and thought it was a great idea until we got into it and realized that
maybe it wasn't going to say what you thought it was going to say.
It's not going to.
That's often the case, isn't it?
Well, it's not that this doesn't say what I wanted to say. It's that it's not going to give us an answer through sibling testing. And that's the issue that I have, Your Honor, and why I submit that further testing is not the answer.
Okay. Who else wants to be heard? Ms. Roberts?
You know, as you recall, I opened this estate, and I now represent Janey Myatt, who is a full sibling to the decedent. There are 2 full siblings remaining.
Well, Mr. Knowles says she may not be a full sibling to him or any of the rest of them. So.
Well, and again, Judge, I oftentimes tell people that I went to law school because there wasn't a math requirement, but this is challenging my math skills. But again, Mr. Vandervoort is wholly incorrect that an 8% finding does not prove, it doesn't prove paternity, but it's a familial match. Again, if we had, I think Your Honor's going to have to hear, if we're going to relate to this, we have to hear from an expert. And in the research, it is anywhere from a 3 to a 7% match establishes a familial contact. Each of us get 50% of our DNA from our parents. We get approximately a fourth from our grandparents, an eighth from our great-grandparents, if you think about just in trying to get it down into the brass tacks. So when you're dealing with cousins, which this would be, if Janey Myatt had the same parents as the decedent, and Sam Myatt had the same parents of the decedent, and then Mr. Richard Omer, who is the decedent, had a child, then you have to think about the percentages that come on. And the science is between a 3 and a 7% of cousins establishes a familial relationship, because you have to look at it from the percentage standpoint. We are only 50% of our parents. We use that in the terms of divorce court. When you talk bad about if you talk bad about a parent, you're telling your child that parent's half bad. And that's one of the things that we have used in divorce court all the time. If you're telling your child you're half bad, if you're bad mouthing the other parent. Well, then you go to the grandparents and you go to siblings, all percentages are reducing. So the fact of 8.5% of a DNA match shows that there is a family relationship somewhere.
Well, that was my next observation is that regardless of the amount, the fact that there was any familial relationship or the percentage of familial relationship indicates that there was some familial relationship, albeit, because what you described, but a 0.00 would have eliminated her from being involved in this family whatsoever, correct? Exactly.
And then if you go all the way up, even a 3% would have established some familiar relationship, which, following on Mr. Knowles' logic is, and the problem that we have is that Mr. Willie Sam Myatt, who we assume is a full sibling of the decedent, who has been held out as a full sibling of the decedent, said he had, admitted that he had sex with Mrs. Rundle's mother.
Well, he alleges it was a 13 or 14-year-old girl that he was passed
Well,
around
again, of other things that have come out, maybe that was not tested. I probably shouldn't have said that because that was outside of court in a conversation that Mr. Sam Myatt approached me and said something. So I apologize. That probably shouldn't. What he testified here, he was having sex with 13-year-olds too. But the 8.8%, 8.5% is still a familial relationship. Now the question goes: is she a child of Richard Omer Wright? There is a family relationship established.
She's a child of Charlie, right?
Yeah, Your Honor,
Richard is the estate that everyone's worried about because
Right,
Richard
Charlie.
was the brother that
Yeah.
had money.
The other brother. Is
Right. Richard is the estate that had money, and there's a $120,000 inheritance that the claimant, Miss Catherine Jean Myatt Rundle, would receive if she's found to be daughter of Charlie.
Correct, Charlie.
Deceased brother.
Yes, I apologize.
Charlie was the carnival worker.
Charlie was the carnival worker who traveled around, had a relationship. The testimony shows that there was a sexual relationship between them. My client testified that he held this child out as his child. The birth certificate shows that he is listed as the father of the child. And now we have DNA evidence showing a familial relationship. So again, if they want to challenge it, then they need to bring in the experts to challenge it. That says an 8.5% is not a familial relationship, but you have to look at it in the totality. You have testimony, you have a state document wherein he was established as the father, and now you have DNA evidence saying that these people are family. So.
Ms. Franklin, you have anything to add to this?
Who is a sibling who was not ordered to subject himself to DNA testing. And the only point I want to make is if this court orders additional testing, I think that this court should charge those expenses to Mr. Willie Sam Myatt, as he is the only heir that has filed anything or made it known that they oppose Ms. Rundle as an heir, not to deplete the estate assets, so that to protect my client's interest in the estate.
Okay. Mr. Vandervoort, anybody else that has an input in this? Mr. Vandervoort, do you have anything you wish to respond to what's being said?
So they're actually making
Ignore what? Is that? I mean, that's an argument that you can make. I don't think that that is the way that DNA testing is to be interpreted by the court, because of the simple fact that any relatedness will be, what this says, and here this is the summary that said, the DNA from the alleged relatives was compared to the tested child based on testing results obtained from the analysis of the DNA loci listed. The probability of relatedness is 8.5%. Now, it seems to me, in my thinking, that if she was not related, then that would be 0.0%. There would be no relation. In other words, if you and I were to have our DNA tested, God forbid that it would show that there was 8.5% relatedness, we would have 0.0 related because we're not related. And so the argument is, and the way I interpret it is that 8.5% does show some familial relatedness, albeit small, and that it doesn't necessarily infer that there's a 91.5% of not being related. Because what it says is the likelihood that the alleged relatives are not the biological relatives of the tested child is 10 to 1. The probability of relatedness was calculated by comparing to untested, unrelated, random individuals of the Caucasian population. Assumes a prior probability equals 0.50. These results do not provide sufficient evidence to support or refute the tested relationship. Testing of additional relatives is recommended. So it just seems to me what they're saying is they can't make a definitive statement that she is the child of, or the related to these people, but there is some evidence of a familial relationship. I understand what you're saying, and I agree that for me to interpret the results, there needs to be some sort of scientific evidence regarding that. But go ahead. All right. I don't profess to be a DNA expert, I can assure you, sir. All right, I'm going to, at this point, I think that the logic that I see is that there is some evidence of familial relationship. But Mr. Vandervoort, on behalf of Mr. Sam Elliott, Mr. Sam Elliott, one of my favorite actors is Sam Elliott, so I don't know, maybe that's what I'm thinking about. Mr. Sam Myatt is still contesting the issue of whether or not this lady is or is not, Ms. Rundle is or is not a family member. Clearly, it seems to me that the evidence, there is a familial relationship based upon this DNA testing, and that the proof in this case has been that there is a birth certificate with her name on it, and that there is the testimony of the aunt who, you know, or the sister of Sam and the others, so that we can understand the fact that there is evidence to support the fact that there is a familial relationship. But because of the fact that this is an area that requires, in my opinion, some sort of scientific proof to interpret the results, I'm going to reset this motion. I'm going to grant Mr. Vandervoort's request that the parties execute medical releases or HIPAA releases or whatever that will allow him to contact the DNA testing, and that to get any additional information that might be requested to interpret these results. That information will be provided to all parties. So it will go Mr. Vandervoort, Mr. Elliott, Mr. Sam Myatt will bear the cost of that. And I'm not ordering any additional testing. I am simply authorizing that Mr. Vandervoort have access to and be able to contact these people to inquire and to obtain an explanation of that. And any party who wishes to then, at the next hearing, provide expert testimony in the form of some sort of explanation about the DNA and how to interpret it, may do so. They can provide, you can obtain your own DNA expert if you want to. Because in my opinion, the evidence shows there is some family relationship between Ms. Rundle and this family, the Myatt family. The testimonial evidence and the documentary evidence tends to support at this stage Mr. Knowles' position. But Mr. Knowles, I think I'm going to pass your motion to declare her the heir to the estate until we have that opportunity, because I want to give both sides the opportunity to present any other type of scientific evidence. So is this clear enough? What? I'm simply ordering that all the parties that were previously ordered to submit to the DNA will sign a release that will allow Mr. Vandervoort or any other of you to, and I think that's where it needs to be open, all the interested parties, including Mr. Knowles and Ms. Franklin and you, and Mr. Vandervoort, who represent these parties, will have access to be able to speak with these folks at the DDC or DNA Diagnostic Center so that you can get your own feedback about that. And correct. And let's just make it across the board so that everybody, as Mr. Vandervoort pointed out, Judge Leonard Martin used to tell me all the time that a trial was a search for the truth. I never found that to necessarily be true, but especially if you're representing a criminal defendant that you're hoping is not going to be found guilty, you're not necessarily interested in it being the absolute truth come out, or at least the truth according to what you think the truth is. So I'm going to order that all of the parties cooperate in signing medical releases that will allow all of the named counsel for the parties to have access to the information and to be able to contact the DNA Diagnostic Center to obtain and discuss any aspect of this testing, and to also obtain a statement from them about, if you choose to, about what these 8.5 finding of probability of relatedness actually represents, and whether it represents that there is a familial match or whether it does not. So, anything else? If this case could get any more complicated, Mr. Ben Region has just stood up as though he's going to add something to this case. I can hardly wait to see what he has to say. Mr. Region, what do you have to say about this? Are you a DNA expert? Oh, that's right. Right. Might as well. Just whatever order I'm putting down here, if I can remember what I've ordered, is going to apply to both this case and the partition action, which involves all of the same parties. Now, go ahead, Mr. Knowles. Come on up here to the microphone. Is that microphone on, Officer Howells?
With my experts at DDC that I've employed and paid.
I'm sorry, repeat that now.
So my client is who acquired this DNA testing.
You paid for it?
She paid for it. The geneticists at the testing facility that have provided information to us, is our work product being opened up here, or just for the general information from the testing facility?
So when we came to an agreement about.
I don't consider the fact that I ordered DNA testing to be performed to be work product. I consider that to be in compliance with the court order. How are you interpreting that as work product?
The testing, I agree, absolutely, Your Honor. I think they should be able to get all the information on the testing, but not to question the facilitators, the people that my client bared the cost of that. If Mr. Vandervoort wants to hire someone to take this DNA test or to interpret it for him, he should do that himself.
I've just ruled that any cost associated with the opening of this information and obtaining of that information will be borne by Mr. Vandervoort's client. So I don't see how this could negatively impact your client.
I don't necessarily believe it will be, but these are the same people is what I'm saying, Your Honor. If we're talking to the geneticists that analyze this DNA alleles, he's talking to the same people, not the testing facility. I don't mind. Anybody in this case can get the results, but I don't know that they will speak with him freely whenever they're my expert to some extent.
How are they your experts?
Well, Judge, we may be getting to something because they won't talk to me at all. Was not the intent of the testing. The intent of the testing was to test and let's move forward. And now we've got these folks that have signed it. Bowles is saying that he hired them. So that wasn't the nature of this. We had a third-party independent test. Well, absolutely, I'd want to know what those folks have to say and why.
We did, Judge, but I employed a facility in Paris, Tennessee, to come to Dixon County and gather this information from Mr. Vandervoort's client and Miss Roberts' client, and acquired it from my client, and they sent it to this third-party independent lab. So that absolutely is exactly what happened. This was not tested in Henry County at my place.
And I understand that. And so who are you saying is a part of your work product?
The
The people that you retained in Paris, Tennessee to come
Yes.
over here?
Yes.
What, pardon? The collectors. How would they have anything to do with what I'm ordering?
They also have a geneticist that works for their business that I've spoke with. That's the person that
Did that geneticist have anything to do with the rendering of that?
No, he
Then
interpreted
I don't see how, again, it gets into your work product. I am not ordering that your geneticist that you may have hired is subject to them, having a release to gather that information. But if you're going to call him or her as a witness, then obviously the discovery rules are going to apply. And
Absolutely, and if they request it, I understand and I agree. I just wanted to clarify that.
I want to make sure that person wasn't a signatory that was talking about on the DNA report, and I'm understanding that that's not the case.
No. I just wanted clarification as to how broad this is and who has to talk to all of the attorneys. That is all I was wondering, is if this opened up someone that we allege to be a part of our work product, which is not discoverable technically, but unless I intend to use them. But anyways.
Ms. Roberts?
I apologize. This release that we are in scope, no privileged information, health, heritage, whatever is going to be disclosed, that this is just for us, for them to say, we've collected Sam Myatt, Kathy Rundle, Janie Myatt's DNA, and we can talk to you about the results. Okay, yeah, Kathy Rundle's DNA shows that she has.
How do you intend to
do this
to
or that,
communicate?
Judge, just that, to find out what the status of the relatedness is. What does 8.5% mean? What does 10-to-1 mean? What is the nature of what additional information they need in order to further determine relatedness?
All right, Mr. Vandervoort, are you going to communicate that in the form of an email, or how you?
I want to be able to at least have a conversation with them, an open conversation, and find out. Just talk to them as we're talking. Get information.
All right.
They would not talk.
Then I will order that the three of you, including Ms. Franklin being the fourth, will sign a release that narrowly allows this information that Mr. Vandervoort is requesting about the information on this report and how to interpret this and what do they intend to do. You will then arrange a Zoom call with whoever it is that you identify as being that, and all of you will join in on the Zoom call, and you will all have the opportunity to participate in a discussion with Mr. Vandervoort will lead it. He'll be asking the first questions. But each of you, it's not going to be a sworn deposition, but it will be an informative discussion by Zoom with the person that you identify could answer those questions. That's the simplest way that I know to allow all of you to be involved in whatever the discussions are. And if there is a question asked that one of you objects to, then that question will not be answered, and it will be reserved, and you'll come back before me to answer it. So,
Certainly, I wanted to be about the report, but I also, when we're talking brought up here, I'm not sure exactly. I would like to be.
well, what she means is that Miss Janie's, Myatt's health and her issues about her health and any background questions they ask about her, that's not fair game.
Right, yes, sir, I
The only
understand.
question about her is the DNA,
Yes, sir.
you know, and whatever the DNA sample was obtained, that's all that lab knows. They don't know this other information. They got a DNA sample and
A blanket signature saying, yeah, you can talk about my client's DNA.
you know
No,
who
I'm
Chris
not.
Hemsworth is? He plays Thor, and he's a famous actor that is on television and movies all the time. There was a show that was on the Discovery Channel, I think it was, maybe it was Disney, about him going through all of these tests and things that he did. And he had a test, and his test showed that he has a gene for the potential for Alzheimer. And that is something that, you know, that came out of DNA testing that they did. So my point of that, and the reason I bring that up is that if there is information contained in this DNA report that reflects on Ms. Rundle, Ms. Myatt, or even Sam, about their other health issues, I don't want that information to be broadcast. So that's not fair game.
That's
So,
it, because once you determine that, availability for insurance.
correct.
I found out that I had the Praxis gene in DNA testing, and then I don't disclose that on an insurance policy, it's going to affect all the way down. That's exactly the problem that happens with a blank release. They have it, and that's what I refuse to
Well,
allow.
let's have Mr. Vandervoort tailor the release and submit it to all the attorneys for them to review and see if there's any objection to it. And, you know, I want it to be something that everybody agrees is that the language is going to be strictly limited to what needs to be done. I understand in Mr. Vandervoort's situation, and I understand that interpreting a DNA results oftentimes and should require some sort of expert testimony. And what he's doing is trying to determine what is going into and how to interpret that. So I'm going to allow this to be done. And my original intent was just to have a release sign where he could actually talk to them. But now that we've opened the door, I see the disadvantages to the parties involved from having, you know, the entire lives upset by any sort of discussion of their DNA. So Mr. Vandervoort will tailor a release that will be in line with what he wants to ask, submit it to all three of you, and you will have an opportunity to be heard on that. So. And I will reserve your motion until we find out something further about this. Oh, why not? Let's set it for September the 23rd. Surely you can get it done by that time. So. Everybody available on September the 23rd? How long is your case in Cheatham County? We have the Henson versus Ray final hearing on September the 26th. You're not, are you in that case or?
Well, I am in it
And so is that case set for the 26th and is it going to go?
It's set and it's going absent.
How long will you expect it today? Have you set stuff on that day?
Custody is no longer an issue. It's a property division issue, and my client's income.
Well, is there any way, could we set this on the 26th then? Since I don't think this is going to take very long. Of course, I didn't think it was going to take very long this morning. Pardon?
Over myself and Mr. Vandervoort are all going to be here anyway.
Mr. Knowles? Ms. Franklin? Mr. Reason? All right, then we are setting this for the 26th day of September at 9 o'clock. I'm going to talk myself out of setting 8:30 a.m. core. This is the third day in this week I've said 8:30 matters. So, all right, call the next case.